An Earl Worth Writing For, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Prologue, Rothbury Abbey, April 1816. Absolutely ridiculous, Eleanor Lockhart muttered, tossing aside the damp compress with a flick of her wrist. Pain flared up her ankle as she shifted, biting back a wince. A twisted ankle shouldn't confine her to this prison of propriety. Beyond the tall windows of Rothbury Abbey, April sunshine poured over the rolling countryside, golden and mocking. The laughter of the scavenger hunt party floated back to her, each peal a fresh reminder of what she was missing. All because she'd ventured too close to the gentleman's race yesterday and made a spectacular tumble of herself. Eleanor straightened her spine and arranged her skirts to hide the discarded compress, just as the door swung open without warning. Lord Thomas Blackwood, the Earl of Blackwood, stood in the doorway like a man carved from marble, all sharp edges and severe angles beneath his impeccably tailored jacket. The very same gentleman who had swept her into his arms yesterday. His unexpected strength had been both startling and oddly thrilling. The firm press of his arms against her back and the solid wall of his chest momentarily distracting her from the pain. His expression betrayed nothing as his gaze fell upon her, though she'd caught enough glimpses of his starchy demeanor throughout the house party to know he'd scored dismally on Abby's infamous husband assessment. 6 points out of 100, Abby had declared just 3 nights ago in the privacy of the ladies' drawing room, marking her chart with decisive strokes. And I'm being generous because he's so handsome. 6, Eleanor had laughed, nearly spilling her tea. Surely even Lord Blackwood deserves at least a 10 for his perfect cravat alone. Abby's hazel eyes had sparkled with scientific precision. My scale values character over cravat, darling. 1 point for excellent posture, 2 points for financial stability, 3 points for his care of his mother. She tapped her pencil against the paper, but -10 for rigidity, -5 for his insufferable opinions on female education, and -15 for his declaration that stability must always triumph over passion. For which he argued quite passionately, Lady Diana had added with delicious dryness. Miss Lockhart. He inclined his head, precisely the correct degree for acknowledging a viscountess's sister. I see you're still indisposed. Eleanor lifted her chin. How terribly observant of you, my lord. His brow furrowed momentarily before smoothing once more. The brief glimpse of genuine reaction vanished so quickly she might have imagined it. The Duchess asked me to ensure you were. He paused, selecting his words with evident care. Comfortable in your convalescence. Perfectly comfortable. Eleanor covered her discomfort with a bright smile. Nothing brightens an invalid's spirits quite like watching everyone else enjoy themselves from afar. Blackwood's mouth twitched. Almost a smile, but not quite. I'm sure the ladies will provide a full accounting of the scavenger hunt upon their return. How thrilling. I shall await their tales with bated breath. A strained silence settled between them. Eleanor studied him properly now. Lord Thomas Blackwood stood like a soldier despite his aristocratic bearing, spine straight, shoulders squared. Every button and seam of his clothing lay with precision, as though the very idea of dishevelment offended him. His features might have been handsome, had they not been arranged in such perpetual seriousness. She'd heard whispers about the Earl of Blackwood, his rigid adherence to propriety, his unyielding sense of duty. The man who had stepped into his title at 12 after his father's scandalous death in a duel. Now nearing his 3rd decade, he remained precisely what society expected of him: controlled, proper, and utterly predictable. Utterly boring, in Eleanor's estimation. He stepped further into the room, his movements precise. I should examine your ankle. I have some experience with such injuries. Eleanor instinctively tucked her foot beneath her skirts. That's hardly necessary. It is entirely necessary if you wish to avoid permanent damage. His tone left no room for argument. The initial treatment often determines the ultimate recovery. And where did you acquire such medical knowledge, my lord? I wasn't aware bandaging ankles featured prominently in an earl's education. Something flickered in his dark eyes. Military campaigns offer an education in many unexpected areas, Miss Lockhart. Eleanor's interest piqued despite herself. She hadn't known he'd served. Before she could inquire further, A magnificent thoroughbred galloped past the window, its coat gleaming copper in the sunlight. Both their heads turned simultaneously. Arabian bloodlines, Eleanor said without thinking, recognizing the distinctive carriage and proud arch of the neck, in the hindquarters especially. Blackwood's gaze snapped to her face, genuine surprise evident in the slight widening of his eyes. You have an eye for horseflesh. Is that so remarkable, that a woman might recognize quality when she sees it? For most ladies, yes. His assessment was as straightforward as his bearing. For you, apparently not. Eleanor couldn't decide if she'd been complimented or insulted. Before she could make up her mind, Blackwood knelt before her chair in a smooth motion that belied his formal bearing. Your ankle, if you please. Eleanor hesitated, then slowly extended her injured foot. His hands were surprisingly gentle as he carefully unwrapped the makeshift bandage Julian had hastily applied after Blackwood had carried her inside yesterday. The brush of his fingertips against her skin sent an unexpected shiver up her spine. Yesterday was quite out of character for you, wasn't it? Eleanor said, desperate to distract herself from the impropriety of the moment, a gentleman touching her ankle, his dark head bent over her foot, his fingers stilled. I beg your pardon? Abandoning the race, scooping me up without permission, most improper for a gentleman so devoted to correctness. She couldn't resist adding, almost passionate, one might say. The muscle in his jaw tightened. One would be mistaken. It was merely practical. Ah, of course, practical. She studied his downturned face. During the gentlemen's debate, you were quite adamant that stability must always triumph over passion. I believe your exact words were, passion leads to ruin while stability builds legacies. His expression closed like a book slammed shut. I stand by that assessment. Do you breed thoroughbreds, my lord? She asked, changing tactics. Yes, he answered without looking up, his attention fixed on examining the swelling. At Ravenswood Hall in Yorkshire. With Arabian influence, I presume? That earned her another glance, this one more appraising. Indeed, we're developing a line that combines Arabian strength and English endurance. An ambitious undertaking, the worthwhile ones usually are. His fingers probed the tender flesh with expert precision, making Eleanor bite her lip against both pain and a strangely pleasant sensation. You've merely stretched the ligaments. No serious damage, though you'll certainly miss the remainder of the house party activities. He reached for a fresh bandage from the side table, his movements methodical. The scent of him, sandalwood, leather, and something indefinably masculine, drifted to Eleanor as he leaned closer. She inhaled involuntarily, the rich fragrance stirring an unexpected warmth that traveled from her lungs to settle low in her belly. His capable hands moved with a gentleness that contradicted his rigid demeanor, each careful touch sending ripples of awareness along her skin. A peculiar intimacy hung in the air. The impropriety of his touch balanced precariously against the propriety of his purpose. Eleanor found herself studying the strong line of his jaw, the surprising length of his eyelashes as he concentrated on his task. Have you ridden an Arabian cross? Eleanor asked, finding the silence suddenly unbearable. Extensively. He wrapped the bandage with practiced efficiency. They require a firm hand, but reward it with unparalleled loyalty and spirit. Rather like people, wouldn't you say? His hand stilled momentarily. Some people, perhaps. I've always found that spirit responds better to respect than restraint, Eleanor offered, watching his expression closely. Even the wildest temperament can be reasoned with if approached correctly. And yet, Blackwood countered, securing the bandage with a neat pin, without proper boundaries, spirit becomes recklessness. Structure provides safety. Safety, Eleanor repeated, testing the word. Is that what you value most, my lord? Safety and structure? He straightened, their eyes suddenly level as he remained kneeling before her chair. Blackwood's fingers lingered a moment longer than necessary, the subtle pressure of his thumb against her ankle bones sending a jolt of sensation that had nothing to do with pain. When he looked up, something flickered in his dark eyes, perhaps recognition of the same unusual awareness that was coursing through her. What I value, Miss Lockhart, is irrelevant to your recovery. His voice had softened, though his words remained clipped. You should keep this elevated and avoid any unnecessary movement for at least 3 days. 3 days? Eleanor felt her features arrange themselves into an expression of horror. "Surely you jest." "I rarely jest, Miss Lockhart." "So I've observed." The words escaped before she could reconsider them. Instead of taking offense, Blackwood's mouth curved into the ghost of a smile. "Am I so transparent?" "Quite the opposite. You're as closed as a book written in cipher." She tilted her head, studying him. "Though occasionally there's a translation." "Like when I carried you yesterday?" He rose in a single fluid motion, putting proper distance between them once more. "I assure you that was merely practical. You were injured and required assistance. Allowing you to attempt walking would have risked further damage. So you abandoned your position in the race, which I believe you were winning, purely out of practical concern for my welfare?" Eleanor couldn't keep the skepticism from her voice. How thoroughly noble. Something flashed in his eyes, annoyance perhaps, or something deeper. "You would prefer I had left you sprawled in the dirt?" "I would prefer honesty to nobility, my lord." "Very well." He clasped his hands behind his back, standing at parade rest. "The truth, Miss Lockhart, is that I acted without thinking, an unusual occurrence for me, and not one I'm eager to repeat." "So you regret assisting me?" "I regret allowing impulse to override consideration. Because impulse leads to passion, and passion leads to ruin?" His expression hardened. "You're mocking me." "Not at all." Eleanor met his gaze steadily. "I'm trying to understand how a man who argues so passionately against passion can contain such contradictions." A sudden clap of thunder rumbled in the distance, shaking the window panes. Blackwood moved to peer outside. "The weather has turned," he observed, watching as dark clouds rolled across the previously clear sky. "Your brother and the others will be returning shortly, I expect." As if summoned by his words, voices and footsteps sounded in the corridor, the first of the scavenger hunt teams rushing back to the house as raindrops began to pelt the windows. "Thank you for your assistance, my lord," Eleanor said, suddenly conscious of how oddly intimate their exchange had become. He bowed formally, any trace of openness vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. "I depart for Italy tomorrow. I hope your recovery is swift and complete, Miss Lockhart." For a fleeting moment, the rigid politeness slipped, allowing Eleanor to glimpse something warmer beneath, a momentary softening that intrigued her far more than his impeccable manners. "Italy?" The word escaped with more interest than she'd intended to reveal. "A long-delayed grand tour," he explained, his formal mask firmly back in place. "Family obligations have prevented it until now." Eleanor found herself oddly disappointed at his transformation back into the rigid, proper Earl. "I wish you pleasant travels, then." The door burst open as Lord Dunhaven and Diana, Duchess of Rothbury, hurried in, laughing and shaking raindrops from their cloaks. More guests followed, their clothes dampened from the sudden downpour, faces flushed with exertion and excitement. Amid the chaos, Lucy Pembry appeared at Eleanor's side, her discerning gaze following Blackwood's retreating form. "Has Lord Six Points been entertaining you?" she whispered, settling gracefully beside Eleanor, referencing Abby's infamous husband assessment scale they'd laughed about just days ago. "You were right about the rigidity," Eleanor murmured back, "though I think Abby's scale might require recalibration." "Oh?" Lucy's curious gaze followed Blackwood as he disappeared into the corridor. "Has the stony Earl revealed hidden depths?" "Not depths exactly." Eleanor touched her neatly bandaged ankle, still feeling the phantom press of his fingertips against her skin, but perhaps a few unexpected cracks in the surface. Lucy's smile sharpened with interest, but Eleanor's gaze drifted back to the empty doorway. Perhaps the Earl of Blackwood was not quite the predictable figure she judged him to be, and Eleanor Lockhart had never been able to resist a good mystery. Chapter 1. 1 month after Rothbury Abbey, London, May 1816. Eleanor Lockhart stared at the pristine sheet of parchment before her, its blank expanse mocking her hesitation. The quill in her hand dripped a perfect obsidian tear onto the blotter as she contemplated the sheer impropriety of what she was about to do. Ladies did not write to gentlemen, not without a formal introduction, a mutual acquaintance facilitating the correspondence, or at the very least, a proper courtship underway. Ladies certainly did not write to earls who had carried them, mortifyingly, across Rothbury Abbey's grounds after a spectacular tumble during a horse race. And yet, Eleanor dipped her quill once more, gathering her courage alongside the ink. Through the open window of her brother Julian's London townhouse, spring sunshine streamed across her writing desk, warming the back of her neck as May breezes rustled the curtains. "Propriety be damned," she murmured, setting quill to paper with sudden determination. The study door opened without warning. Eleanor's hand jerked, sending a streak of ink across the pristine page. "Plotting insurrection, dear sister?" Julian, Viscount Lockhart, leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed and brow arched in amusement. His usually immaculate appearance was softened, cravat loosened, hair slightly disheveled, testament to the changes marriage had wrought upon him. "I distinctly heard muttering about propriety and damnation, which seems rather ambitious for the breakfast hour." Eleanor crumpled the ruined page, heat rising to her cheeks. "Do you knock in your own house, Julian, or is that courtesy reserved for others?" "Not when my sister is conspiring with stationery." He pushed away from the doorframe, approaching her desk with leisurely interest. "To whom are you writing that requires such colorful preamble?" "No one of consequence." She shifted to block his view, her ankle now fully healed after a month of recovery. Julian's smile took on the besotted quality that had become his permanent expression since his hasty marriage to Abby 3 weeks ago. The special license had raised eyebrows in society, but after the scandalous events at Rothbury Abbey, few dared comment openly on the speed with which the American butterfly collector had become Viscountess Lockhart. "You're looking particularly radiant this morning," Eleanor observed, deliberately changing the subject. "Marriage continues to agree with you, I see." "Transparently done, sister mine." Julian's eyes sparkled with genuine happiness. "Though yes, marriage agrees with me immensely, as it would with you should you deign to consider any of your suitors seriously. Don't trouble yourself. I have no intention of accepting any gentleman who requires winning." "Indeed." Julian's lips quirked. "How fortunate, then, that most men view courtship as a campaign rather than a negotiation." The door opened again, revealing Abby in a morning dress of pale blue, her scientific mind clearly evident in her assessing gaze. "Are you tormenting your sister again, Julian?" "Merely offering fraternal guidance," he replied, his entire demeanor softening at the sight of his wife. Abby crossed to Eleanor, her movements graceful as ever. "And how is our recovered horsewoman this morning? No lingering effects from your adventure?" "Thoroughly healed, despite Julian's dire predictions." Eleanor shot her brother a pointed look. "Though I maintain that my injury was entirely Lord Pembray's fault for nearly trampling me with his mount." "And not at all related to your standing where no spectator ought to be," Julian countered dryly. Abby settled on the window seat, sunlight illuminating her features. "I've been meaning to ask, Eleanor, have you reconsidered Lord Blackwood's score on my assessment scale? After his heroic rescue, perhaps he merits more than 6 points." Julian laughed. 6 points? Out of what possible total? 100, Abby and Eleanor replied in unison. "Good Lord." Julian shook his head. "That bad, that rigid," Abby corrected. "Although rescuing damsels in distress should earn him at least 2 additional points." Eleanor shuffled her papers, subtly covering the crumpled attempts at her letter. "Was there something particular you needed, Julian, or did you merely wish to interrupt my morning?" "Abby requested your company for tea in the blue drawing room. Lady Pembray is visiting with news of latest audits." His gaze narrowed on the inkwell and stack of parchment. "Though I'm curious what correspondence could possibly be more compelling than Lucy's gossip. She usually has you racing downstairs the moment her carriage is announced." "Nothing important." Eleanor stood, smoothing her morning dress. "Merely some thoughts on a book I've been reading. Reflections that demanded expression." Julian looked thoroughly unconvinced. "The last book that demanded your written reflections was that scandalous Byron affair, which resulted in a fortnight of Mother having vapors when she discovered your annotations." "The man is a poet, Julian. His work naturally inspires response. As I recall, your response involved questioning why the heroines in his poems didn't simply tell the brooding gentleman to— what was your delicate phrasing?" Ah, yes. Cease their melodramatic posturing and communicate like rational beings. A reasonable critique. Eleanor gathered her papers, tucking them into her desk drawer. Now, I believe Lady Pembrey awaits, and I wouldn't dare keep her from sharing whatever scandal has set tongues wagging this week. Julian stepped aside, allowing her to pass. Convenient timing, sister mine. Purely coincidental, I assure you. She cast him a brilliant smile as she slipped past. And Julian, do work on your knocking. One never knows what sort of compromising situations one might encounter in a house with newlyweds. She was rewarded by a flush creeping up his neck before she closed the door firmly behind her. You're plotting something, Abby murmured as they descended the stairs together. I recognize that particular gleam in your eyes. I have no idea what you mean. The same gleam you had before releasing those butterflies in Lady Harwick's conservatory. A scientific experiment, Eleanor protested. You yourself said painted ladies thrive in such environments. I did not, however, suggest liberating them during a musicale. Abby's eyes sparkled with humor. It was a fortnight before anyone would accept Lady Harwick's invitations. They paused at the landing, out of earshot from servants or visitors. Abby lowered her voice. Does your plotting involve a certain earl who scored a dismal 6 on my assessment? Eleanor felt heat rise to her cheeks. What a preposterous suggestion. Is it? Abby studied her with the careful observation of a true scientist. You've asked about him 3 times since Rothbury, and I notice you touch your ankle whenever his name arises in conversation. Because he bandaged it, Eleanor replied, too quickly. The memory is merely tactile. Indeed. Abby's smile suggested she remained unconvinced. Well, whatever your interest, I would caution you to proceed carefully. Men like Lord Blackwood wear propriety like armor, and for good reason. Eleanor's curiosity piqued. What reason? Abby glanced around to ensure they remained alone. Not all men are born rigid, Eleanor. Sometimes life shapes them thus. She squeezed Eleanor's arm gently. Just be careful. Lord Blackwood may be more complex than his 6 points suggest. With that enigmatic caution, Abby continued down the stairs, leaving Eleanor with more questions than answers. Come, Abby called over her shoulder. Lady Pembrey awaits, and we mustn't give Julian further cause for suspicion. That evening, with the household retired and corridors silent, Eleanor returned to her desk. Moonlight pooled across fresh parchment, supplementing the single candle she'd lit. This time, her quill moved with confidence. Lockhart House, London, May 15, 1816. Lord Blackwood, you must forgive this unexpected correspondence. I write to thank you for your assistance during my unfortunate injury at Rothbury Abbey. Your knowledge of proper treatment spared me considerably more discomfort, if not my dignity. She paused, contemplating propriety. A simple note of thanks would suffice. Anything more would be forward. Yet something about Lord Blackwood's eyes when he'd mentioned Italy had sparked her interest. Beneath his rigid propriety had lurked something almost like longing. London has returned to its usual rhythms following the excitement at Rothbury. I imagine you are now enjoying the splendors of Italy, which I have heard much about but never seen. Perhaps you might indulge my curiosity about your travels? I remain in London with little to entertain me beyond society gossip and the occasional scandal. Eleanor bit her lip, then added with sudden mischievous impulse. Speaking of which, you might be amused to learn that Lady Worthington appeared at the Pembrey's ball wearing a headdress of such extraordinary proportions that she nearly toppled forward during a quadrille. The feathers were so excessive that Lord Blackwood, not yourself, of course, but the elderly gentleman who shares your surname, remarked that she resembled a peacock that had suffered a particularly unfortunate accident. I do hope your journey has been pleasant thus far. Respectfully yours, Miss Eleanor Lockhart. Before she could reconsider, Eleanor folded the letter, melted crimson wax, and pressed her seal into the liquid pool. The Lockhart family crest, a shield with crossed swords and a falcon in flight, stared back like a challenge. She addressed it to his London residence, knowing it would be forwarded to Italy. Tomorrow it would join the morning's post, and that would be the end of it. A polite acknowledgement of assistance rendered nothing more. Why, then, did her heart race as though she'd done something truly scandalous? She opened the bottom drawer of her desk, where a rosewood box with mother-of-pearl inlay lay hidden beneath embroidery supplies she rarely touched. A gift from her American grandfather, it had once held her mother's treasured correspondence during her courtship with Eleanor's father. Now it would serve a new purpose. Eleanor placed a copy of her letter inside, hastily scrawled but containing the essence of her message. Should Lord Blackwood respond, this box would become the repository of their exchange. If not, well, at least she would have a record of her own boldness. As she closed the drawer, Eleanor found herself wondering what a man like Thomas Blackwood would make of her letter. Would he be scandalized, amused, or would he simply ignore it as beneath his dignity to acknowledge? She remembered the precise way his hands had wrapped around her ankle, the unexpected gentleness in his touch that contradicted everything else about him. A man of contradictions, indeed. 3 weeks passed with no response. Eleanor's letter faded from recent memory to occasional thought to dim recollection. Each passing day confirmed what she'd suspected. Lord Blackwood was far too proper to maintain a correspondence with a young lady of merely adequate acquaintance. His silence was the gentlemanly rebuke to her improper overture. She told herself she was not disappointed. Chapter 2, Villa Medici, Florence, June 1816. Thomas Blackwood, Earl of Blackwood, stared at the crisp parchment in his hands, his brow furrowed as sunlight streamed through tall windows, casting elongated shadows across the marble floor of his rented Florentine villa. The letter had arrived amidst a stack of correspondence forwarded from London, mostly business matters requiring his attention, estate concerns demanding decisions from across an ocean. But this unexpected missive with its distinctive feminine handwriting was something altogether different. He turned the letter over, studying the elegant seal once more before returning to its contents. A second reading did nothing to diminish his bewilderment. Miss Eleanor Lockhart, he murmured, the name tasting foreign on his tongue. A knock interrupted his contemplation. My lord? His valet appeared with a silver tray. Signor Bianchi has sent word that he awaits your decision about touring the Uffizi this afternoon. Thomas did not look up from the letter. Tell him I shall join him at 3. Very good, my lord. The valet hesitated, glancing at the correspondence spread across the massive desk. Shall I prepare a response to your steward regarding the tenant situation at Ravenswood? Yes, tell him to proceed as discussed. A polite cough. And the other matters requiring attention. Thomas finally raised his gaze, irritation flickering across his features. I shall deal with them presently, Harrison. That will be all. When the door closed, Thomas leaned back in his chair, the letter still in his hand. Miss Eleanor Lockhart, Julian's sister, the young woman with the twisted ankle at Rothbury Abbey. He recalled her more vividly than he cared to admit. Those remarkably violet eyes, the way her chin had tilted defiantly when he'd suggested she shouldn't know so much about horses. And now she had written to him, about feathered headdresses and peacocks of all things. The corner of his mouth threatened to lift before he mastered the impulse. Such an impulsive, improper thing, writing to a gentleman with whom she had barely more than a passing acquaintance. He should ignore it entirely. The proper course was clear. The ghost of his father rose unbidden in his thoughts, a shadow that had shaped his every decision for 20 years. Thomas set the letter down and reached for his pen, intent on completing the estate correspondence that actually mattered. Yet his gaze strayed repeatedly to Miss Lockhart's letter, to that particular phrase about Lady Worthington resembling a peacock that had suffered a particularly unfortunate accident. Utterly inappropriate, he muttered, though no one was present to hear him. Against his will, he recalled the moment at Rothbury when Miss Lockhart had demonstrated such surprising knowledge of Arabian bloodlines. The flicker of genuine interest in her eyes when he'd mentioned his breeding program. The way she had sat up straighter despite her injury when the thoroughbred had galloped past the window as though she longed to join it. Thomas rose abruptly, moving to the open window. Florence spread before him, the golden light of late afternoon gilding the terracotta rooftops and the gently flowing Arno. He had come to Italy for respite, for a change of scenery after years of rigid adherence to duty and propriety. Thus far, he had found only more of the same, scheduled tours of appropriate cultural landmarks, proper introductions to suitable European connections, restaurants deemed acceptable for English nobility. Signore Conte! The booming voice of Signor Bianchi carried up from the garden below. I see you brooding at your window like a tragic hero. Come down and let Florence seduce you properly. Thomas grimaced. The elderly artist had been recommended as a suitable instructor for architectural sketching, a respectable hobby for a gentleman. But Bianchi had proven to be as unpredictable as he was talented, frequently berating Thomas for his soulless precision. Your buildings have perfect angles but no spirit, he had declared yesterday, waving dismissively at Thomas's careful rendering of the Duomo. You draw like a mathematician, not an artist. Where is the passion, the feeling? Buildings do not have feelings, Signor, Thomas had replied stiffly. Ah, but the artist does. Bianchi had thumped his chest dramatically, or should, if he is not made of stone himself. Now, watching the colorful figure gesticulating in the garden, Thomas felt a flicker of something dangerously close to envy. How liberating it must be to live so unrestrained by the weight of other people's expectations. He turned back to the desk, to the letter from a young woman who had dared step outside the bounds of proper correspondence. One response would not signify, he said to the empty room, as though requiring witnesses to his rationalization. A simple acknowledgement, nothing more. With decisive movements that belied his inner hesitation, Thomas drew fresh paper toward him and began to write. As he crafted his careful response, Signor Bianchi's voice drifted up from the garden again. The light is perfect now, Signore. One cannot capture Florence from behind closed windows. Thomas paused, pen hovering above paper. Miss Lockhart's letter had mentioned curiosity about Italy. Perhaps. Before he could reconsider, he reached for his sketchbook, quickly executing a small rendering of the view from his window. The terracotta rooftops, the distant curve of the Arno, the cypress trees standing like sentinels against the golden sky. It was precise, technically sound, but as he studied it, he could almost hear Bianchi's criticism. Where is the soul? On impulse, Thomas slipped the sketch into his letter anyway. It was hardly his best work, but it offered something beyond mere words, something genuine, if imperfect. As he sealed the letter, Thomas couldn't help but wonder what Miss Eleanor Lockhart, with her defiant chin and unexpected knowledge of Arabian bloodlines, would make of his equally unexpected response. Would she be pleased? Surprised? Or would she simply file it away as a curiosity, a proper earl momentarily stepping outside the bounds of convention? The thought of her violet eyes scanning his words, of her fingers touching the sketch he had created, sent an unsettling warmth through his chest, a sensation dangerously close to anticipation. Most improper, he murmured to himself, even as he carefully addressed the envelope. June 1816, London and Florence. The rosewood letterbox sat open on Eleanor's escritoire, Lord Blackwood's unexpected response prominently displayed atop her stationery. Morning light streamed through parted curtains, turning the fine Italian paper golden, much like the Arno sunset he had described with such unexpected poetry. Eleanor traced his precise handwriting with a fingertip. An earl who sketches, she murmured, lips curving into a private smile. How delightfully contradictory. She pulled a fresh sheet of parchment forward, dipping her quill with decisive purpose. 2 false starts lay crumpled beside her inkwell, casualties of overthinking. This time she would simply write. The bedroom door flew open without warning. Correspondence before breakfast, Eleanor? Julian stood in the doorway, brow raised in mild curiosity. I begin to wonder if Byron's latest has inspired another scholarly critique. Eleanor casually slid Blackwood's letter beneath a book. Has marriage made you forget how to knock, brother, or perhaps Abby simply tolerates your barbaric habits out of affection? Deflection noted. Julian crossed to the window, casting a glance at her writing materials. Though I must admit, your sudden interest in letter writing is rather novel. First that note to Boston last month, and now this. Some of us maintain friendships through means other than hunting parties and clubrooms, Eleanor replied with artificial lightness. Her fingers arranged her quills into perfect alignment as she continued. You might try it sometime. Julian's mouth twitched. And who is fortunate enough to receive your written observations this morning? Another American acquaintance. My correspondence hardly merits such interrogation. Eleanor capped her inkwell with exaggerated care. Unless you've taken up reading private letters as a hobby? Perish the thought. Julian leaned against the windowsill, sunlight haloing his dark hair. Though I wouldn't object to meeting these fascinating friends who've suddenly captured my sister's attention. You've been surprisingly cheerful since that Boston letter arrived. The lie about Boston had been a convenient fiction when Julian had nearly discovered her original letter to Blackwood. Now it offered perfect cover. Miss Hamilton's observations on London society from an outsider's perspective are most entertaining. Americans have such refreshingly direct opinions. Like wife, like sister, Julian murmured, his expression softening. I'm pleased to see you engaging with Abby's countrymen, or countrywomen rather. Besides, what harm could possibly come from letters across an ocean? Eleanor stood, smoothing her morning dress with practiced nonchalance. None whatsoever, Julian agreed, though Mother might prefer you direct your attentions toward eligible gentlemen rather than distant correspondence. Eleanor fought the impulse to touch the hidden letter from a very eligible gentleman indeed. I'm sure Mother would prefer many things that shall never come to pass. That I don't doubt. Julian moved toward the door, pausing at the threshold. Oh, I nearly forgot why I came. Lady Harwick's ball tonight. We leave at 9. Apparently some American heiresses have arrived in London. Mother insists we make their acquaintance. How thrilling. Fresh blood for the marriage mart. Try to contain your enthusiasm, Julian called over his shoulder as he departed. Eleanor waited until his footsteps faded before retrieving Lord Blackwood's letter from beneath the book. Relief coursed through her that she hadn't needed to lie directly to Julian, merely allow him to believe a convenient fiction. She carefully placed the letter back in her rosewood box, her fingers lingering on the mother-of-pearl inlay. She reread the final lines of his letter, a smile tugging at her lips. I include a small sketch of the view from my villa. The Arno reflects the setting sun in a way that defies adequate description, though I have attempted to capture it. You will observe it is a poor effort. Signor Bianchi, my Italian drawing master, would declare it senza anima, without soul. He insists I learn to feel what I see rather than merely record it, a most foreign concept to an Englishman. Your observations regarding Lady Worthington's headdress provided unexpected amusement during an otherwise tedious afternoon of correspondence. Perhaps London society possesses more entertainment value than I had previously credited. Should you wish to satisfy further curiosity about Italian customs or landscapes, I remain your obedient servant, Thomas Blackwood. With renewed determination, Eleanor dipped her quill and began to write. Lockhart House, London, June 8, 1816. My dear Lord Blackwood, your description of the Arno at sunset transported me from rainy London to sun-drenched Florence. I confess I've spent several tedious dinner conversations imagining myself there instead, which has earned me a reputation for being distracted this season. A small price to pay for mental escape. I'm most intrigued that you sketch, a talent I wouldn't have expected from such a proper earl. Perhaps Italy awakens artistic inclinations in even the most disciplined of English gentlemen? I should like to see more of your attempts someday, successful or otherwise. London society drowns in its usual tedium. The same balls, the same conversations, the same gentlemen making the same dull observations about the weather. Lady Worthington has replaced her feathered catastrophe with a turban of such architectural complexity that she required 2 footmen to assist her through doorways at the Rutland Music Hall. Progress of a sort, I suppose. Since you've graciously offered to share your observations, I shall brazenly request specific details. What do Italian ladies wear to evening engagements? Is conversation there as painfully circumscribed as in London? Do Italian gentlemen discuss anything beyond hunting and horse racing? Most importantly, are you finding Italy as liberating as you hoped, or does English propriety follow one across the channel, like a persistent shadow? Forgive my impertinent questions. Julian insists my curiosity borders on interrogation, a charge to which I must plead guilty. Awaiting tales from abroad, Eleanor Lockhart. Chapter 3, Tuscan Countryside, July 1816. Thomas Blackwood stood at the edge of the Boboli Gardens, sketchbook abandoned on the stone bench behind him. Florence stretched below, a terracotta sea beneath an azure sky so vivid it seemed almost theatrical. No, no, Signore Conte. Signor Bianchi waved gnarled hands in exasperation. You cannot capture the soul of Florence by measuring each roof tile. The city breathes. She lives. She must be felt here. He thumped his chest dramatically. Not calculated like your English ledgers. Thomas suppressed a sigh. I merely suggested the perspective might be improved with proper attention to proportions. Proportions, the elderly artist spat the word like a curse. Did Michelangelo concern himself with proportions when he carved David? The soul, signore, the spirit that lives in the stone, in the city. I believe Michelangelo was quite methodical about proportions, actually, Thomas murmured, but Signor Bianchi had already bustled away toward another vantage point, muttering Italian imprecations about English sensibilities. Thomas retrieved his sketchbook, examining his latest attempt. The lines were precise, the angles mathematically sound, and yet the drawing possessed none of the golden warmth, none of the vibrant life of the city before him. It was Florence rendered as architecture rather than poetry. Perhaps the old man has a point, he conceded to himself. A flash of violet intruded upon his thoughts, the exact shade of Miss Lockhart's remarkable eyes as she had looked up at him from the settee at Rothbury, challenging his assumptions about her knowledge of Arabian bloodlines. He could still recall the precise tilt of her chin, the spark of intelligence that had momentarily pierced his carefully maintained propriety. Thinking of a lady, signor? Bianchi had reappeared, eyeing him shrewdly. You have the look of a man haunted by feminine eyes. Thomas stiffened. I was considering your advice about perspective. Ah, perspective, yes. Bianchi clapped his hands together. The secret is to see not just with your eyes, but with your heart. Look there. He gestured toward the Duomo rising above the city. What do you see? The cathedral dome, Brunelleschi's masterpiece. Bianchi made a disgusted noise. No, no. Anyone can see stone and mortar. What do you feel when you look at it? How does it make your blood sing? This is what you must capture. Thomas frowned. Art is not about feeling. It's about observation and technique. Mamma mia. Bianchi clutched dramatically at his chest. No wonder your sketches are as dry as English toast. You look but do not see. You draw but do not express. He jabbed a gnarled finger toward Thomas's chest. What waits in here, Signore Conte? What fire burns beneath this proper English ice? Thomas stepped back, discomfited by the old man's perception. I believe that's enough instruction for today. Thank you for your guidance. Bianchi's eyes narrowed, but he offered a graceful bow. As you wish, but remember, Signor, Florence reveals herself only to those who court her with passion, not precision. Later, alone in his villa, Thomas found himself drawn to his desk where Miss Lockhart's latest letter lay, the feminine script, a stark contrast to the rigid columns of estate figures beside it. He broke the seal once more, surrendering to a compulsion he'd been fighting since its arrival. Her words seemed to carry her voice across the distance between them, teasing and curious and refreshingly direct, so unlike the calculated flatteries of London debutantes or the proper banalities of society matrons. Miss Lockhart wrote as she spoke, with intelligence and wit that made no apology for itself. Thomas set the letter down, disturbed by how often his thoughts strayed to its author. He had responded to her initial letter out of courtesy, nothing more. Yet here he was, anticipating her correspondence with unseemly eagerness, finding himself composing responses in his head at odd moments throughout the day. This must stop, he murmured to the empty room. And yet, when he sat at his desk that evening, it was not a state business that occupied his attention, but a fresh sheet of paper and thoughts of violet eyes. Villa Medici, Florence, June 26, 1816. Miss Lockhart, your inquiries regarding Italian society arrive most fortuitously, as I have just returned from what my hosts assured me was a modest gathering, but which rivaled any London ball in both scale and splendor. To address your specific curiosities, Italian ladies dress with a freedom English society would find shocking: lower necklines, brighter colors, and far fewer layers despite the heat. Conversation ranges well beyond weather and hunting. Indeed, I found myself struggling to contribute to passionate debates about art, music, and even politics. subjects considered too controversial for English drawing rooms. As for Italian gentlemen, they gesticulate with an enthusiasm that would cause consternation at whites, and they speak of their emotions with a frankness that would render an English gentleman mute with horror. They laughed openly at my formal bow, insisting on embracing like brothers instead. You ask if I find Italy liberating. I confess I have been more observer than participant thus far. Signor Bianchi, my drawing master, who possesses talent in inverse proportion to his patience, berates me daily for my English stiffness and insists I cannot truly see Italy until I allow myself to feel it. Yesterday, in a moment of uncharacteristic impulse, I abandoned a scheduled tour of appropriate architectural sites to sketch a group of children racing paper boats along a canal. Signor Bianchi declared it my first honest drawing. I remain uncertain whether this constitutes progress or deterioration. I enclose this small effort for your assessment, along with a pressed olive leaf from the grove beyond my villa. The Italian air carries its scent everywhere, a constant reminder that I am far from England's green restraint. Your servant, Thomas Blackwood. P.S. Should your brother inquire about our correspondence, please be assured I shall maintain appropriate discretion. His quill hesitated over that final sentence. It acknowledged the impropriety of their exchange while simultaneously encouraging its continuation, a contradiction worthy of Signor Bianchi's Italian logic. Nevertheless, Thomas included it, along with his sketch of the children at play, a drawing that contained, to his private discomfort, more feeling than technique. Lady Harwick's ballroom glittered with diamond-bright nobility and velvet-dark ambition. Eleanor glided along its periphery, a carefully neutral smile fixed upon her face as she tallied the minutes until a respectable departure might be achieved. Miss Lockhart, you look absolutely enchanting this evening. Eleanor suppressed a sigh as Lord Carrington materialized beside her, his smile as practiced as his compliments. His evening attire was impeccable, his cravat a masterpiece of complex folds that belied the whispered rumors of his financial distress. Lord Carrington. Eleanor offered the barest hint of a curtsy, her smile perfectly calibrated between civility and coolness. How delightful to see you in such high spirits. His eyes brightened with practiced charm. Miss Lockhart, a vision as always. Might I hope for a dance this evening? I fear my card is uncommonly full. Eleanor unfurled her fan with a delicate flick of her wrist, the motion exposing the pristine, unmarked dance card dangling from her wrist. Such a pity. Perhaps a promenade about the room, then? He leaned slightly closer, his cologne overwhelming the subtle floral notes in the air. I've been hoping for a moment of your company. Eleanor adjusted her gloves, her gaze drifting meaningfully toward Miss Edwards across the ballroom. Your hopes seem remarkably portable, my lord. They traveled from Miss Edwards to my direction with impressive swiftness. I assure you, my admiration for you is singular. His smile remained fixed, though something calculating flickered in his eyes. Indeed? Eleanor tapped her closed fan against her palm, the quiet rhythm punctuating her words. I understand Lord Pembrey was remarking only yesterday how singular your attention to detail can be, particularly regarding certain obligations. The muscle in his jaw tightened, though his smile never wavered. Lord Pembrey has always been most observant, as are many in London society. Eleanor tilted her head slightly, her expression one of perfect innocence. I find it most educational to observe the mathematics of social connections. A flush crept above his immaculate cravat. Mathematics, Miss Lockhart? Indeed. Values and worth are such fascinating concepts, don't you agree? Eleanor's fan opened with practiced precision, her eyes meeting his over its ivory edge. Though I've always found true value lies beyond mere numbers. Lord Carrington's smile stiffened. You speak in riddles, Miss Lockhart. Do I? Eleanor's smile remained pleasant, though her eyes conveyed volumes. How curious. I thought I was being perfectly clear. Now, if you'll excuse me. She turned with precise grace, the silk of her gown whispering against the polished floor, as Lord Carrington stood momentarily frozen in her wake, the pleasant mask of his expression slipping just enough to reveal the calculation beneath. Before she'd gone 3 steps, Abby appeared at her side, her amber silk gown complementing the warm tones of her chestnut hair. Eleanor, darling, your mother is looking for you. The Edgewood sisters have arrived. With a graceful curtsy to the fuming lord, Eleanor allowed Abby to lead her through the crowded ballroom. "That was masterfully subtle," Abby murmured, though her eyes danced with amusement. "Poor Lord Carrington looked as though you'd presented his account books in the middle of the dance floor." "I haven't the faintest idea what you mean." Eleanor squeezed Abby's arm gratefully. "Thank you for the rescue, though I had the conversation quite in hand." "Oh, I know. I intervened for his sake, not yours." Abby guided them toward where the Dowager Viscountess Lockhart stood with a small group by the refreshment table. "Your mother actually is looking for you, though. Apparently, these American heiresses are quite the sensation." Eleanor followed Abby's gaze to where two young women stood beside an older matron. The girls were lovely in an exotic, vibrant way. One with striking chestnut hair and intelligent hazel eyes, the other with unusual golden red locks and a gaze that seemed to miss nothing. "Fresh blood for the marriage mart," Eleanor murmured, echoing her earlier words to Julian. "I almost feel sorry for them." "Be kind," Abby chided gently. "I recall how daunting London society seemed when I first arrived. You had Julian besotted within a fortnight. After nearly ruining both our reputations," Abby reminded her with a meaningful arch of her brow. "Perhaps these girls will manage a smoother entry." As they approached, Eleanor's mother beckoned imperiously. "There you are, Eleanor. Come meet our American visitors. Mrs. Prudence Edgewood, may I present my daughter, Miss Eleanor Lockhart, and my daughter-in-law, Lady Lockhart." Mrs. Edgewood was a handsome woman of middle years, with shrewd eyes and an ambitious set to her jaw. "Charmed, I'm sure. My daughters, Miss Charlotte Edgewood," she indicated the elder with chestnut hair, "and Miss Amelia Edgewood." The sisters curtsied with practiced grace, though Eleanor detected a flicker of wariness in Charlotte's intelligent gaze. "We're delighted to make your acquaintance," Eleanor said, genuinely curious about these newcomers. "How are you finding London thus far?" "Excessively damp," Amelia replied promptly, earning a sharp look from her mother. "But architecturally magnificent," she added with a diplomatic smile. Charlotte's lips twitched. "What my sister means is that we're enchanted by London's history and culture, if not its weather." "The rain does take some adjustment," Abby agreed, "though it's what gives us such magnificent gardens." Mrs. Edgewood surveyed the ballroom with the calculating eye of a general assessing a battlefield. "Lady Harwick has been most gracious in introducing us to society, though I must say, English gentlemen seem rather reserved compared to their American counterparts." "Our men mistake solemnity for sophistication," Eleanor said, earning another sharp look, this time from her own mother, "though they generally improve upon acquaintance." "Eleanor prefers directness to decorum," the Dowager Viscountess explained with a tight smile, "a quality she has yet to outgrow." "I find it refreshing," Charlotte Edgewood said quietly. "In Boston, conversation often feels like navigating a minefield of unspoken expectations." "Then you'll find London society positively explosive," Eleanor replied, warming to the elder sister. "Here, the expectations aren't merely unspoken. They're positively ancient, passed down like heirlooms from one generation to the next." Amelia leaned forward with sudden interest. "Is it true that a lady can be ruined by walking with a gentleman without a chaperone? Our cousin warned us about the absurdity of English propriety, but we thought she must be exaggerating." "Amelia," Mrs. Edgewood hissed, "such questions are not appropriate." "Yet entirely valid," Eleanor countered, ignoring her mother's warning glance. "And yes, technically a lady's reputation can be damaged by such an innocent act, though it usually requires witnesses with particular dedication to gossip." Charlotte's eyes sparkled with unexpected humor. "In that case, we shall have to ensure our improprieties occur far from prying eyes." "Charlotte," her mother looked positively scandalized. Eleanor laughed, a genuine sound that turned several heads nearby. "Miss Edgewood, I believe you and I shall get along splendidly." The arrival of Julian beside them prevented further scandalous conversation. He bowed to the Edgewoods with practiced charm. "Ladies, welcome to London. I trust my mother and sister are making you feel at home." "Your sister is most enlightening," Mrs. Edgewood replied, her tone suggesting this was not entirely a compliment. Julian's gaze slid to Eleanor, who smiled innocently. "How wonderful. Eleanor has always been remarkably educational." I was explaining the finer points of English propriety, Eleanor said sweetly, and the dire consequences of walking unchaperoned with gentlemen. A lesson I'm sure Miss Edgewood will take to heart, Julian replied smoothly, though the warning in his eyes was clear. Perhaps you might enlighten them about English dancing instead? I believe the first set is forming. As if on cue, the orchestra struck the opening notes of a quadrille. The crowd began to shift. Partners sought and found amid the flutter of fans and exchange of meaningful glances. "Do you dance, Miss Edgewood?" Julian asked, addressing Charlotte. "Tolerably well, or so I'm told," she replied, a becoming flush rising to her cheeks. "Then perhaps you might honor me?" He extended his hand with the practiced grace of a man accustomed to leading ladies onto the dance floor. Eleanor watched with interest as Charlotte placed her gloved fingers in Julian's palm. There was something refreshing about the American girl's direct gaze, the way she met Julian's eyes without coquettish fluttering or affected shyness. "I believe I see Lord Pembrey signaling for you, Lady Lockhart," the Dowager Viscountess said pointedly to Abby. "And Eleanor, surely some gentleman awaits you for the set." "None that I've accepted," Eleanor replied cheerfully. "I thought I might keep Miss Amelia company during this dance, since her sister has abandoned her." Mrs. Edgewood's expression suggested this was not the outcome she had hoped for, but before she could intervene, Lord Carrington reappeared, clearly having recovered his composure. "Miss Edgewood," he bowed elegantly before Amelia, "might I have the honor of this dance?" Amelia glanced uncertainly at her mother, who nodded encouragement. With a slightly apprehensive smile, the younger Edgewood allowed Lord Carrington to lead her toward the dance floor. "Such a distinguished gentleman," Mrs. Edgewood murmured, watching them go. "Is he well connected?" "Exceedingly," Eleanor replied, deliberately omitting his financial difficulties. "Lord Carrington is connected to everyone of consequence in London, particularly moneylenders." The Dowager Viscountess seized Eleanor's arm with subtle but unmistakable force. "Eleanor, dear, I believe Lady Pembrey was asking after you. Shall we join her?" As her mother led her away, Eleanor cast a backward glance at Amelia's vibrant figure moving through the quadrille with Lord Carrington. His attentive smile made something protective stir in Eleanor's chest, a recognition of the calculating gleam in his eyes that seemed entirely lost on Mrs. Edgewood. "What was that remark about moneylenders?" the Dowager hissed once they were beyond earshot. "Really, Eleanor, your tongue will be the ruin of us all." "I merely offered accurate information," Eleanor replied with feigned innocence. "Surely the Edgewoods should know the full measure of potential suitors." "It is not your place to meddle in such matters." Her mother's eyes narrowed. "Lord Carrington comes from an excellent family. His temporary financial embarrassments are hardly relevant to his suitability." "On the contrary, mother, for a fortune hunter, financial embarrassment is the entirety of his suitability." The Dowager's lips compressed into a thin line. "Not another word, Eleanor. Miss Edgewood's affairs are her family's concern, not yours." As the evening progressed, Eleanor watched with growing unease as Lord Carrington devoted himself exclusively to Amelia Edgewood. The younger sister bloomed under his practiced attentions, clearly charmed by his polished manners and carefully crafted compliments. During a pause between dances, Eleanor found herself beside Charlotte Edgewood at the refreshment table. "Your sister seems quite taken with Lord Carrington," Eleanor observed, accepting a cup of punch. Charlotte's intelligent gaze assessed the couple across the room. "Amelia is easily enchanted by novelty, though I confess Lord Carrington presents a striking figure." "Indeed." Eleanor sipped her punch, choosing her words with care. "His family estate is similarly striking, particularly its encumbrances." Charlotte's eyes sharpened with interest. "Encumbrances?" "Mortgaged to the hilt, if one believes the whispers at White's." Eleanor kept her voice casual, though I'm sure that's entirely unrelated to his sudden interest in newly arrived American heiresses. "I see." Charlotte studied her punch cup with scientific precision. "How illuminating." "Merely an observation." Eleanor smiled. "I find mathematics quite fascinating, don't you? The careful calculation of assets and liabilities, the precise balance of risk and reward." A slow smile spread across Charlotte's face. "Indeed, I've always had a particular fondness for numbers myself. My father insisted his daughters understand business as thoroughly as his sons. How progressive of him. Necessarily so. Charlotte's gaze drifted back to her sister. Our family's fortune comes from manufacturing, steam engines, and textile machinery, hardly the romantic source English nobility might prefer, but substantial nonetheless. Which explains Lord Carrington's ardent attentions, Eleanor murmured, and my mother's equally ardent encouragement. Charlotte sighed. She's determined to secure titled husbands for both of us before the season ends, preferably earls or higher. While your sister dances with fortune hunters and you discuss mathematics at the refreshment table. Eleanor laughed softly. Not promising beginnings for your mother's campaign. No, indeed, Charlotte agreed, her eyes sparkling with unexpected mischief, though I suspect you might be a more dangerous influence on our season than any fortune hunter. Me? I am propriety personified. Of course, Charlotte's smile widened, and I am merely a shy, retiring American wallflower. Eleanor raised her cup in a subtle toast. To wallflowers, then, far more interesting than the showy blooms at the center of the garden. To wallflowers, Charlotte echoed, though I suspect you've never been relegated to the sidelines in your life, Miss Lockhart. Only by choice, Eleanor admitted. The view is so much more educational from the periphery. By the time the carriage returned them to Lockhart House in the early hours of the morning, Eleanor had formed a definite impression of the Edgewood sisters. Charlotte, the elder, possessed a scientific mind and keen intelligence that she carefully concealed beneath proper manners. Amelia, the younger, combined artistic sensibility with romantic notions that made her dangerously susceptible to practiced charm. You seemed quite taken with the American girls, Abby observed as they climbed the stairs to their bedchambers, Julian having remained behind at his club. Charlotte especially, Eleanor admitted. She has a mathematical mind that would scandalize her mother if fully revealed. And Amelia is already half in love with Lord Carrington, Eleanor sighed, which will end badly unless someone intervenes. Abby raised an eyebrow. And you're volunteering for this intervention? Someone should warn her about fortune hunters. It might as well be me. Because you're so experienced in matters of the heart? Abby's tone was gently teasing. Eleanor felt her cheeks warm. Because I recognize calculation when I see it, unlike most of these sheltered debutantes. Abby studied her with scientific interest. Speaking of correspondence, has your Boston friend written again recently? The sudden change of subject caught Eleanor off guard. Yes, just last week. Curious. Julian mentioned forwarding a letter from Italy to you yesterday, Abby said casually. Something about sketch paper making the envelope distinctively thick. Eleanor froze, her heart suddenly hammering against her ribs. Did he examine it? Of course not, though he did remark on the aristocratic handwriting. Abby's expression softened. Eleanor, whatever you're involved in. It's nothing improper, Eleanor interrupted hastily. Merely unconventional. Like releasing butterflies during a music hall? Eleanor managed a weak smile. Less disruptive, I assure you. I hope so. Abby squeezed her hand gently. Just be careful. Even unconventional correspondence can have very conventional consequences if discovered. With that cryptic warning, Abby retired to her chambers, leaving Eleanor to contemplate the precarious balance between propriety and impulse, and how quickly one might topple into the other. In her room, Eleanor retrieved her rosewood box from its hiding place, running her fingers over the mother-of-pearl inlay before opening it. Inside lay Thomas Blackwood's letters, now 3 in total, each bearing evidence of multiple readings in their slightly softened creases. She extracted his latest, unfolding it carefully to study the sketch of Italian children playing with paper boats. Unlike his first architectural drawing, this one possessed a vibrant energy, capturing the children's movements with unexpected warmth. She could almost hear their laughter, feel the Italian sunshine on their faces. Signor Bianchi declared it my first honest drawing, he had written. I remain uncertain whether this constitutes progress or deterioration. Progress, Eleanor whispered to the empty room, tracing the lines with a gentle fingertip. Definitely progress. She carefully returned the letter to its place and closed the box, her thoughts turning to Charlotte Edgewood's predicament. A brilliant mind constrained by society's expectations, an American heiress pursued for her fortune rather than herself. There was a kinship there that Eleanor couldn't ignore. Perhaps, she thought as she prepared for bed, it was time to form alliances beyond correspondence. A mathematical mind, a romantic heart, and Eleanor's own practical directness might prove a formidable combination against London society's more predatory elements. She fell asleep contemplating this possibility, her dreams filled with Italian sunshine, paper boats, and the unexpected warmth of a proper earl's evolving sketches. Chapter 4, July 1816, London. I propose we form an alliance. Eleanor's declaration hung in the air of the Lockhart House library, where Charlotte and Amelia Edgewood sat amid a fortress of books. Late morning sunlight filtered through tall windows, dust motes dancing in golden beams that fell across the Persian carpet. Charlotte lowered her volume on English architecture, one eyebrow arched with scientific precision. An alliance? How intriguingly militant, Miss Lockhart. Eleanor, please. She leaned forward, abandoning proper posture for earnest intensity. And yes, militant is precisely the appropriate term. We are, after all, at war. Amelia glanced up from her sketchbook, where she'd been capturing the library's ornate ceiling in delicate pencil strokes. War with whom, exactly? I wasn't aware we'd made enemies already. We've only been in London 3 weeks. Not enemies, predators. Eleanor's gaze fixed pointedly on Amelia. Like Lord Carrington, who has attended every event you've appeared at since Lady Harwick's ball. A becoming flush spread across Amelia's cheeks. Lord Carrington has been perfectly charming. Indeed, charm is his primary instrument of acquisition. Eleanor crossed to a side table where refreshments awaited, pouring tea with decisive movements. His coffers are as empty as his compliments are excessive. That's a rather serious accusation, Charlotte observed, though her tone suggested consideration rather than dismissal. It's a mathematical certainty. Eleanor handed each sister a cup of tea. His estate has been mortgaged twice over, his tailor threatens to cut him off, and his mother's jewels were quietly sold last season. Yet he maintains appearances and courts American heiresses with singular determination. Charlotte set her cup down with a gentle clink. You've been investigating him. Merely observing, Eleanor corrected, and listening to what others observe. Lord Carrington is hardly the first gentleman to view American fortunes as the solution to English debts. You believe he's been pursuing me because of our father's money? Amelia's fingers tightened around her teacup. Eleanor's expression softened. I believe he recognized an opportunity. Your beauty and artistic sensibility would attract any gentleman of taste. But it's the combination with your fortune that makes you irresistible to gentlemen of ambition. You seem remarkably well informed about our financial situation, Charlotte noted, her scientific mind clearly calculating possibilities. My sister-in-law is American, Eleanor reminded them. Boston society may be more reserved than New York, but information travels, and the arrival of the Edgewood shipping heiresses caused quite a stir among certain gentlemen. Charlotte sighed, setting aside her book entirely. Mother has been rather effusive about our prospects. Particularly to anyone with a title, Amelia added, her earlier flush fading to thoughtful paleness. Hence my proposal. Eleanor settled back into her chair, arranging her skirts with casual precision. An alliance, a pact between us to protect each other from fortune hunters, matchmaking mamas, and the general predations of London society. A revolutionary concept, Charlotte murmured, though her eyes had begun to gleam with interest. What would this alliance entail precisely? Information sharing, strategic interventions, mutual support. Eleanor's lips curved into a mischievous smile. And the occasional well-executed scheme when circumstances demand. Schemes? Amelia perked up, her artistic temperament clearly intrigued by the dramatic possibilities. What sort of schemes? Whatever proves necessary to ensure we're not pushed into unwanted matches or manipulated by those with ulterior motives. Eleanor leaned forward again, lowering her voice conspiratorially. London society operates on invisible machinery far more complex than your father's ships. I propose we learn to operate it rather than be crushed within its gears. Charlotte studied Eleanor with newfound appreciation. A mechanical approach to social navigation. Fascinating. But why would you need such an alliance? Amelia questioned. You're not an heiress. You're already established in society, yet still subject to its constraints. Eleanor's expression tightened momentarily. My mother aspires to see me properly wedded before the year ends, preferably to someone with more title than sense and more property than personality. Not unlike our mother's aspirations for us, Charlotte observed. Precisely. Eleanor nodded. Different continents, identical ambitions. Amelia twisted a golden red curl around her finger, her artistic soul clearly troubled. But Lord Carrington, he recited poetry, he compared my eyes to stars. And your fortune to salvation, I expect, though perhaps not allowed. Eleanor's tone gentled. I don't mean to cause pain, Amelia, but better minor disillusionment now than major heartbreak later. A silence fell, broken only by the ticking of the mantel clock and the distant sounds of London traffic beyond the library windows. The Edgewood sisters exchanged a long look, some unspoken communication passing between them. Finally, Charlotte turned to Eleanor. What would you call this proposed coalition? A smile blossomed across Eleanor's face. The Wallflower Alliance. Wallflowers? Amelia's nose wrinkled slightly. But we're not wallflowers. At least, I don't think we are. Precisely why it's perfect, Eleanor explained. No one suspects wallflowers of scheming. No one watches the edges of the ballroom for strategic alliances. We'll hide in plain sight, appearing to conform while quietly subverting. Charlotte's scientific mind had clearly engaged with the concept. A logical approach, operating from a position of perceived weakness while actually leveraging combined intelligence. And what would be our first operation? Amelia asked, clearly warming to the notion, despite her initial defense of Lord Carrington. Eleanor leaned forward, eyes alight with strategic purpose. I propose a test, one that will reveal Lord Carrington's true motives while protecting Amelia's dignity. What sort of test? Charlotte asked, her analytical mind clearly intrigued. We circulate a very specific rumor, Eleanor explained, suggesting that American maritime fortunes are bound by unique inheritance laws that prevent access to the principal by non-American spouses. The fortune can only be fully accessed if married to an American-born husband. But that's entirely false, Charlotte said, her brow furrowing. Precisely. Eleanor's smile turned decidedly feline. If Lord Carrington's interest is genuine, such a rumor would make no difference to his pursuit. If, however, his primary attraction is to the Edgewood fortune, he would withdraw his attentions immediately, Amelia finished, her expression falling slightly. It's a perfect empirical test, Charlotte murmured, clearly appreciating the elegance of the approach, one that reveals intention without direct confrontation. And if he fails the test? Amelia asked quietly. Eleanor reached across to squeeze her hand. Then you will have been spared an alliance with a man who valued your dowry above your character, and we will find you a gentleman worthy of both. Amelia nodded slowly, her artistic temperament wrestling with romantic disillusionment. I suppose a test is reasonable, though I still hope he passes. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst, Charlotte advised, ever practical. And speaking of preparation, how do we disseminate this rumor effectively? Eleanor's lips curved into a conspiratorial smile. Leave that to me. Lady Pembrey's musicale tonight will provide the perfect opportunity. Later that evening, Eleanor glided through Lady Pembrey's crowded music room with practiced grace, exchanging pleasantries and dropping carefully crafted hints about American inheritance restrictions. The Wallflower Alliance had strategically positioned themselves at different points throughout the gathering. Charlotte near the refreshment table where gossip flowed as freely as punch, Amelia at the pianoforte where her artistic talents drew admiring audiences, and Eleanor circulating with deliberate purpose. Oh yes, she murmured to Lady Harwick, her voice pitched to carry just far enough. I understand American shipping fortunes are particularly complex. My sister-in-law mentioned that their inheritance laws include provisions about foreign-born spouses, something about protecting the capital from leaving American shores. How fascinating, Lady Harwick replied, her eyes gleaming with the acquisition of fresh gossip. One wonders if the Edgewood girl's mother is aware of such complications. I believe it's precisely why she's been so encouraging of their American cousins visiting London simultaneously, Eleanor improvised smoothly, to provide appropriate matrimonial options should English gentlemen prove. unsuitable. As anticipated, Lady Harwick drifted away to share this intriguing information with her next conversation partner. Eleanor caught Charlotte's eye across the room, exchanging a subtle nod of acknowledgement as the whispers spread like ripples in a pond. Lord Carrington stood near the pianoforte, his attention apparently fixed on Amelia's performance. But Eleanor noted how his head tilted slightly toward a nearby conversation where the words American fortunes and restricted access drifted in diplomatic undertones. The test had been set. Now they needed only wait for the results. They didn't have to wait long. By the end of the musicale, Lord Carrington had migrated away from Amelia's vicinity, suddenly discovering urgent business with a visiting naval officer on the other side of the room. When the time came to bid their hostess farewell, he offered Amelia only the most perfunctory bow instead of his usual effusive compliments and request to call the following day. Test concluded, Charlotte murmured as their carriage rolled away from Lady Pembrey's townhouse. Hypothesis confirmed. Amelia sat quietly, her gloved hands folded in her lap. I suppose I should thank you for saving me from potential heartbreak. Eleanor reached across to squeeze her hand. You deserve a gentleman who cherishes your artistic soul, not merely your father's bank accounts. Though it remains to be determined if such a paragon exists in London society, Charlotte observed dryly. We shall simply have to continue our investigations. Eleanor replied with a determined smile. The Wallflower Alliance has only just begun its work. The following afternoon found Eleanor in her chamber, the rosewood box open before her as she penned her reply to Lord Blackwood's latest letter. His increasingly candid observations about Italian society and his own evolving perspectives had sparked a similar openness in her own correspondence. Lockhart House, London, July 10, 1816. My dear Lord Blackwood, your equestrian adventure delighted me beyond measure. I suspect your Italian mount recognized a kindred spirit beneath that proper English exterior, one yearning for unexpected vantage points and unplanned discoveries. Your sketch suggests you might be developing what Signor Bianchi would call anima at last. The freedom in your lines speaks volumes about your evolving relationship with Italy. You'll think me terribly impulsive, but I've just helped form what we've dubbed the Wallflower Alliance, a strategic coalition with the Edgewood sisters from Boston. Our first operation, I confess with some embarrassment, involved circulating false information about American inheritance laws to test whether a certain Lord C pursues the younger Miss Edgewood for her fortune or her character. I find myself strangely anxious about your reaction to such a scheme. Will the proper Lord Blackwood, who left England months ago, condemn our deception? Or has Italy softened your views on necessary subterfuge in the face of mercenary intentions? I shall understand completely if you find our methods shocking. Indeed, I'm rather shocked at my own boldness. Yet there is something immensely satisfying about protecting these girls from fortune hunters, something that feels more meaningful than the endless rounds of social engagements that constitute a proper lady's existence. I wonder, do you find your artistic pursuits similarly satisfying, something that engages more of your true self than the proper duties of an earl? With curious anticipation of your response, Eleanor's. She sealed the letter with a sense of nervous anticipation. Each exchange with Lord Blackwood ventured further beyond the bounds of proper correspondence, yet she found herself increasingly unwilling to retreat to safer topics. His responses had begun to feel essential, a connection to a man evolving in parallel to her own quiet rebellion against society's constraints. Would he disapprove of the Wallflower Alliance's methods? The thought troubled her more than she cared to admit. Somehow, his good opinion had become unexpectedly important, despite, or perhaps because of, the great distance between them. A knock at her door sent Eleanor hurrying to tuck the letter into her skirt pocket, the rosewood box hastily closed and returned to its drawer. Enter, she called, arranging her features into practiced innocence. Julian appeared in the doorway, his expression hovering between amusement and suspicion. There you are. I expected to find you with your American friends again. The Edgewoods had prior commitments today, Eleanor replied, moving away from her desk with deliberate casualness. Did you need me for something? Julian advanced into the room, his gaze drifting briefly to her desk before returning to her face. "I've noticed something curious, sister mine." "Oh?" Eleanor maintained a neutral expression despite the sudden acceleration of her pulse. Lord Carrington was most attentive to Miss Amelia Edgewood at every gathering last week, yet last night at Lady Pembry's musicale, he barely acknowledged her existence. Julian's tone was conversational, but his eyes were shrewd. An abrupt change, wouldn't you say? Eleanor kept her voice light. "I hardly make it my business to track Lord Carrington's attentions." "No." Julian settled into a nearby chair with the comfortable entitlement of the master of the house. "What about mysterious rumors regarding American inheritance laws? Rumors that seem to originate shortly before Lord Carrington's change of heart." Heat crept up Eleanor's neck. "Society gossip changes direction with the wind. I'm sure I wouldn't know anything about American legal matters." "Curious, since Abby reports you spent the entire afternoon before the musicale questioning her about exactly such topics." Julian's expression was knowing. "Tell me, sister, when did you develop such passion for international inheritance law?" "Is there a particular point to this interrogation?" Eleanor asked, straightening her shoulders defensively. Julian leaned forward, his expression unexpectedly serious. "Eleanor, I know you. When you develop that particular gleam in your eye, schemes inevitably follow. Whatever you're plotting with the Edgewood sisters—" "We're merely forming friendships," Eleanor interrupted. "Is that so suspicious?" "When it involves you, invariably." But his tone had softened, affection evident beneath the exasperation. "Just promise me you're not involving yourself in matters that could lead to scandal. Mother's nerves couldn't withstand another Lockhart creating a sensation." The irony of his statement, coming from the man who had married an American butterfly collector amidst considerable scandal, was not lost on Eleanor. "I promise to be the very model of discretion." Julian seemed only partially convinced. "And these frequent letters, they're truly to Boston?" For a heartbeat, Eleanor considered confession. Julian had always been her closest confidant before his marriage. But revealing her correspondence with Lord Blackwood would force him to take action as her guardian, action that would almost certainly include ending their exchange. "Of course," she said instead, the lie bitter on her tongue despite its necessity. "Where else would they be going?" Julian held her gaze a moment longer before sighing in apparent surrender. "Very well. Keep your secrets, little sister. But remember that I'm here should you need an ally in whatever schemes you're hatching." "I shall remember." Eleanor smiled, genuine despite her deception, though I maintain there are no schemes, merely correspondence. After Julian departed, Eleanor retrieved the rosewood box once more. She traced the mother-of-pearl inlay thoughtfully, guilt mingling with resolve. The deception troubled her, not because of any moral qualm about corresponding with Lord Blackwood, but because it required lying to Julian. Yet what choice did she have? Society's rules left no room for genuine connection outside approved channels. Her correspondence with Thomas, she had begun thinking of him by his given name in her thoughts, if not her letters, offered something increasingly precious: understanding without judgment, connection without constraint. The Wallflower Alliance would protect the Edgewood sisters from fortune hunters and societal pressures. Her rosewood box would protect her own heart's unexpected correspondence from similar interference. Eleanor carefully locked the drawer containing her treasure. The quiet click of the key, a small sound of defiance against a world that would deny her such simple freedom. Villa Medici, Florence, July 1816. Thomas Blackwood sat at his desk by the open window, the evening air carrying the scent of cypress and distant cooking fires. Eleanor's latest letter lay before him, her bold handwriting a stark contrast to the meticulous columns of estate figures he had been reviewing. He had read it 3 times already, each reading revealing new layers to her words. The Wallflower Alliance, a test to expose a fortune hunter, her surprising candor about her own schemes and her anxiety about his reaction. 6 months ago, he would indeed have condemned such methods without hesitation. Deception, even for noble purposes, had no place in his carefully ordered world of clear moral boundaries. But Italy had begun to teach him that life rarely honored such neat distinctions. Thomas reached for a clean sheet of paper, his decision made before he fully recognized it. His response surprised even himself. Villa Medici, Florence, July 27th, 1816. My dear Miss Lockhart, your wallflower alliance intrigues rather than shocks me, a development that may surprise you as much as it does me. While deception typically warrants condemnation, I find myself appreciating the elegant efficiency of your solution. A man pursuing a lady solely for her fortune deserves no protection from his own mercenary nature being exposed. Perhaps Italy has indeed corrupted my English sensibilities, but I find myself increasingly questioning rigid adherence to rules that protect the wrong parties. Just yesterday, Signor Bianchi led me through the poorer quarters of Florence, where I sketched children playing in narrow streets overlooked by palatial villas. Here is the truth of Florence, he told me, not in the grand cathedrals, but in the contrast between them. The sketch accompanying this letter attempts to capture this contrast, though as usual, technical accuracy substitutes for the emotional impact I cannot yet achieve. You ask if I find artistic pursuits more engaging than my proper duties. The answer, which I hesitate to commit to paper, yet cannot seem to withhold from you, is yes. When I sketch, even poorly, I experience moments of connection to something beyond duty and expectation, brief glimpses of what Signor Bianchi calls living rather than performing. What a strange development that I find myself confessing such thoughts to you from across an ocean. Stranger still that I am anticipating your response with an eagerness entirely inappropriate to our limited acquaintance. I wonder if your wallflower alliance appreciates the particular wallflower who leads them, one whose intelligence and spirit seem determined to bloom regardless of society's constraints. Your servant, Thomas. After sealing the letter, Thomas remained at his desk, watching the Italian sunset paint Florence's rooftops in shades of gold and amber. His correspondence with Eleanor Lockhart had progressed far beyond propriety. Each exchange pulled him further from the rigid boundaries he had maintained for 20 years. Each letter made returning to those boundaries more difficult to imagine. Signor Bianchi's voice echoed in his memory. What fire burns beneath this proper English ice? With quiet certainty, Thomas realized that returning to England would require confronting a choice: restore the rigid propriety that had defined his life, or embrace the change that Italy and Eleanor Lockhart had awakened within him. For now, he would continue this improper correspondence, this connection that defied conventional explanation. Tomorrow would bring another lesson with Signor Bianchi, another attempt to infuse his precise drawings with feeling, another step away from the man he had been. But tonight belonged to Eleanor's words and his response, a private exchange that increasingly felt like the most honest part of his day. The rosewood letterbox sat open on Eleanor's escritoire, disappointment settling like dust over her morning ritual. The post had finally arrived, yet contained nothing bearing the distinctive Italian postmark she'd grown to anticipate with embarrassing eagerness. 3 letters sat before her, one from her aunt in Hertfordshire, one from an acquaintance requesting a charitable contribution, and a note from Lady Pembry about her plans for autumn. Nothing from Thomas. Eleanor chided herself for her disproportionate disappointment. The Italian postal service was notoriously unreliable, and Thomas's recent travels from Florence to Rome would likely delay correspondence further still. Yet logic provided little comfort as she tucked away her writing materials with a sigh. Her brother's voice carried up the stairs, unusually urgent for the morning hour. "Eleanor, Abby, would you join us in the drawing room immediately?" Curious, Eleanor made her way downstairs to find Julian standing with several letters clutched in his hand, his expression grave. Abby arrived a moment later, looking unusually pale. "What is it, Julian?" Eleanor asked, concerned by her brother's demeanor. "News from Lady Rothbury," he replied, holding up one of the letters. "Measles has broken out in London's fashionable districts. 3 households in our immediate circle have already fallen ill." He passed another letter to Eleanor, and this just arrived from Aunt Helena, confirming cases near her home as well. The Dowager Viscountess, seated regally by the window, pressed a handkerchief to her lips. "How dreadful! Lady Harwick's granddaughter nearly perished from measles last winter." Julian's gaze fell protectively on Abby, whose complexion seemed to pale further at the news. "We leave for Lockhart Park tomorrow morning," he announced with grim finality, folding Lady Rothbury's letter. "The London season be damned. I'll not risk Abby's health with this outbreak." "Are you feeling unwell?" Eleanor asked Abby, concerned by her sister-in-law's appearance. "Merely tired," Abby replied, though her smile seemed forced. "Though I confess the country air would be welcome after weeks in town." The Dowager Viscountess sighed dramatically. "Abandoning London just as the Edgewoods have arrived. Most inconvenient." "More inconvenient than illness, Mother?" Julian's knife tapped against the letter with barely restrained impatience. "Besides, we've extended an invitation for them to visit Lockhart Park once the initial panic subsides." Eleanor lifted her teacup, carefully masking her delight behind the rim. Escape to the country meant freedom from London's constant scrutiny. Freedom to ride as she pleased, to write without fear of Julian's suspicious glances or her mother's prying eyes. Most importantly, perhaps the Hertfordshire postmaster might prove less inclined to scrutinize her correspondence than his London counterpart. She'd sent 3 letters to Thomas since his note about traveling to Rome, each more candid than propriety would approve. Their safe arrival and his potential responses occupied her thoughts more than she cared to admit. "Will you send word to your American friend?" Julian asked Eleanor later, as they retired to the drawing room. To redirect her letters to Hertfordshire? Eleanor's heart skipped. "Yes, of course. Though the mail service to Boston is dreadfully unreliable, I may not hear from her for some time." Abby's knowing gaze met hers across the room, one eyebrow lifted in subtle question. Eleanor gave an almost imperceptible shake of her head. "Not now. Not here." That night, she placed Thomas's sketch of Florence beside her bed, the last thing she saw before extinguishing her candle. In the darkness, her mind conjured an image of Lord Blackwood strolling along the Arno without his cravat, his throat exposed to golden sunlight, the top buttons of his fine linen shirt perhaps loosened against the Italian heat. "Heavens," she whispered into the darkness, suddenly aware of her racing heart. How strange that such a minor breach of propriety, merely the absence of a cravat, could provoke such a profound response. Yet it wasn't truly the missing article that affected her so. It was what it represented, the gradual unraveling of a man whose very existence seemed defined by control and containment. Chapter 5. Lockhart Park, Hertfordshire. A week after their arrival at Lockhart Park, Eleanor rose with the dawn, determined to make use of the freedom country life afforded. The estate spread before her in a tapestry of summer glory, emerald lawns rolling toward distant woodlands, flower gardens exploding with color, and not a London drawing room in sight. Julian had withdrawn to his study after breakfast, immersed in estate matters that had accumulated during their London sojourn. His distraction provided perfect opportunity for Eleanor to reclaim liberties she had reluctantly surrendered when she'd entered society. "Good morning, Jeffries." Eleanor greeted the elderly groom with practiced casualness as she entered the stables. The familiar scents of hay, horse, and leather greeted her, comforting in their constancy. "Miss Eleanor." The groom touched his cap. "Lovely day for a ride." "Indeed." Eleanor smiled, her gaze drifting toward the tack room. "I thought I might exercise Athena this morning." "Fine choice, miss. I'll have her saddled directly." Eleanor hesitated, weighing courage against convention. "Actually, Jeffries, I was wondering if you might show me how to saddle her myself. One never knows when such skills might prove useful." The old groom looked momentarily startled before nodding. "Practical thinking that, though your brother mightn't approve of such hands-on knowledge." "What Julian doesn't witness won't trouble his sensibilities," Eleanor replied with a smile. "Besides, I used to help father with the horses before." She didn't need to finish. Before she'd become a young lady, expected to conform to society's rigid expectations. Before riding astride had been deemed unsuitable for a viscount's sister seeking advantageous marriage. "That you did, miss." Jeffries's weathered face, softened with memory, had quite the touch with the difficult ones, as I recall. Eleanor followed him into the tack room, where side saddles hung alongside conventional ones. Her gaze lingered on Julian's leather saddle, its worn surface telling stories of countless rides and hunts. A reckless idea crystallized into determination. "Jeffries," she began carefully, I'd like to check the southeastern pastures. The boundaries need inspection after yesterday's rain. The groom's expression turned suspicious. His lordship mentioned nothing about inspection needs. Julian has enough concerns without bothering with routine matters. Eleanor kept her tone casual. I thought I might take Athena with me to examine the problem areas. I'll accompany you, miss. No need to trouble yourself with estate matters. Eleanor shook her head. You're needed here for the new mare's training. I can manage a simple inspection. His lordship gave explicit instructions. Geoffrey's tone hardened slightly. You're not to ride out alone. I won't be alone if you're with me, Eleanor countered logically. And if we separate to cover more ground. The groom raised bushy eyebrows knowingly. Pure efficiency, Eleanor assured him with practiced innocence. Geoffrey studied her for a long moment, then sighed with the resignation of a man who had watched her grow from a headstrong child to an equally determined young woman. Your brother wouldn't approve. My brother need never know. Eleanor met his gaze steadily. Unless you plan to inform him? Not my place to report your activities, miss. Geoffrey shook his head. Though if you break your neck riding alone, I'll likely lose my position. I assure you, my neck shall remain intact. She gestured toward Athena's stall. Now, will you prepare her with my side saddle, or must I attempt it myself? 1 hour, Jeffries declared, clearly choosing the lesser of two evils. Then I'll expect to see you back at the stables. You're a treasure beyond compare. Eleanor beamed at him. We'll check the southeastern pastures first, then separate briefly for greater efficiency. 30 minutes later, Eleanor and Jeffries cantered along the well-worn path toward the southeast pastures, the morning sun warm against their backs. You're quiet today, Miss Eleanor, Jeffries observed, adjusting his seat on the sturdy bay gelding. Eleanor adjusted her riding hat, secured firmly despite the heat. I'm contemplating the restrictions placed upon ladies that gentlemen never endure. Ah, Jeffries nodded sagely. His lordship insisting on accompaniment, then. Julian believes I might spontaneously combust without supervision. She guided her mare over a fallen branch with practiced ease. As though I haven't ridden these grounds since childhood. True enough. Jeffrey's eyes crinkled at the corners, though I recall a certain young miss who once rode straight into the duck pond attempting to jump it. I was 8, and determined as sunrise. His voice carried the affectionate memory of decades in service to her family. Some things don't change. They crested a small rise, revealing a rolling meadow dotted with wildflowers and bordered by a distant line of ancient oaks. Eleanor's heart quickened at the sight. No other riders, no field workers, no witnesses. Jeffries. She turned to the groom with sudden decision. I need to check the condition of the north field after the rain. Would you mind terribly if we separated? You could continue to the pastures while I... Miss Eleanor. He cut her off with the privilege of long service. Whatever mischief you're planning, I want no part in deceiving his lordship. No deception whatsoever. She widened her eyes with practiced innocence. Merely efficiency. We'll cover more ground separately. Jeffrey studied her for a long moment, weathered features unreadable. Your brother gave explicit instructions. My brother, Eleanor replied with sudden inspiration, also needs information about the Northfield drainage before meeting with the steward this afternoon. I promised I would gather it. It wasn't entirely a lie. Julian had mentioned the drainage yesterday, though he hadn't specifically requested her observations. Jeffrey's resistance visibly wavered. You'll go directly to the Northfield and then return home? No detours? Absolutely. And you'll remain in sight of the house? As much as possible, Eleanor agreed, mentally noting that possible left considerable room for interpretation. After another moment's hesitation, Jeffries nodded reluctantly. 1 hour, Miss Eleanor. Then I'll expect to see you back at the stables. You're a treasure beyond compare, she beamed at him. Tell Julian I insisted on agricultural efficiency if he asks. Before he could reconsider, Eleanor turned her mare toward the north field, maintaining a sedate pace until Jeffries disappeared over the hill toward the pastures. The moment he vanished from sight, she guided her mount toward the ancient oak woods that bordered the eastern edge of the property. Her heart raced with delicious anticipation. She had precisely 1 hour of precious freedom. freedom she intended to use scandalously. The clearing lay deep enough within the woods to ensure privacy, but close enough to the estate borders that she could claim to have been inspecting fencing if discovered. Perfect for her purposes. Eleanor secured her mare to a fallen log and glanced around, confirming her solitude. Birdsong filled the dappled shadows beneath ancient oak branches, sunlight filtering through leaves to create patterns across the forest floor. Her hands trembled slightly as she reached for her riding skirt fasteners. What she intended went beyond mere impropriety. It was the kind of behavior that would horrify Julian, scandalize her mother, and potentially damage her reputation permanently if witnessed. Exactly why the prospect sent such thrilling heat through her veins. "Lady Eleanor Lockhart, rebel horsewoman," she muttered, stepping out of her riding skirt to reveal her plainest petticoats, which would offer scant protection against saddle friction, but far greater movement than her riding habit would allow. She hesitated, staring down at her undergarments with a mixture of apprehension and reckless determination. Unlike gentlemen with their practical breeches, she would be riding in what amounted to her underclothes, a level of impropriety that went far beyond merely sitting astride. If anyone discovered her in this state, her reputation would be irreparably ruined. Memories from Rothbury Abbey flashed through her mind. Thomas's reaction when they discussed riding during her injury, his rigid disapproval of women riding astride. Yet his recent letters from Italy had described riding practices that emphasized connection over propriety, function over form. Had his perspective evolved, as so many of his views seemed to be doing, under Italian influence? The question brought unexpected warmth to her cheeks as she stuffed her riding skirt into her saddlebag. "This is between us," she whispered to the mare, stroking its velvet muzzle, a secret not even fit for letters to Italy. With practiced ease, she mounted, but this time, instead of settling sideways as propriety demanded, she swung her right leg over the saddle, astride. For one breathless moment, Eleanor sat perfectly still, absorbing the sensation. Her legs gripped the mare's sides, offering stability and control she'd never experienced side saddle. The position felt natural, comfortable, dramatically different from the precarious, imbalanced positioning ladies endured. "My God," she breathed, gathering the reins. "This is how it's meant to be." She nudged the mare forward, moving cautiously at first, adjusting to the unfamiliar balance. Within moments, however, instinct took over. The connection between horse and rider transformed, communication flowing seamlessly through her legs rather than relying solely on reins. Confidence surging, Eleanor urged the mare into a trot, then a canter, circling the clearing with increasing speed. Wind caught her carefully pinned hair, loosening strands that danced around her flushed face. She laughed aloud, the sound unfettered and wild in the woodland silence. The mare responded to the slightest pressure of Eleanor's knees, turning and slowing with a precision never possible side saddle. Exhilaration built with each hoofbeat against the forest floor, pushing Eleanor to greater daring. She guided her mount toward the clearing's edge where a fallen log provided a perfect natural jump. "Now," she whispered, leaning forward as they approached. The mare gathered herself, powerful muscles bunching beneath Eleanor's thighs. They sailed over the obstacle in perfect harmony, landing with barely a jolt on the other side. Eleanor let out a cry of triumph, turning to make another circuit. "Who's there?" A gruff voice shattered her jubilation. Eleanor froze, heart slamming against her ribs. Through the trees, she glimpsed the unmistakable figure of Lockhart Park's head groundskeeper moving toward the clearing. Panic clawed up her throat. Discovery meant more than mere scolding. It meant potential ruin. Ladies did not ride astride. Ladies certainly did not jump fallen logs in secluded woodland clearings like common stable boys. And ladies most definitely did not do so in nothing but their petticoats, effectively undressed by society's standards. With desperate haste, Eleanor wheeled her mount toward the densest part of the woods, ducking low over the mare's neck to avoid low-hanging branches. She urged the animal to a gallop, using her newfound control to navigate between trees with reckless speed. "Here now!" The groundskeeper's voice faded behind her. "Stop there!" Eleanor rode as though demons pursued her, not daring to look back. The mare responded magnificently, seeming to share her urgency, as they wove through the ancient forest. Only when the trees began to thin did she slow, guiding her mount toward a sheltered dell she remembered from childhood explorations. Hidden by a natural fold in the land, the dell offered temporary sanctuary. Eleanor dismounted, legs trembling from exertion and fading panic. Her hair had come almost completely undone, pins scattered somewhere along their mad flight. Her petticoats were askew, smeared with dirt where branches had scraped against them. That, she informed her equally disheveled mare as she fought to catch her breath, was entirely too close. With reluctant practicality, Eleanor retrieved her riding skirt from the saddlebag. She stepped into it with considerable regret, fastening it over her muddied petticoats. Her hair was beyond salvation, so she simply gathered the loose strands into a messy knot at her nape, securing it with her remaining pins. If questioned, she informed her mare as she prepared to remount, side saddle once more, we were inspecting the Northfield drainage. We observed nothing unusual except some minor flooding in the southwest corner, and we certainly did not gallop through the oak woods like wild heathens. The mare's ears flicked back and forth, appearing singularly unconvinced by this fictional account. Eleanor smiled, patting the animal's neck. You're right, nobody would believe it anyway. Good heavens, what happened to you? Abby exclaimed when Eleanor entered the morning room, still flushed and disheveled despite her best efforts to restore her appearance. Eleanor touched her tangled hair self-consciously. The wind on the north field was stronger than expected. The wind? Julian looked up from his correspondence, eyebrows rising toward his hairline. Did this wind also drag you through a hedge backward? Very nearly. Eleanor poured herself tea with studied nonchalance. Jeffries and I separated to cover more ground. He went to the pastures while I checked the Northfield drainage. Julian's eyes narrowed. And did this drainage inspection require rolling in the underbrush? Don't be ridiculous. Eleanor sipped her tea, avoiding his gaze. My horse was startled by a rabbit. We had a brief disagreement about appropriate responses to woodland creatures. A disagreement you clearly lost, Abby observed, though her eyes danced with amusement. You have leaves in your hair, Eleanor. With as much dignity as she could muster, Eleanor plucked a small oak leaf from her tangled locks. The evidence of my defeat. Julian appeared ready to press further when a footman entered carrying a silver salver. A letter for Miss Lockhart, delivered with the afternoon post. Eleanor's heart leapt. The distinctive cream stationery, the now familiar handwriting, Lord Blackwood's reply. She accepted it with a murmured thanks, conscious of Julian's watchful gaze. From your Boston correspondent? He inquired, voice deceptively casual. Indeed. Eleanor tucked the letter into her pocket, knowing the wax seal would betray the lie if examined closely. I shall read it later, after I've made myself presentable. A wise decision. Julian returned to his papers, though I expect a full report on the Northfield drainage before dinner. Of course, Eleanor agreed, already composing the necessary fiction in her mind. The southwest corner showed minor flooding, but otherwise all appears satisfactory. She retreated with what remained of her dignity, climbing the stairs with unseemly haste. In the sanctuary of her bedchamber, Eleanor locked the door before retrieving the letter with trembling fingers. The seal broke with a satisfying crack. Villa Medici, Florence, August 5th, 1816. My dear Eleanor, forgive my delayed response. The journey from Florence to Rome proved more adventurous than anticipated when summer storms transformed reasonable roads into impassable mud pits. Italian infrastructure, while architecturally magnificent, lacks English practicality in matters of drainage and maintenance. I arrived in Rome yesterday to discover your letters waiting at the villa that will serve as my residence for the coming month. Reading them in succession created a curiously intimate experience, as though I could trace your thoughts evolving across weeks rather than in measured exchange. Your observation regarding Lady Jersey's thorn-like qualities made me laugh aloud. A sound my valet found so alarming, he inquired whether I required medical attention. Apparently, my usual composure has taken on the quality of physical law in his estimation. Its violation constitutes cause for concern. Eleanor smiled at the image, delighted to discover that Thomas's sense of humor continued to emerge through their correspondence. His early letters had been so formal, so measured in their observations. Now he shared personal anecdotes and genuine feelings with increasing candor. Rome already overwhelms the senses in ways Florence, for all its beauty, did not attempt. Ancient ruins exist alongside vibrant modern life, creating contrast that forces continual reassessment of what endures and what crumbles despite human determination. I have filled a complete sketchbook in 3 days, much to Signor Bianchi's grudging approval. Though he continues to lament my English precision, my drawing master concedes technical improvement in capturing architectural forms. "Now we must teach you to draw with your heart, not merely your eyes," he declared this morning. A concept that would have bewildered me completely only months ago, yet begins to make curious sense after weeks under his tutelage. Eleanor traced his words with a fingertip, imagining Thomas, the proper, constrained Earl of Blackwood, attempting to infuse emotion into artistic technique under his theatrical Italian instructor's guidance. The contradiction between his rigid English nature and this artistic awakening fascinated her beyond reasonable explanation. During an excursion to the countryside yesterday, I witnessed something that recalled your Wallflower Alliance's recent operation. A young Roman noblewoman of good family but modest dowry was being actively pursued by an elderly count. He appeared utterly besotted in public, composing dreadful sonnets to her beauty and virtue at every gathering. The lady's brother, however, harbored suspicions. He arranged for rumors to circulate that his sister's dowry had been lost in a banking collapse. The count's ardor instantly cooled, his sonnets abruptly ceased, and within a fortnight, he had transferred his affections to a merchant's daughter with considerably greater fortune. I found myself uncharacteristically approving of this deception. A test that reveals truth cannot be considered wholly dishonest, can it? Your influence continues to challenge my rigid definitions of right and wrong. I have taken to riding each morning before the Roman heat becomes unbearable. My mount is a spirited mare who plainly considers English riding conventions beneath her dignity. My instructor insists I ride in the Italian style, far more relaxed than English formality would approve. He tells me, the horse must feel your intention through your body, not merely your hands. The result is a connection unlike any I've experienced with English mounts. I find myself wondering if this isn't true of many things, that rigid adherence to form often impedes the very connection it claims to facilitate. Until your next letter, Thomas P.S., I have enclosed a small sketch of the Roman Forum at dawn. Signor Bianchi declares it shows promising hints of emotion beneath the precision. High praise indeed from a man who once compared my drawing style to an architect with a frozen heart. Eleanor carefully removed the sketch, holding it to the light. Unlike his earlier architectural drawings, this rendering of ancient columns silhouetted against a dawn sky captured not just structure but atmosphere, the sense of history and transience suspended in a moment of golden light. She could almost feel the coolness of early morning air, hear the silence of centuries pressing against the stone. She held the sketch to her chest for a moment, a visceral reaction to the beauty he had captured. Then, with renewed determination, she sat at her desk, pulling forward a fresh sheet of parchment. Lockhart Estate, Hertfordshire, August 12, 1816. My dear Thomas, I must confess something that would scandalize London society. Today, when quite alone in the eastern meadow, I rode astride. The freedom was exhilarating, though Julian would surely lock me in my chambers for a month if he discovered such impropriety. I know you found this practice shocking when we discussed it at Rothbury Abbey, yet your descriptions of Italian horsemanship have rekindled my childhood determination to ride as nature intended rather than as society demands. You were entirely correct. The connection between horse and rider becomes remarkably more intuitive when artificial constraints are removed. I jumped fences with unprecedented confidence, galloped with extraordinary freedom, and returned to the stables with my hair wild and my spirit soaring. Is this how you gentlemen feel whenever you ride? If so, I cannot fathom why you've kept this secret from us ladies all these years. The side saddle suddenly seems a cruel joke. One more way to remind us that propriety trumps practicality, appearance supersedes experience. I plan to continue my educational experiments, while we remain in the country. Though next time I shall be more vigilant about groundskeepers approaching through woodland clearings. Another scandalous admission, I know, but somehow I suspect Italian influence has rendered you less shockable than the proper Earl I met at Rothbury Abbey. Eleanor hesitated, her quill hovering above the parchment. Should she confess the full extent of her rebellion? The fact that she had ridden not merely astride, but in her undergarments? Even in this unconventional correspondence, such an admission approached dangerous territory. Yet Thomas's increasing candor demanded equal honesty. If their exchange was to maintain its unique value, she could not withhold significant truths while expecting complete openness from him. With a deep breath, she continued, I should perhaps admit the full extent of my impropriety. I rode not in proper attire, but in my petticoats, having left my riding skirt in the saddlebag for freedom of movement. Had I been discovered in such a state, I suspect even Julian's considerable influence couldn't have prevented complete social ruin. Yet the risk seemed negligible compared to the extraordinary liberation I experienced. Has your artistic instruction with Signor Bianchi progressed? I await your next sketch eagerly, each one showing more freedom than the last. I find myself tracing your drawings in quiet moments, imagining your hand creating each line, wondering if you feel the same sense of liberation in your artistic pursuits that I experienced today on horseback. Until your next letter, Eleanor. She folded the letter carefully, sealing it with wax before her lady's maid arrived with bathwater. This confession felt oddly intimate, sharing an experience that society would condemn as improper, yet had felt so fundamentally right. But something about Thomas Blackwood's evolving perspectives made her certain he would understand rather than judge her small rebellion. There, she murmured to herself as she set the letter aside for posting. Let us see if Italian transformation extends to understanding English rebellion. The question of when or if Thomas's reply to her confession would arrive lingered at the edges of her thoughts. The rural post's unreliability had already delayed several letters, stretching days of anticipation into weeks of uncertainty. Would admitting to riding in her underclothes push the boundaries of their correspondence too far? Had she revealed too much of herself, literally and figuratively, to a man who, despite his Italian transformation, remained an English earl with expectations of propriety? Each day without word would create fresh anxiety about their connection, yet Eleanor couldn't bring herself to regret her candor. Thomas Blackwood would understand. Of that, at least, she felt increasingly certain. Charlotte, you can't possibly be serious. Amelia's golden red curls bounced as she shook her head emphatically. Ladies do not pick locks. I prefer the term mechanical negotiation, Charlotte replied calmly, her hazel eyes fixed on the small cabinet in the Lockhart library where Lady Lockhart kept her most precious volumes. Besides, think of the educational value. Father always insisted we understand the mechanical principles underlying all systems. I strongly doubt he meant the mechanisms securing forbidden books, Amelia countered, though her artistic curiosity was clearly piqued by her sister's unusual skill. Eleanor watched with undisguised fascination as Charlotte worked a hairpin into the cabinet's lock with surprising dexterity. The Edgewood sisters had arrived at Lockhart Park 3 days earlier, escaping London's measles outbreak at Julian's invitation. Their mother had remained in town, confined by social obligations she deemed more important than potential illness. Where did you learn this particular skill? Eleanor asked, keeping watch at the library door. Julian and Abby had gone riding, leaving the Wallflower Alliance unsupervised, a rare opportunity for educational mischief. Our family's factory in Massachusetts, Charlotte replied, her concentration unwavering. The foreman's daughter and I became friends. Her father taught her locksmithing as part of the family business. And she taught you because, Eleanor prompted. A smile played at the corners of Charlotte's mouth. Because Mother locked away Mrs. Wollstonecraft's Vindication of the Rights of Woman when she caught me reading it. Necessity became the mother of skill acquisition. I'm beginning to think our proper Miss Charlotte has hidden depths, Eleanor observed with growing admiration. Depths Mother would drown in smelling salts if she discovered. Charlotte adjusted her hairpin slightly. But I maintain that knowledge is neither masculine nor feminine. It simply is. There, she exclaimed softly as the lock clicked open. Mechanical negotiation successful. I can't believe we're doing this, Amelia whispered, even as she leaned forward eagerly to see the contents of the forbidden cabinet. Eleanor carefully removed the book they sought, a controversial novel deemed unsuitable for young ladies due to its frank discussion of marriage and its discontents. Educational contraband successfully acquired, she announced with mock solemnity. The Wallflower Alliance's literary liberation is complete. Not quite, Charlotte corrected, relocking the cabinet with surprising speed. We still need to read it without discovery, document our thoughts for future reference, and return it before Lady Lockhart notices its absence. Details, Eleanor waved dismissively. The important part is... The library door swung open. The three women froze, the forbidden book clutched in Eleanor's hands like damning evidence. Lucy Pembrey stood in the doorway, her eyes widening slightly at the tableau before her. Behind her, her husband Marcus carried one of their twins, the child's small face pressed sleepily against his shoulder. I see we've arrived at an educational moment, Lucy observed, her lips twitching with suppressed amusement. Lady Pembrey! Eleanor hastily slipped the book behind her skirts. We weren't expecting you until tomorrow. Clearly, Lucy's gaze moved knowingly to Eleanor's hidden hands. The weather was favorable for travel, so we decided to continue rather than stopping overnight. Marcus shifted the sleeping child in his arms, his own expression carefully neutral, though humor danced in his eyes. I believe Julian mentioned something about a quiet country visit, educational pursuits, and fresh air. Exactly what you've discovered, Eleanor replied with as much dignity as possible. Educational pursuits of a literary nature. Lucy's smile widened. I've always found the most educational literature requires lockpicks and conspiratorial expressions. Charlotte, who had been standing beside the newly locked cabinet, moved casually away. We were merely discussing the mechanical principles of various locking mechanisms, a theoretical conversation. With practical demonstrations, Amelia added helpfully, earning a sharp look from her sister. Lucy laughed softly. Your secret is safe with us, though I would suggest relocating your theoretical discussion to somewhere less visible from the main corridor. An excellent suggestion, Eleanor agreed with genuine relief. Allow me to introduce Miss Charlotte and Miss Amelia Edgewood, ladies, Lord and Lady Pembrey, and one of their twins. Joshua, Marcus supplied, glancing at the sleeping child. His brother Jacob is with the nurse, attempting to demolish his third wooden horse this month. Formal introductions made, the group moved to the drawing room, where Eleanor hastily concealed the contraband novel beneath a cushion. Julian and Abby returned shortly thereafter, their arrival heralded by the commotion of greetings and cooing over the twins. As the adults settled into conversation, Lucy found a moment to draw Eleanor aside. I had a letter from Diana yesterday, she murmured. She mentioned Lord Blackwood has been causing quite a stir in Rome with his artistic pursuits. Apparently, his sketches have attracted attention from several notable Italian patrons. Eleanor's heart quickened at this unexpected news about Thomas. Indeed, I hadn't heard. Lucy's perceptive gaze studied her. Diana seemed to think you might find the information interesting. Any news of English travelers abroad holds some interest, I suppose, Eleanor replied with carefully measured casualness. Though I've had limited acquaintance with Lord Blackwood beyond our brief meeting at Rothbury Abbey. Of course. Lucy's smile suggested complete disbelief, though I recall you finding him rather more intriguing than his 6-point assessment would suggest. Eleanor felt heat rising to her cheeks, a momentary reassessment based on his medical assistance. Nothing more. If you say so. Lucy glanced toward where Charlotte Edgewood was engaged in animated conversation with Marcus about mechanical innovations in printing presses. I see you've found kindred spirits in the Edgewood sisters. Diana mentioned your alliance. News travels quickly between duchesses, Eleanor observed dryly. Information is currency, Lucy agreed, her tone light but her eyes serious. Be careful, Eleanor. London society forgives young men their youthful indiscretions. Young ladies are afforded no such luxury. Is that concern for my reputation or warning against potential scandal? Both. Lucy squeezed her hand. Though I must admit, Your alliance sounds considerably more entertaining than traditional female friendships. If you need an occasional ally beyond your wallflowers, I would be delighted to offer my services." Eleanor smiled genuinely. "I'll remember that, particularly if our lock-picking adventures require more experienced supervision." "I excel at creating distractions," Lucy replied with a conspiratorial smile. "Marx and I perfected the art during our own unconventional courtship." Across the room, Julian's voice rose in animated conversation about estate improvements, drawing Lucy back to the larger group. Eleanor watched her go, a sense of quiet satisfaction settling in her chest. Their circle of allies was growing, first the Wallflower Alliance, now potentially Lucy as well. The afternoon passed pleasantly, with the twins providing both entertainment and convenient distraction whenever the conversation veered toward potentially dangerous topics. By evening, the Pembry family was comfortably settled in the East Wing guest rooms, their presence adding welcome variation to the country retreat. That night, as Eleanor prepared for bed, she found herself wondering what Thomas would make of the day's adventures. The lock-picking lesson, the literary contraband, Lucy's unexpected alliance. Her letter about riding astride awaited tomorrow's post. Would Thomas be shocked by her confession? Disappointed? Or would the man emerging through his Italian correspondence understand her hunger for freedom, her rebellion against arbitrary restrictions? She fell asleep with these questions dancing through her mind, dreams filled with galloping horses, Roman ruins, and a proper English earl who drew with increasing passion and wrote with growing candor about a world beyond the boundaries of convention. Chapter 6, August 1816, Lockhart Park, Hertfordshire. "Is that the post?" Eleanor abandoned all pretense of ladylike dignity, rushing toward the butler with unseemly eagerness. 4 weeks had passed since she'd confessed her riding adventure to Thomas, 4 weeks of anxious anticipation for his response. Jenkins maintained his impassive expression despite her uncharacteristic display. "A delivery from London, Miss Eleanor." The letters were redirected from Lockhart House. Her fingers trembled slightly as she examined the stack, searching for a cream-colored envelope bearing distinctive Italian postmarks. Finding nothing, disappointment settled heavy in her chest. "Nothing else, Jenkins?" She couldn't keep the dismay from her voice. "Nothing from abroad?" The butler hesitated, his perfect composure momentarily faltering. "There was a letter with foreign markings, miss. I believe I may have." He cleared his throat, the closest to discomfort Eleanor had ever witnessed in the stoic servant. "I fear it was inadvertently placed with his lordship's estate correspondence." Eleanor's heart stuttered. "In Julian's study?" "Yes, miss. My deepest apologies for the oversight." Jenkins shifted the remaining letters in his hands. "I shall retrieve it from his lordship's desk this evening, after his daily ride." "This evening?" The word emerged more sharply than intended. "I mean, that would be most appreciated, Jenkins, though perhaps I might save you the trouble and fetch it myself when Julian has finished his business." Jenkins's expression remained carefully neutral. "Lord Lockhart is presently reviewing estate accounts, miss. He specifically requested not to be disturbed until luncheon." "Of course." Eleanor forced a calm she didn't feel. "This evening will be perfectly adequate. Thank you, Jenkins." The moment the butler disappeared down the corridor, panic seized her. Thomas's letter, potentially containing his response to her most scandalous confession yet, lay unread on Julian's desk, amid estate papers he would undoubtedly review before his afternoon ride. If Julian discovered their correspondence, the consequences would be dire. At minimum, he would forbid further letters. At worst, he might write to Thomas directly, creating humiliation beyond imagining. Eleanor moved swiftly through the house, seeking the Edgewood sisters. This crisis required the full resources of the Wallflower Alliance. She found them in the small sitting room they'd claimed as their domain, Charlotte absorbed in a mechanical treatise while Amelia sketched the garden view. "We have an emergency," Eleanor announced without preamble, closing the door firmly behind her. Charlotte lowered her book, instantly alert. "What's happened?" "Thomas's letter has arrived." Eleanor began pacing, her agitation preventing stillness. But Jenkins placed it with Julian's estate correspondence, in his study, which is currently locked while Julian reviews accounts. "Oh dear." Amelia set aside her sketchbook. Will your brother recognize the postmark? Undoubtedly. Eleanor's fingers twisted anxiously together. Italian postmarks are unmistakable, and I am certain my brother knows that Thomas is on a grand tour in Italy. Has Lord Lockhart seen it yet? Charlotte's mind had already shifted to tactical assessment. I don't believe so. Eleanor paused in her pacing. Jenkins only just delivered the morning post, and Julian rarely sorts through personal correspondence until after estate business. Charlotte nodded, her practical nature asserting itself. Then we have time. My brother rides between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, regardless of weather. Eleanor resumed her anxious movement. Jenkins plans to retrieve the misplaced letter this evening, but by then, Julian will have discovered it, Amelia finished. We need to secure it before that happens. Precisely. Eleanor sank into a chair, but his study is locked whenever he's absent, and we can hardly request entry to retrieve a letter we're not supposed to be receiving. Charlotte closed her book with decisive purpose. Then we shall have to employ alternative methods of entry. Amelia's eyes widened. You don't mean mechanical negotiation. Charlotte's expression remained perfectly serene. The study door lock is a standard mechanism. I examined it during our recent Mizra literary liberation. Eleanor stared at her in disbelief. You're suggesting we break into Julian's study and steal the letter? Not steal, Charlotte corrected primly. Retrieve. The letter rightfully belongs to you. It was merely misdelivered. But if we're caught, Amelia's artistic imagination clearly envisioned the consequences. We won't be. Charlotte rose, her scientific mind already formulating a plan. Lord Lockhart will emerge for luncheon shortly, then return to his study until his ride. We need a diversion to clear the staff from that wing of the house during his absence. Eleanor's thoughts raced. Abby's orchids. The staff are extremely protective of her collection. If we created some supposed emergency with the rare specimens... Perfect, Charlotte nodded approvingly. I can unlock the study door while the staff are occupied elsewhere. 10 minutes should suffice to locate and secure the letter. And if someone returns unexpectedly? Amelia's practical question hung in the air. We'll need a plausible explanation for our presence, Charlotte acknowledged. Something believable but not suspicious. A lost earring, Eleanor suggested. I could claim I visited Julian this morning and believe I lost a treasured piece in his study. Excellent. Charlotte's approval was mathematical in its precision. A perfectly reasonable excuse that explains our interest in accessing the room. This is madness, Amelia whispered, though excitement brightened her eyes. Absolute madness. It's necessary, Eleanor countered. If Julian discovers Thomas's letters, particularly this one, which likely contains his reaction to my writing adventure, the consequences would be disastrous. Charlotte checked the small clock on the mantel. Lord Lockhart should emerge for luncheon in approximately 20 minutes. After the meal, we'll finalize our strategy. The operation commences at 4 o'clock when he departs for his ride. Eleanor felt a curious mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. Breaking into Julian's study crossed the line from minor social rebellion to outright subterfuge. Yet the alternative, Julian discovering her correspondence with Thomas, particularly after her scandalous confession about riding astride in her petticoats, was simply unthinkable. Operation Letter Reclamation begins at 4, she confirmed, sealing their conspiracy with a nod. Has anyone seen Lady Lockhart's prize Cattleya orchid? Eleanor's voice carried panicked urgency through the servants' corridor precisely at 4:15. The blooms appeared to be dropping prematurely. The effect was immediate and gratifying. Abby's cherished orchid collection represented the height of botanical achievement in Hertfordshire. Any threat to their well-being constituted an emergency warranting immediate attention. The Cattleya, miss? The head gardener emerged from the butler's pantry, alarm evident in his weathered features. Lady Lockhart inspected them just this morning. Then something has changed dramatically, Eleanor insisted, infusing her voice with genuine concern. The purple petals are wilting before my eyes. Lady Lockhart will be devastated if her prize specimen is damaged. The household mobilized with impressive efficiency. Footmen abandoned their posts. Maids hurried from their dusting. Even Jenkins, the butler, emerged to investigate this horticultural crisis. Within minutes, The east wing where Julian's study was located stood eerily deserted. Eleanor maintained her position at the conservatory entrance, directing staff with increasingly elaborate instructions. The humidity must be precisely controlled during the blooming phase. Perhaps Mr. Finch could check the special fertilizer mixture Lady Lockhart mentioned. From her peripheral vision, she watched Charlotte slip toward Julian's study, hairpins already in hand. Amelia stood lookout at the corridor junction, her artistic fingers nervously sketching patterns in the air. Eleanor checked the ornate clock in the entrance hall. 7 minutes since Julian had departed for his ride. The sky outside had darkened ominously, threatening rain, a detail that added urgency to their timeline. Julian never cut his ride short except in inclement weather. "I believe the special fertilizer mixture is kept in the gardener's shed," she informed the increasingly confused staff. "Perhaps Mr. Finch should retrieve it immediately." Her gaze returned to the corridor where Charlotte had disappeared. According to their plan, she should have already unlocked the door, located the letter, and begun her retreat. 9 minutes now. Julian's ride typically lasted 30, but the darkening clouds might hasten his return. "Miss Eleanor," the head gardener's reappearance forced her attention back to the orchid diversion. "I've examined the cattleya thoroughly. There appears to be no abnormal bloom dropping." "No?" Eleanor feigned confusion. How strange. Perhaps it was the dendrobium instead, the purple one with the spotted petals? "All specimens appear in excellent health, miss." Suspicion crept into his tone. Lady Lockhart inspected them herself this morning. Eleanor's mind raced for a plausible explanation. Then perhaps I misunderstood what Lady Lockhart was concerned about. She mentioned something about the orchids at breakfast. The excuse sounded thin even to her own ears. The staff exchanged skeptical glances, their collective patience visibly waning. "Very well, then." Eleanor forced brightness into her voice. "A false alarm, it seems. How fortunate. Please return to your duties with my apologies for the disruption." As the servants dispersed with varying degrees of confusion, Amelia appeared at her side, face pale with alarm. "Charlotte's not out yet," she whispered urgently, "and I've just seen Lord Lockhart returning from his ride. The rain has driven him back early." "What?" Eleanor's blood froze. "He's not due back for at least 20 minutes. The storm is approaching faster than predicted." Amelia nodded toward the window where heavy clouds had gathered. "He's dismounting now. We have minutes at most." "Create a diversion in the main hall," Eleanor instructed. "Anything to slow his progress to the study." "What could possibly—" "Anything, Amelia. A fainting spell, a twisted ankle. Use your imagination." Without waiting for a response, Eleanor hurried toward Julian's study. The corridor stood deserted, no sign of Charlotte. Heart-pounding, she reached the study door and tried the handle. Locked. Charlotte remained inside. "Charlotte," she hissed through the keyhole. "Julian's returning. You must leave immediately." A muffled response came from within, too soft to decipher. Eleanor pressed her ear to the door. "The lock has jammed." Charlotte's composed voice carried faintly through the wood. "I cannot engage the mechanism to exit." "Jammed? How is that possible?" "You opened it." "I'm aware of that," came Charlotte's dry reply. "However, the internal components appear to have shifted. I can't align the tumblers correctly." From the main hall came the unmistakable sound of Julian's voice, followed by Amelia's theatrical cry of distress. The diversion was underway, but it wouldn't occupy Julian for long. "Can you exit through the window?" Eleanor suggested desperately. Silence followed, then, "It's rather narrow and high, and I'm wearing a corset." "This is hardly the time for fashion considerations." "Structural considerations," Charlotte corrected primly. "But I'll attempt it. I've found the letter. It was beneath a state correspondence on the desk." "Wonderful. Now please escape before Julian arrives." Eleanor glanced anxiously toward the main hall, where Amelia's dramatic lamentations about sudden dizziness were growing less convincing by the second. Julian's voice carried clearly, concern gradually yielding to suspicion. "Perhaps we should call for a physician, Miss Edgewood," he suggested, his tone indicating he'd already seen through the ruse. "Oh, no," Amelia protested with theatrical horror. "I merely need a moment to recover. These English hallways are so much more slippery than American ones." A soft thud from within the study, followed by muffled cursing in decidedly unladylike language, suggested Charlotte was making progress with the window. Eleanor's heart raced. Julian would be upon them any moment. Footsteps sounded in the corridor, heavy, decisive, unmistakably Julian's. Eleanor made a split-second decision. Abandoning her post at the study door, she moved toward the approaching footsteps, arranging her features into an expression of casual surprise. "Julian, you've returned early." She infused her voice with artificial lightness. "How fortunate. I was just coming to find you." Julian's stride faltered, his eyes narrowing at her unexpected presence in this wing of the house. "Were you? How curious, since you knew I'd be riding at this hour." "Yes, but the weather turned so suddenly." Eleanor gestured vaguely toward the windows. "I thought you might cut your ride short, and I needed to ask you about—" Her mind went treacherously blank. What possible reason could explain her presence outside his study? "About?" Julian prompted, suspicion deepening. "The Harvest Festival preparations," she blurted, seizing on the first plausible topic. "Mother mentioned you were considering inviting the Edgewood family. I wanted to discuss seating arrangements." "Seating arrangements." Julian's tone flattened with disbelief. "So urgent they couldn't wait until dinner." "Well, you know how Mother fusses about protocol." Eleanor fought to maintain her composure, acutely aware of Charlotte potentially still trapped in the study behind her. American visitors disrupt her carefully calibrated hierarchies. Julian studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Indeed, his gaze moved past her to his study door. "Since we're here, we might as well discuss it in my study." Eleanor's heart plummeted. "Oh, that's not necessary. I wouldn't want to disturb your papers. The drawing room would be more comfortable for—" "I insist." Julian produced a key from his waistcoat pocket, moving past her toward the study door. "After you, sister." Trapped, Eleanor followed with leaden steps. Certain disaster awaited. Julian would find Charlotte inside, or evidence of her hasty exit, and their entire deception would unravel spectacularly. Julian unlocked the door, swinging it open with deliberate slowness. Eleanor held her breath, bracing for the inevitable confrontation. But as they entered, the study appeared precisely as it should: immaculate, orderly, undisturbed. No sign remained of Charlotte's presence, not even a displaced paper on Julian's meticulously organized desk. Most importantly, the window was securely latched, showing no evidence of having been recently opened. Julian surveyed the room, his expression betraying nothing. "Now, about these seating arrangements that couldn't possibly wait until dinner." Eleanor forced her attention back to their conversation, inventing increasingly elaborate concerns about the proper placement of American guests at English social functions. Julian listened with thinly veiled skepticism, his gaze occasionally drifting to his desk as though something there troubled him. "Is something wrong?" Eleanor asked with carefully calculated innocence. "Not wrong, precisely." Julian moved to his desk, scanning the neatly organized stacks of correspondence, though I could have sworn Jenkins mentioned a letter from Italy among this morning's post. Eleanor's pulse quickened, but she maintained her composure with supreme effort. "Italy? How interesting. Perhaps it was misdirected." "Perhaps." Julian's fingertips brushed the papers, his expression thoughtful. "Jenkins is not typically careless with correspondence." "Everyone makes mistakes occasionally," Eleanor offered, desperate to escape before Julian's suspicions crystallized. "Even the most reliable servants." Julian turned to face her fully, his gaze disconcertingly direct. "Indeed, just as even the most reliable sisters occasionally invent urgent discussions about seating arrangements." Heat rushed to Eleanor's cheeks, but she met his gaze steadily. "I don't know what you mean." "Of course you don't." Julian's tone suggested he had decided, for the moment, not to pursue whatever suspicions troubled him. "You may inform Mother that the Edgewoods are welcome at the Harvest Festival. They'll be seated at our table, naturally, as honored guests." "Wonderful." Eleanor rose with barely concealed relief. "I'll let her know immediately." "Do that." Julian accompanied her to the door, his manner pointedly formal. "And Eleanor, should you ever need to discuss anything more consequential than seating arrangements, my door is always open, figuratively speaking, of course." The subtle emphasis on figuratively sent a chill down Eleanor's spine. Julian suspected something, though whether he guessed the specific nature of their intrusion remained unclear. "Thank you, Julian." You're always most helpful." She escaped into the corridor, maintaining her dignified pace until turning the corner, then broke into an undignified rush toward the garden exit. Rain had begun to fall, fat droplets splattering against the flagstones as Eleanor hurried across the terrace, scanning the grounds for any sign of Charlotte. The garden stood empty, abandoned in the face of the approaching storm. "Charlotte?" she called softly, moving toward a dense cluster of rhododendrons where a figure might conceivably hide. "Are you out here?" A rustling from deeper within the shrubbery answered her. Charlotte emerged, her typically immaculate appearance transformed almost beyond recognition. Leaves and twigs had entangled themselves in her chestnut hair. Dirt smudged her face and hands. Most shocking of all, she clutched a muddied corset in one hand while attempting to straighten her bodice with the other. "The structural impediment required removal," she explained with scientific detachment, gesturing to the corset. The window frame proved narrower than anticipated. Eleanor stared in astonishment. Proper, logical Charlotte Edgewood, unlacing her corset and climbing through windows to escape detection. "Julian nearly discovered you," Eleanor whispered as they huddled beneath the limited shelter of an ornamental arch. "He returned early because of the rain and went directly to his study. I observed his approach from the rhododendrons," Charlotte replied, attempting to remove the largest twigs from her hair. "Once I extricated myself from the window, a process that required considerable geometrical analysis, I concealed myself among the shrubbery." "Did anyone see you?" Eleanor glanced anxiously toward the house. "I think not." Charlotte patted her disheveled bodice. "Though I must return to the house through the servants' entrance. My current state would prompt undesirable questions if observed by the main household." "And the letter?" Eleanor asked, suddenly remembering the object of their elaborate scheme. Charlotte smiled, producing a cream-colored envelope from within her bodice. "Secured throughout the adventure, even during structural reconfiguration." Eleanor accepted the letter with trembling fingers, a wave of relief washing over her. "Charlotte, you're absolutely magnificent. I don't know how to thank you." "The Wallflower Alliance exists for mutual support against societal constraints," Charlotte replied, though pride shone through her scientific detachment. "Though I confess, future operations might benefit from more thorough analysis of potential escape routes." "Agreed." Eleanor tucked the precious letter into her own bodice. "Now let's get you inside before anyone sees you in this state. We'll meet in my chambers once you've restored yourself to proper Charlotte Edgewood standards." "And Lord Blackwood's letter?" A spark of curiosity penetrated Charlotte's practical demeanor. "We'll wait until we're all assembled." Eleanor smiled, clutching the letter's reassuring presence against her heart. Chapter 7, Lockhart Park, Hertfordshire. I had to remove my corset entirely. Charlotte's scientific detachment had reasserted itself along with her impeccable appearance as she described her escape to the Amelia. The window frame, while adequate for a child or small adult, proved geometrically inadequate for a woman in full structural support garments. Amelia's eyes widened with scandalized delight. "You climbed through a window in your undergarments?" "I prioritized expedience over propriety," Charlotte corrected. "The approaching footsteps required immediate tactical decisions." "While you were executing your daring escape through shrubbery," Eleanor added, "I was inventing increasingly elaborate concerns about harvest festival seating arrangements." "Did Lord Lockhart suspect?" Amelia asked, still recovering from her own theatrical diversion in the entrance hall. "Absolutely," Eleanor admitted, "though I don't believe he guessed the specific nature of our intrusion. He mentioned a missing letter from Italy, but seemed to attribute its absence to Jenkins' carelessness rather than deliberate removal." "Then our operation was a qualified success," Charlotte concluded. "The primary objective, securing Lord Blackwood's letter, was achieved, though with somewhat greater complication than anticipated." "And now," Amelia leaned forward eagerly, "we may finally discover Lord Blackwood's reaction to Eleanor's scandalous riding adventure. Oh, this is even better than a Gothic novel." Eleanor withdrew the letter from her pocket, breaking the seal with trembling fingers. The girls leaned forward as one, united in their curiosity about the Earl's response to such unconventional behavior. Villa dei Cipressi, Rome. August 20th, 1816. My dear Eleanor, your confession about riding astride left me utterly speechless, a condition my valet now finds increasingly common whenever your letters arrive. I fear the poor man believes Italian air has unsettled my constitution, as he keeps suggesting herbal remedies for nervousness and excitability. If he only knew the true cause was a viscountess's sister galloping through Hertfordshire woodland in her petticoats. A small gasp escaped Amelia at this direct reference to Eleanor's scandalous behavior. Charlotte's eyebrows rose appreciatively at Thomas's forthright acknowledgement. I should probably express proper dismay at such unconventional behavior. The Earl of Blackwood, who departed England in April, certainly would have. Yet something extraordinary has happened to that rigid gentleman during his Italian sojourn. He has discovered the profound difference between rules that protect and rules that merely constrain. Your horseback adventure reminds me of an Italian countess I encountered last week who rides astride through the Roman countryside with magnificent disregard for convention. When I expressed surprise in my painfully proper English manner, she regarded me with profound pity. Some freedoms are worth the scandal, she informed me, and only small minds concern themselves with how a woman sits upon a horse. I found myself strangely unable to disagree. Eleanor's heart quickened at this unmistakable evidence of Thomas's evolving perspectives. The proper Earl, who had once regarded riding astride as utterly inappropriate, was now questioning the very conventions he had previously defended. Your observation about the connection between horse and rider resonates strongly with my own experiences here. My Italian riding master insists that artificial barriers between horse and rider, whether physical or conventional, merely interfere with natural communication. The horse knows when you are pretending, he tells me repeatedly. Be genuine in your seat, and the animal responds to your truth, not your performance. I wonder if this wisdom extends beyond horsemanship. How much of our English social performance creates artificial barriers to genuine connection? How many truths remain unexpressed because convention forbids their articulation? These questions increasingly occupy my thoughts as I contemplate eventual return to England. Will the man who writes to you from Roman hillsides find any place in London drawing rooms? Will the perspectives altered by Italian light survive transplantation to English soil? More importantly, will the Eleanor who gallops freely through Hertfordshire woods welcome the Thomas transformed by Italian revelation? Eleanor's breath caught at the uncharacteristically direct questions. Thomas had never before expressed such explicit concern about their eventual meeting in person, nor acknowledged the distance between his transforming self and the rigid Earl she had met at Rothbury. I've enclosed a watercolor of the Roman countryside where I've been riding each morning. The golden light so different from England's softer hues, the cypress trees standing like sentinels against an impossible blue sky. My instructor claims this painting shows promising emotional honesty, high praise from a man who once compared my technique to a mathematical proof with pigments. Perhaps one day you might see these vistas yourself. I find myself increasingly imagining how your vibrant spirit would respond to Italy's unapologetic beauty, a meeting of complementary forces that might produce something remarkable. Until then, I remain, yours with growing certainty, Thomas. Eleanor lowered the letter, her cheeks flushed with color that had nothing to do with the afternoon's exertions. Thomas's words, his support for her riding adventure, his questioning of social conventions, his signature with that telling phrase, yours with growing certainty, revealed a transformation far beyond what she had anticipated when she'd first written to the proper Earl months ago. Well, Charlotte broke the silence with scientific precision, I believe that constitutes empirical evidence of Lord Blackwood's evolving perspectives. And his evolving feelings, Amelia added, her artistic sensibility attuned to the emotional undercurrents. That's hardly the response of a man merely engaged in casual correspondence. Eleanor carefully extracted the watercolor from the envelope. The painting took her breath away, not merely for its technical skill, which was considerable, but for the emotional quality that infused every brushstroke. Thomas had captured the Italian countryside with a passion that transcended mere representation, creating a scene that seemed to pulse with Mediterranean heat and possibility. "Look how he's painted the light," Amelia observed, her artist's eye appreciating the technique. "Those golden tones can only be achieved by someone who's truly seeing, not merely looking." "He's included a rider on horseback," Charlotte noted, pointing to a small figure on a hillside path, riding astride. Eleanor's fingers traced the tiny figure, a woman with loose hair streaming behind her, seated astride a powerful horse as they crested a sunlit hill. The image was too small to discern facial features, yet something in the posture, in the sense of joyful freedom, suggested Thomas had been thinking of her as he painted. Charlotte stated what they were all thinking. Lord Blackwood's interest is clearly more than academic. "The question," Amelia added gently, "is whether yours is as well." Eleanor carefully returned the painting to its envelope, buying time before answering. The truth was both simple and terribly complicated. Her initial correspondence with Thomas had begun from curiosity and rebellion, writing to a proper earl, testing the boundaries of convention. Yet somewhere between his first formal response and this latest candid letter, something fundamental had shifted. She could no longer pretend her interest remained merely intellectual. Each letter had deepened her understanding of the man behind the title, the thoughtful mind, the evolving perspective, the carefully contained passion gradually finding expression through art and correspondence. "I don't know what this is becoming," she admitted finally, "but I'm increasingly certain I cannot give it up, regardless of society's prohibition." "Then we shall ensure the correspondence continues," Charlotte declared with practical determination. "The Wallflower Alliance stands ready to facilitate whatever communication proves necessary. Even if it means more corset-removing, window-escaping adventures?" Amelia asked, her tone suggesting equal parts dread and excitement. Eleanor laughed, the tension of the afternoon's drama finally breaking. "Let's hope Julian remains blissfully unaware of our correspondence for now. Though I maintain that your fainting spell was a theatrical masterpiece, Amelia." Years of practice feigning interest in Mother's endless society lectures, Amelia confessed with a mischievous smile. "I've perfected the gradual wilting that precedes complete collapse." "And your orchid diversion was inspired," Charlotte told Eleanor, "though I believe the gardener suspects you've invented the entire crisis." Eleanor reached for her writing desk. "I should respond to Thomas immediately. His letter traveled nearly 4 weeks to reach me. I don't want him wondering about my reaction to his increasingly candid words." "Or his increasingly beautiful watercolors," Amelia added with a knowing smile. Eleanor's fingers closed around the painting once more, a sense of precious connection warming her palm. Thomas Blackwood, the proper rigid earl who had once embodied everything conventional and constrained, was evolving into someone increasingly authentic, increasingly willing to question society's arbitrary limitations. Most remarkably, he credited her influence for part of this transformation. As she prepared to write her response, Eleanor couldn't help wondering where this correspondence was leading them. The growing warmth in his letters, the increasingly personal reflections, the signature that had evolved from your obedient servant to yours with growing certainty. These suggested a path leading well beyond friendship. The prospect sent an exhilarating flutter through her chest, equal parts anticipation and trepidation. For if Thomas's transformation survived his return to England, if his Italian revelations withstood London's rigid scrutiny, then the correspondence that had begun as impulsive rebellion might well become the foundation for something far more significant. And that possibility was both thrilling and terrifying in equal measure. Lockhart Park, Hertfordshire, September 14th, 1816. Dearest Thomas, your letter regarding my riding adventure arrived today after a rather dramatic journey. It was initially misdelivered to Julian's study, necessitating a somewhat elaborate rescue operation, a fabricated orchid emergency, and Charlotte's remarkable lock-picking abilities. I tell you this partly to amuse you with our escapades, but mostly to demonstrate how precious your correspondence has become to me. Worth risking Julian's disapproval, worth orchestrating diversions, worth the potential scandal, precisely as your Italian countess observed about certain freedoms. Your watercolor takes my breath away. The quality of light you've captured, the sense of space and freedom, I find myself staring at it for embarrassingly long periods, imagining myself atop that hillside. The small figure on horseback did not escape my notice. Is it presumptuous to imagine you thought of me while painting it? My riding adventures continue whenever I can escape supervision. The connection to the horse, the pure exhilaration of movement without artificial constraints, it becomes addictive. I understand now why gentlemen guard this freedom so jealously. What other liberties might we women discover if we questioned every convention that limits us for our own protection? Julian hasn't discovered our correspondence yet, though today's letter rescue was alarmingly close. He suspected something amiss, but couldn't quite determine what. Charlotte was forced to escape through his study window after the lock jammed, requiring removal of her corset for sufficient flexibility. Charlotte and Amelia prove increasingly resourceful in matters of mechanical negotiation and strategic diversions. A reasonable question emerges through all this subterfuge. Where does this path lead, Thomas? The proper Earl I met at Rothbury seemed worlds removed from the man who now writes of emotional honesty and questioning social conventions. The young lady you briefly encountered with her twisted ankle bears little resemblance to the woman who now rides astride through woodland clearings and orchestrates elaborate schemes to protect your letters. We have both transformed through this correspondence. The question becomes whether these transformations will survive proximity. Will the Thomas who writes from Roman hillsides recognize the Eleanor of these letters when we inevitably meet again in London drawing rooms? I find myself both longing for and dreading that moment of revelation. Yours with equal certainty, Eleanor. Eleanor sealed the letter with a mixture of confidence and vulnerability. Thomas's increasingly candid words had emboldened her to respond in kind. Their correspondence had evolved from formal exchange to something far more personal, a connection that transcended conventional boundaries, while creating new ones uniquely their own. Whatever path this led them down, Eleanor was increasingly certain it was one worth following. Some freedoms, as Thomas's Italian countess had observed, were indeed worth the scandal. She carefully added the letter to those awaiting tomorrow's post, then returned to her bedchamber, where Thomas's watercolor awaited. She would have it properly framed, she decided, and hung where only she could see it, a window into Italian sunshine and possibility, a reminder of the transformation occurring across continents, a promise of what might await when correspondence finally gave way to reunion. The question was no longer whether she would continue writing to Thomas, but whether the connection they had built through words and paintings could possibly survive translation into physical reality. The answer to that question lay months in the future, when Thomas would return from Italy. Eleanor placed the watercolor beside her bed. The last thing she would see before sleep claimed her. The Italian rider on the hilltop, astride, hair streaming in golden light, embracing freedom without apology, served as both reflection and aspiration. A vision of what she was becoming, a glimpse of who Thomas now saw when he thought of her, a promise of possibilities yet to unfold. Chapter 8. December 1816, London. Remind me again why we've abandoned the countryside for this frozen metropolis. Eleanor gazed out the frost-etched window at Berkeley Square, where London's fashionable elite hurried through the winter chill, wrapped in furs and determination to be seen despite the season. Because, Amelia replied, arranging her skirts on the window seat beside Eleanor, your sister-in-law insisted that missing the Rothbury winter ball would constitute social suicide, and your brother actually smiled at the prospect of dancing with his wife. Eleanor turned from the window, eyebrow raised in mock horror. Julian? Smiling? I fear the world may be ending. Charlotte looked up from her book, the winter light catching the gold flecks in her serious eyes. More likely, he's simply pleased to escort Abby to her first major social engagement since announcing her condition. The news of Abby's pregnancy had transformed Julian from merely attentive husband to absurdly protective guardian. His insistence on returning to London for Christmas had surprised everyone until Abby confessed her desire to attend the Rothbury winter ball before her condition became too obvious for dancing. Regardless of the reason, Eleanor admitted, I'm grateful for the opportunity to see Diana again. The Duchess of Rothbury had been Lucy's closest friend, and through that connection had formed a warm bond with Eleanor as well. Amelia's eyes sparkled with mischief. And you're not at all curious whether a certain earl might have returned early from his grand tour. Heat rushed to Eleanor's cheeks. Thomas's last letter clearly stated he plans to remain in Naples through February. He's found inspiration in the Mediterranean winter light. Winter light, Charlotte repeated thoughtfully. An interesting technical challenge for an artist. The lower angle of solar radiation creates lengthened shadows and enhanced contrast compared to summer illumination. Amelia and Eleanor exchanged amused glances at Charlotte's scientific analysis of what Thomas had described in far more poetic terms. His watercolors continue to improve remarkably, Eleanor said, thinking of the most recent painting, a Neapolitan harbor at sunset, all golden light and lengthening shadows. His Italian instructor claims he's developing a distinctive style that blends English precision with Mediterranean emotional expression. Much like the man himself, Amelia observed. From your descriptions of his letters, Lord Blackwood seems to be balancing his proper English nature with newfound Italian passion. Eleanor traced a pattern in the condensation on the window pane, avoiding her friend's knowing gazes. His letters have certainly grown more expressive. This was a considerable understatement. Thomas's recent correspondence had abandoned nearly all pretense of formality. His letters now overflowed with philosophical musings, artistic revelations, and increasingly personal reflections that left Eleanor breathless with anticipation each time Jenkins announced the arrival of Italian mail. Mother claims half the unmarried ladies in London have been asking after Lord Blackwood's return date, Amelia said. Apparently, his extended absence on the continent has only enhanced his desirability. Your mother's intelligence network remains unparalleled, Eleanor replied, ignoring the sudden tightness in her chest at this reminder of Thomas's eligibility. Their correspondence existed in a private world of their own creation, one easily shattered by London's marriage market realities. Charlotte closed her book with decisive finality. If we're to be properly dressed for the Rothbury ball, we should commence preparations. The Duchess's invitation specified 8 o'clock, and Mother has already sent 3 notes inquiring about our progress. Eleanor rose reluctantly from the window seat. Diana's balls are worth the elaborate preparation. She has a gift for creating gatherings where conversation flows as freely as champagne. And, Amelia added with a sly smile, her guest lists invariably include the most interesting gentlemen in London. Interesting is entirely subjective, Charlotte observed, gathering her scientific treatise. Though I concede the Rothbury events typically feature a higher percentage of intellectually stimulating conversation partners than most society functions. Eleanor followed her friends upstairs, her thoughts drifting to the letter she'd posted to Naples just yesterday, her response to Thomas's most recent correspondence. In it, she described her anticipation of the Rothbury ball, wondering if he would have enjoyed witnessing her newfound confidence in society after months of their correspondence had helped her discover her authentic voice. Even if you're an ocean away, she'd written, I shall carry the confidence your letters have nurtured into every dance, every conversation. The Eleanor who writes to you has become inseparable from the Eleanor who navigates London ballrooms, something I never anticipated when our correspondence began. What she hadn't confessed was the hollow feeling that accompanied this realization. For what purpose did this newfound confidence serve when the one person she most wished to impress remained in Naples, chasing Mediterranean light and artistic revelation? Lady Eleanor Lockhart and the Misses Charlotte and Amelia Edgewood. The footman's announcement barely registered above the orchestra's vibrant melodies and the glittering crowd's conversation, but Diana's keen attention missed nothing. The Duchess of Rothbury detached herself from a cluster of admirers and swept across the ballroom, resplendent in deep crimson velvet that complemented her dark hair and vivid personality. My darlings! She embraced each young woman in turn, her genuine warmth setting the Rothbury events apart from typical aristocratic gatherings. Eleanor, you look absolutely luminous. That shade of blue transforms your eyes into perfect sapphires. Eleanor returned the embrace with equal warmth. And you remain the only Duchess in England who genuinely compliments other women instead of mentally cataloging their deficiencies. Diana laughed, the sound drawing appreciative glances from nearby gentlemen. Gabriel claims my American forthrightness remains my most shocking quality. Speaking of my insufferable husband. She gestured toward the far side of the ballroom, where the Duke of Rothbury was engaged in conversation with Julian and several other gentlemen. He's been monopolizing your brother since their arrival. Those two have become unexpectedly compatible, Eleanor observed, particularly since Julian's marriage. Abby's influence has been remarkably humanizing. Marriage to the right woman tends to have that effect, Diana agreed, her gaze softening as it found her husband across the crowded room. Now, let me introduce you to some particularly worthwhile conversation partners before duty requires me to circulate. She guided them through the crowded ballroom with practiced ease, making introductions with genuine enthusiasm rather than social calculation. Eleanor found herself conversing easily with a widowed countess whose botanical knowledge rivaled Abby's, while Amelia was soon deep in discussion with a visiting Italian artist about the technical challenges of capturing English fog in watercolors. Charlotte, however, remained characteristically reserved until Diana introduced a serious-looking gentleman whose conversation quickly animated her typically composed features. William Sears has just returned from Edinburgh, where he's been studying new approaches to engineering challenges, Diana explained before being called away by her hosting responsibilities. Charlotte's expression brightened with unexpected interest. "You're from Boston as well?" Mother mentioned the Sears shipping enterprise, but I hadn't realized we'd have the pleasure of meeting in London. "The pleasure is entirely mine," the gentleman replied, his reserved manner giving way to genuine warmth. "It's refreshing to speak with someone who doesn't require elaborate explanations of American commercial interests or express shock that I understand mathematics." Indeed. Charlotte's lips curved in a rare smile. Just yesterday, Lady Havermill seemed astonished that American women might study subjects beyond watercolors and French poetry, while English gentlemen express similar disbelief when I prefer discussions of maritime innovation over fox hunting, William added with a conspiratorial undertone, though I've learned to nod appreciatively at descriptions of particularly accomplished hounds. Eleanor and Amelia exchanged knowing glances as Charlotte launched into a technical discussion that would have bewildered most ballroom occupants, but clearly delighted Mr. Sears. "Lucy's brother," Amelia whispered, nodding toward the animated pair. Imagine Charlotte finding intellectual stimulation at a society ball. Diana's matchmaking skills are truly unparalleled. "Is that what she's doing?" Eleanor murmured back. "Matchmaking?" Amelia's gaze swept over the ballroom. "Observe the careful distribution of guests. Diana has placed every eligible gentleman of intelligence and character in strategic proximity to ladies who might appreciate their specific qualities." Eleanor considered this observation, noting how the Duchess moved through the crowd, making seemingly casual introductions that nonetheless demonstrated remarkable insight into her guests' characters and interests. "She arranged your introduction to the Italian artist who specializes in watercolor technique," Eleanor realized, "and my conversation with Lady Harrington about rare botanical specimens." "Precisely." Amelia nodded toward Charlotte and William Sears, now deeply engrossed in conversation about mathematical principles. "And that pairing appears particularly inspired." A waltz began, and Eleanor found herself claimed by Lord Peabody's eldest son, a pleasant if somewhat dull partner whose conversation rarely ventured beyond hunting prospects and weather observations. As they moved through the elegant patterns of the dance, Eleanor's mind drifted. She had danced with dozens of gentlemen since her debut, each encounter a carefully choreographed performance of social expectation, the precise pressure of gloved hands, the measured steps, the appropriate conversation. Yet only one brief physical encounter remained burned into her memory with startling clarity. Thomas, kneeling before her at Rothbury House, his capable hands gently examining her twisted ankle. The unexpected intimacy of his touch through the thin fabric of her stocking, the surprising gentleness in his fingers as he'd wrapped the bandage with methodical precision, the fleeting moment when his gaze had met hers, a connection that had nothing to do with social performance and everything to do with genuine human concern. "You seem far away tonight, Miss Lockhart," her partner observed, breaking into her reverie. Eleanor composed her features into a pleasant smile, merely appreciating the Duchess's magnificent decorations. The silver and ice blue theme complements the season perfectly. Indeed, Lord Pembroke's son nodded with earnest agreement. "Though I confess, I find winter in town rather dreary compared to country sports. Do you hunt, Miss Lockhart?" "Not conventionally," Eleanor replied, thinking of her solitary gallops through Lockhart woods, "though I do enjoy riding." "Capital exercise," he responded with enthusiasm that required no genuine engagement from her. As he launched into a detailed account of his favorite hunter's performance during the autumn season, Eleanor allowed her thoughts to return to Thomas. His most recent letter had described winter light in Naples, how the lower sun created longer shadows and more dramatic contrasts, how the quality of illumination transformed familiar scenes into new revelations. She'd found herself wondering how that same artistic eye might perceive her, what contrasts and revelations he might observe upon their eventual meeting. The dance ended, and Eleanor curtsied to her partner with practiced grace. As he escorted her back to where Charlotte and Amelia stood conversing with William Sears, she found herself scanning the crowded ballroom with an irrational hope of glimpsing a familiar figure, tall, auburn-haired, with those startlingly perceptive gray eyes. Foolishness, of course. Thomas remained in Naples, yet she couldn't suppress the persistent longing to see him in person. Diana appeared beside her, breaking into these increasingly melancholy reflections. "You've been dancing constantly, Eleanor. Quite the sought-after partner tonight." "Your excellent guest list," Eleanor replied with genuine appreciation, "though I find myself unaccountably tired this evening." Diana's perceptive gaze softened with understanding. Christmas celebrations can be exhausting, particularly when one's heart isn't fully present. Heat rushed to Eleanor's cheeks at this uncomfortably accurate observation. "I don't know what you mean." "Of course not." Diana's smile held no judgment, though if you were missing a certain artistic correspondent currently in Naples, I would consider it perfectly understandable. Eleanor's startled gaze met Diana's knowing one. "Has Amelia been gossiping?" "Amelia maintains admirable discretion," Diana assured her. "But Gabriel has known Thomas Blackwood since childhood, and his recent letters mentioned a particular correspondence that seems to occupy significant attention. I can only assume that correspondent is you, my dear." The revelation that Thomas had mentioned their letters to the Duke of Rothbury sent a curious mixture of panic and pleasure through Eleanor's chest. "We exchange occasional observations about art and society," she explained, the considerable understatement making Diana's eyebrow arch skeptically. "Indeed." The Duchess's tone conveyed eloquent disbelief. "Such occasional observations typically inspire men to write to their oldest friends about transformed perspectives and Italian revelations." Before Eleanor could formulate a response, music signaled the beginning of another dance. Diana's smile turned mischievous. "It seems Lord Harrington is searching for you. I believe he requested this country dance specifically." With a gentle squeeze of Eleanor's hand, the Duchess moved away to attend to her hosting duties, leaving Eleanor to navigate another social performance, while her thoughts remained firmly fixed on the one man absent from the glittering assembly. "You've been remarkably quiet," Amelia observed as their carriage rolled through London's frozen streets toward home. "Was Lord Harrington's conversation truly that tedious?" Eleanor's gaze remained fixed on the frost-etched window. "I found myself thinking of Thomas." The admission felt momentous despite its simplicity. Charlotte and Amelia exchanged knowing glances in the carriage's dim interior. "He remains in Naples through February, does he not?" Charlotte asked, her practical mind always seeking precision. "As far as I know." Eleanor sighed, watching her breath fog the cold glass. His last letter described winter light on the Mediterranean and his plans to explore the coastal villages until spring. "Yet you seem to be searching for him tonight," Amelia noted gently. "I observed you scanning the ballroom several times." Eleanor turned from the window, unable to deny her friend's perceptive observation. Foolish, isn't it? To miss someone I've barely spent time with in person? Not foolish, Charlotte countered with surprising empathy. Physical absence doesn't negate emotional presence. Eleanor nodded, her fingers absently tracing patterns on the cold window. While dancing tonight, I realized how much I want to see him again, not just exchange letters. The carriage turned onto Berkeley Square, approaching the Lockhart townhouse. Christmas greenery adorned the elegant facade, promising warmth against winter's chill. Eleanor made a sudden decision. "I'm going to write to him tonight," she declared as the carriage rolled to a stop. "No more philosophical discussions or careful observations, just the truth of what I'm feeling." On Christmas Eve, Charlotte's eyebrow rose slightly. Rather significant timing. "When better to offer truth?" Eleanor asked, her determination growing with each passing moment. "A season for gifts, is it not?" Inside the quiet townhouse, Eleanor bid her friends good night and retreated to her chambers. The room was festive with winter greenery, holly and pine boughs arranged by thoughtful servants. Yet she barely noticed these Christmas touches as she moved purposefully to her writing desk. Festive sounds drifted upward, carols being practiced for tomorrow's celebrations, servants laughing as they completed final preparations. But Eleanor's focus remained singular as she lit additional candles and selected her finest stationery. Her fingers trembled slightly as she dipped her pen and began to write without her usual careful drafting. Lockhart House, Berkeley Square, December 24th, 1816. My dearest Thomas, tonight I danced with 7 different gentlemen at the Rothbury Christmas ball. Their names, faces, and conversation have already begun to blur together, while I remember with perfect clarity the exact feeling of your hands as you bandaged my ankle at Rothbury House months ago. How strange that such a brief encounter should remain so vivid when countless social interactions fade to insignificance. Yet perhaps not strange at all. I find myself in the peculiar position of missing someone I barely know in person, yet have come to cherish through written words. Your letters have become the brightest moments in each week, windows into a mind and heart I've grown increasingly captivated by. Tonight, watching couples dance beneath crystal chandeliers, all I could think was how desperately I wished you were there. I stood in a crowded ballroom feeling utterly alone because the one person I truly wanted to speak with remains an ocean away. How illogical, yet how undeniably true. I no longer have patience for careful theorizing or philosophical distance. Christmas Eve seems the proper time for simple truth. I have feelings for you, Thomas. Deep, genuine feelings that transcend intellectual curiosity or friendly correspondence. I do not know if you share these sentiments. Your letters suggest growing affection, yet words on paper allow for such careful crafting that certainty remains elusive. When you return to England, will the connection we've built through correspondence survive translation into physical reality? I find myself both longing for and dreading that moment of revelation. Yet whatever comes, I needed you to know the truth of my heart. Consider this my Christmas gift to you. Honesty without pretense or protection. The most valuable thing I have to offer. With deepest affection, Eleanor Schrace. She sealed the letter with careful precision, addressing it to Thomas's Naples residence. Eleanor placed the sealed letter on her writing desk, ready for tomorrow's post. Outside her window, snow had begun to fall. Delicate crystalline structures transforming London's hard surfaces into something softer, more forgiving. She drew her wrapper closer against December's chill, watching snowflakes create intricate patterns against the night sky. In uncertain circumstances, patterns provided comfort, the predictable unpredictability of weather, of emotional risk, of human connection across impossible distances. Eleanor watched London disappear beneath gentle accumulation of snow, transforming familiar contours into mysterious new landscapes. Whatever happened when Thomas returned, she would face it with the authentic self their correspondence had helped her discover. Some transformations, once experienced, could never be undone. This truth provided both comfort and courage as Christmas Eve melted into Christmas morning, and Eleanor finally sought sleep with Thomas's letters carefully preserved in her bedside drawer. Thomas Blackwood gripped the ship's frost-slicked railing, his knuckles white with tension as he watched Naples harbor vanish into December mist. The merchant vessel pitched beneath him, churning through the winter Mediterranean with determined purpose. Wind cut through his coat, yet he remained rooted to the deck, reluctant to retreat to his cabin despite the biting cold. Physical discomfort seemed preferable to the confinement below, where thoughts of Eleanor would only intensify. His departure had been chaotic, barely 2 days between receiving news of Uncle Richard's declining health and securing passage on this English-bound vessel. No time for proper farewells, no opportunity to write Eleanor explaining his sudden departure. Thomas closed his eyes, immediately seeing Eleanor as she'd been that day at Rothbury House. Ankle twisted, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet eyes sparkling with undeniable spirit. The memory of her slender ankle in his hands, the delicate bone structure beneath his fingers as he'd wrapped the bandage, these sensations remained unnervingly vivid, despite the months and miles between. Even more vivid was the image she'd conjured in her letter about riding astride through Lockhart Woods. Dear God, Eleanor in her petticoats, galloping freely through morning mist. The mental picture had tormented him for weeks, appearing in dreams and unexpected moments of distraction. His painting instructor had commented repeatedly on his sudden inattention during lessons, unaware that Thomas's mind repeatedly strayed to Hertfordshire woodlands and a most improper Viscountess's sister. His cabin steward approached, breaking into these dangerous reflections. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the captain advises all passengers below decks. The Mediterranean can be treacherous in December, even in these waters. Thomas nodded curtly, reluctantly abandoning his position. Thank you, Morrison. I'll retire shortly. As the servant retreated, Thomas extracted a folded page from his inner coat pocket, Eleanor's most recent letter. Though he'd nearly memorized every word, he found himself compulsively returning to it. The paper had grown soft from repeated handling, the creases threatening to separate entirely. Yet the words remained clear, Eleanor's distinctive handwriting a tangible connection to the woman herself. I find myself wondering if you ever think of our meeting at Rothbury, Thomas. Do you remember binding my ankle with such careful precision? I confess that moment returns to me at unexpected intervals, the surprising gentleness in your touch, so at odds with your formal demeanor. Perhaps that contrast first intrigued me, the sense that beneath the proper Earl existed someone altogether more complex and compelling. Thomas's throat tightened. If she only knew how frequently that encounter occupied his thoughts, how vividly he recalled every detail. The warmth of her skin through thin silk stockings, the trust in her eyes as she'd allowed him to tend her injury, the surprising resilience beneath her proper appearance. The letter continued, addressing his most recent watercolor. Your painting of the Neapolitan fisherman reveals something transformed in your perspective. The early works you sent showed technical excellence, but maintained careful distance from their subjects. This latest piece places the viewer directly within the scene. We feel the spray of salt water, hear the sailors' calls, experience their daily struggle and triumph. You've stopped merely observing life, Thomas, and begun participating in it. You've has changed everything, Thomas whispered to the wind and waves, words no one but the sea would hear. Thomas carefully refolded the letter, returning it to its place closest to his heart. The ship pitched forward through darkening waters, carrying him inexorably toward England, toward Eleanor. No letter had warned her of his impending arrival. The news of Uncle Richard's condition had required immediate departure, leaving no time for proper explanation. He would see her in person, he reasoned, far sooner than a letter could reach her. The prospect sent equal measures of anticipation and apprehension coursing through him. What would happen when they stood face to face, with no protective barrier of distance and parchment between them? Would the Eleanor of their correspondence recognize the transformed Thomas? Would she welcome the man who had discovered his authentic self among Italian ruins and Neapolitan light? Or would she prefer the carefully controlled Earl who had departed England months ago? As darkness descended over the Mediterranean, Thomas finally retreated to his cabin, though sleep remained elusive. His mind continuously circled back to Eleanor, her letters, her confessions, her riding adventure that still set his blood racing whenever he recalled it. The ship pressed northward through winter seas, carrying him toward an uncertain reunion, yet absolute certainty of one truth. He had to see her again. Chapter 9, February 1817, London. No correspondence again today, miss. Jenkins delivered this information with the same impassive expression he'd maintained through 7 weeks of Eleanor's increasingly transparent anxiety. Eleanor forced herself to nod casually, as though the continued silence from Naples held no particular significance. "Thank you, Jenkins." The butler withdrew, leaving Eleanor alone with the modest collection of invitations and social correspondence that had replaced the cream-colored envelopes she'd once anticipated with such pleasure. 7 weeks since she'd posted her Christmas Eve confession. 7 weeks of silence that grew heavier with each passing day. She moved to the window seat, unable to concentrate on morning correspondence. Outside, London continued its winter social whirl, oblivious to her private disappointment. Ladies and gentlemen hurried through Berkeley Square, protected from February's bite by fine wool and fur, while street vendors huddled against the cold, offering hot chestnuts and warm drinks to passers-by. "You're watching for the post again." Amelia's voice carried no judgment, only gentle understanding. "Has there been any word?" Eleanor shook her head, unwilling to voice the conclusion that had become increasingly inescapable. "His last letter arrived in early December. Nothing since." "Perhaps Italian postal service suffers winter disruptions," Amelia suggested, though her tone lacked conviction. They'd exhausted every plausible explanation for Thomas's prolonged silence. "Perhaps," Eleanor turned from the window, "or perhaps my Christmas Eve honesty proved excessive. The memory of that letter, its vulnerability, its directness, its uncharacteristic emotional transparency caused heat to rise in her cheeks. What had seemed courageous and necessary on Christmas Eve now appeared mortifyingly naive. "I have feelings for you, Thomas. Deep, genuine feelings that transcend intellectual curiosity or friendly correspondence." With each silent week, those words haunted her more persistently. Had she misinterpreted the warming tone of his letters? Had his Neapolitan artistic awakening been merely that, an artistic evolution unconnected to personal feelings? Had her confession embarrassed or dismayed him? Amelia hesitated in the doorway, her expression unusually guarded. "Eleanor, I've just heard the most extraordinary news from Mother." Eleanor looked up, momentarily distracted from her melancholy thoughts. "What news?" "Mother attended Lady Pembroke's musical evening yesterday." Amelia moved further into the room, voice dropping to a confidential tone. "Lord Blackwood has returned to England." Eleanor's heart stuttered, then raced ahead with dangerous speed. "Thomas is back in England?" "Apparently he returned nearly 3 weeks ago," Amelia confirmed, watching Eleanor's reaction carefully. "He's been in Northumberland since his arrival, something about his uncle's estate requiring immediate attention." The information struck Eleanor with physical force. Thomas had been in England for 3 weeks. 3 weeks during which no letter, no message, no acknowledgement of her Christmas confession had arrived. The conclusion seemed inescapable, if painful. He had received her letter, with its embarrassingly candid feelings, and chosen to ignore it. Perhaps he'd even accelerated his return plans to avoid the awkwardness of responding to unreciprocated sentiments. "I see." Eleanor smoothed her skirts, composing her features into a mask of casual interest. "How fascinating that your mother should acquire this particular intelligence." Amelia studied her with concern. "Are you quite all right, Eleanor? You've gone rather pale." "Perfectly well." Eleanor forced a smile that felt brittle even to herself. "Lord Blackwood's travel arrangements hold no particular significance for me." "Eleanor," Amelia's tone grew gentle, "your correspondence with him was substantive. His failure to announce his return personally seems inconsistent with the connection you described." This observation nearly broke Eleanor's careful composure. "Apparently, our correspondence held different significance for each participant," she managed, moving toward the window to hide her expression. "Though I appreciate your concern, it's entirely unnecessary." "Of course." Amelia didn't press further, though her unconvinced expression spoke volumes. "Charlotte and I are attending the modist later. Would you care to join us?" Mother claims Lady Rutherford's assembly next week will be the event of the season. Eleanor nodded, grateful for the change of subject. That sounds delightful. As Amelia departed to prepare for their outing, Eleanor remained at the window, staring unseeing at the London street below. Thomas in England. Thomas silent. Thomas evidently untroubled by the vulnerable confession she'd poured onto paper Christmas Eve. The hollowness in her chest expanded with each breath. How foolish she'd been to mistake literary connection for something deeper, to imagine their correspondence represented genuine emotional evolution, rather than merely interesting diversion during continental travel. She pressed her fingers against the cold glass, welcoming the physical discomfort as distraction from the more painful wound within. Thomas Blackwood had returned to England without a word, and with that silence had answered her Christmas confession more clearly than any letter could have done. February 1817, Ravenswood Hall, Yorkshire. Richard's affairs are in complete disarray, Thomas informed his solicitor, scanning the seemingly endless documents spread across his uncle's study. Apparently, scientific expeditions took precedence over estate management. The elderly solicitor nodded gravely. Your late uncle's passion for geological specimens was admirable, but financially imprudent. The estate has been without proper oversight for nearly 3 years. Thomas suppressed a sigh, surveying the neglected study, where dust covered every surface except the extensive collection of rock samples meticulously arranged in glass-fronted cabinets. Uncle Richard had cared far more for fossils than finances, a preference now causing considerable complications for his successor. How much longer will these matters require my presence in Northumberland? Thomas asked, thinking of London, of Eleanor, with increasing impatience. Several weeks at minimum, my lord, the solicitor replied, adding another document to the towering stack awaiting Thomas's attention. The tenant disputes alone require personal intervention. Your uncle's extended absences created something of a governance vacuum. Thomas nodded, resignation settling heavily upon his shoulders. 3 weeks had already passed since his return to English soil, weeks consumed entirely by his uncle's chaotic legacy. Each day in Northumberland pulled him further from his intended course. Immediate return to London, immediate reconnection with Eleanor. He'd meant to write, of course. Multiple attempts lay discarded in his desk drawer, each failing to adequately explain his abrupt departure from Naples or convey his eagerness to see her again. These weren't matters for correspondence. They required presence, direct interaction, the ability to observe her response without the distancing effect of postal delays. And so he'd abandoned each attempt, resolving instead to complete his Northumberland obligations with maximum efficiency before traveling directly to London. Now, staring at the mountain of documents requiring his attention, Thomas recognized the miscalculation. 3 weeks had passed without contact. 3 weeks during which Eleanor might reasonably conclude he had forgotten her entirely. Perhaps I should return to London briefly, he suggested, to address certain urgent personal matters before continuing with estate business. The solicitor's expression registered polite disapproval. The situation with the eastern tenant farmers grows increasingly contentious, my lord. Any delay risks further deterioration. Thomas nodded, acknowledging the responsibility that had descended upon him with his uncle's title. The Earl who had departed England 9 months ago would have prioritized duty without question, allowing personal desires no consideration whatsoever. But Thomas was no longer that man. Italy had transformed him, revealing the hollowness of duty, divorced from authentic impulse. Eleanor's correspondence had accelerated that transformation, creating space for honesty and self-discovery he'd never previously permitted. I'll need to send an urgent letter to London, he decided. Today. The solicitor nodded with visible relief. A most sensible decision, my lord. Shall I arrange a messenger? Please. Thomas rose, already composing the message in his mind. Direct, honest, explaining both his sudden departure from Naples and his delayed contact from England. He moved to the writing desk, selecting paper and pen with deliberate care. Whatever confusion his silence might have caused, he would rectify it immediately. Eleanor deserved explanation and reassurance, especially given the increasingly personal nature of their correspondence before his departure. The empty page stared back at him, possibilities expanding in every direction. Should he be formal or familiar, explanatory or emotional? As he considered these questions, his steward appeared at the study door with apologetic deference. "Forgive the interruption, my lord, but the delegation from the Eastern Farms has arrived. They're quite insistent about immediate audience." Thomas set down his pen with reluctant acceptance. The letter would need to wait until this latest crisis had been addressed. One more delay in a succession of delays that had already stretched dangerously long. "Tell them I'll receive them shortly," he instructed, returning the blank paper to its drawer. "And send word to the stables. I want the carriage prepared for London departure 3 days from now, regardless of outstanding business." The steward's surprise registered briefly before professional composure reasserted itself. "Of course, my lord, though the roads remain challenging due to recent weather." "Nevertheless," Thomas replied, his determination solidifying with each passing moment. 3 days hence, I leave for London. Estate matters, tenant disputes, legal complications, all would need to proceed without his physical presence. Some priorities transcended conventional duty. Some connections, once established, required tending before withering from neglect. Thomas straightened his coat, preparing to meet the tenant delegation with as much efficiency as possible. 3 more days of Northumberland obligation, then London, then Eleanor. The thought sustained him as he descended to the estate office, already calculating how quickly he could reach Berkeley Square once freed from his uncle's complicated legacy. Chapter 10, March 1817, London. The Rutherford Assembly promises to be this season's most anticipated event, Amelia observed, examining the ornate invitation delivered that morning. Mother claims Lady Rutherford imported actual cupids to decorate the ballroom. Charlotte looked up from her scientific journal with characteristic skepticism. Actual cupids being, I presume, children costumed with wings and false archery equipment? Naturally, Amelia grinned, though Mother prefers the mythological interpretation. Eleanor barely registered this exchange, her attention focused on the Morning Post Jenkins had just delivered. Once again, no cream-colored envelope bearing Italian, or now English, postmarks. No word from Thomas despite his confirmed presence in England for at least a week. "Eleanor?" Amelia touched her arm gently. "Will you attend the Rutherford Assembly?" Mother heard Lord Blackwood is expected to make his first society appearance since returning from his grand tour. Eleanor's fingers tightened imperceptibly around the invitation. "I have no particular interest in Lord Blackwood's social calendar. His return without communication seems worthy of investigation." "Some mysteries require no investigation," Eleanor replied, setting aside the invitation with deliberate casualness. "His extended silence provides quite sufficient information regarding his sentiments." Amelia and Charlotte exchanged concerned glances, their silent communication transparent to Eleanor after months of close friendship. "Perhaps circumstances have prevented proper communication," Amelia suggested gently. "Travel disruptions, family obligations." 9 weeks have passed since my Christmas letter," Eleanor interrupted, the carefully maintained facade cracking momentarily. 3 weeks since his return to England. No circumstance prevents a simple note acknowledging either development. Charlotte's practical nature asserted itself. Then perhaps direct observation is required. The Rutherford Assembly offers opportunity to assess Lord Blackwood's demeanor firsthand, rather than relying on speculation. Eleanor considered this logical approach, weighing vulnerability against uncertainty. If Thomas attended the assembly, their meeting was inevitable given the interconnected nature of London society. Better to encounter him deliberately, prepared and composed, than be caught unaware. "You're right," she conceded. "Clarity serves better than continued speculation." Her agreement brought visible relief to her friend's features. They had watched her cycle through anxiety, hope, disappointment, and forced indifference as weeks passed without a word from Thomas. The situation had become increasingly untenable. "Then we shall prepare for a most illuminating evening," Amelia declared with determined brightness. "Mother's modiste has created the most extraordinary gown for the occasion, deep crimson silk that would complement your coloring perfectly, Eleanor." "Crimson symbolizes confidence and passion," Charlotte observed. appropriate psychological signaling given the circumstances, and extraordinarily flattering with your complexion, Amelia added practically. Lord Blackwood will be utterly captivated, regardless of his mysterious silence. Eleanor summoned a smile, unwilling to dampen her friend's enthusiasm. I doubt any gown will significantly impact the situation, but I appreciate your confidence. What remained unspoken was the hollow ache that had become her constant companion since learning of Thomas's return. Not mere disappointment at his silence, but something deeper, grief for the connection she'd believed was developing. The growing certainty that she'd misinterpreted his letters, projecting depth and significance onto what had been, for him, merely an interesting Italian diversion. The crimson silk might project confidence and passion to assembled society, but Eleanor harbored no illusions about its power to rewrite reality. The Rutherford ballroom blazed with hundreds of candles, their light reflecting from crystal chandeliers and gilded mirrors to create an atmosphere of enchanted brilliance. Red and pink garlands festooned every available surface, while the promised child cupids circulated with trays of champagne and confectionery. Thomas paused at the entrance, momentarily overwhelmed by the sensory assault after months of Mediterranean simplicity and weeks of Northumberland isolation. London society had wasted no time embracing extravagance in his absence. His gaze swept the crowded room with singular purpose, searching for one particular figure among the glittering assemblage. He'd arrived in London barely 24 hours earlier, coming directly from Northumberland without stopping at his own townhouse. His first act upon reaching civilization had been dispatching a note to Berkeley Square, explaining his extended absence and requesting the opportunity to call upon Eleanor at her earliest convenience. No response had arrived before he departed for the Rutherford Assembly. Perhaps the note had reached her too late for proper reply. Perhaps she'd decided direct meeting served better than written exchange. Perhaps, most concerning possibility, she'd grown indifferent during his protracted silence. Blackwood! The Duke of Rothbury materialized beside him, clasping his hand with genuine warmth. Welcome back to civilization. Italy clearly agreed with you. Thomas returned the greeting with equal sincerity. Gabriel had been his closest friend since Eton, their connection surviving Thomas's rigid propriety and Gabriel's scandalous marriage to an American heiress. Italy was transformative, Thomas acknowledged, though returning to English weather provides certain character-building challenges. Gabriel laughed. Diana insists the Mediterranean light changed more than your artistic technique. You're positively glowing with health, and something else I can't quite identify. Less rigid, perhaps. Thomas smiled, acknowledging the observation with a slight nod. Italy has a way of dismantling carefully constructed artifice. The light reveals things one might prefer to keep hidden. Speaking of revelation, Gabriel replied, my wife has been searching for you. Something about acquiring Italian artwork for Rothbury House. She'll be delighted you finally emerged from your northern exile. As if summoned by her name, the Duchess of Rothbury appeared beside them, resplendent in emerald silk that complemented her dark beauty. Thomas, you finally escaped Northumberland's prison. How absolutely wonderful to see you looking so Italian. The observation carried layers of meaning beyond the superficial comment on his sun-darkened complexion. Diana, like her husband, had apparently detected something fundamentally altered in Thomas's demeanor. Your Grace, he bowed over her extended hand. I'm reliably informed that excessive Mediterranean exposure creates irreversible condition. Diana laughed with genuine delight. Then we must all book passage immediately. Gabriel, make arrangements. Her husband responded with the indulgent smile of a man accustomed to his wife's impulsive declarations. Perhaps we might allow Thomas to complete his first society appearance before kidnapping him back to Italy? Of course. Diana's gaze swept the crowded ballroom with practiced assessment. Everyone who matters is here tonight. The Lockhart party arrived not 30 minutes ago. I believe Miss Eleanor is with the Edgewood sisters near the refreshment table. Thomas's pulse quickened at the casual mention, though he maintained careful composure. I should pay my respects to former acquaintances. If you'll excuse me? Diana's perceptive eyes registered something in his expression, but she merely nodded. Of course. though I expect a full account of your Italian adventures later. If you'll excuse me, he murmured, already moving in Eleanor's direction without awaiting response. Gabriel's amused voice followed him. Diana, I believe we're witnessing what you would call a determined man with a mission. Thomas barely registered these words, his attention entirely focused on navigating the crowded ballroom with maximum efficiency. Couples danced, groups conversed, servants maneuvered with loaded trays, all obstacles between himself and Eleanor, all irrelevant to his singular purpose. He approached from slightly behind her position, close enough to catch the familiar scent of lily of the valley that had haunted his Italian dreams. Lord Harrington noticed his approach first, expression shifting from animated conversation to polite surprise. Blackwood, didn't realize you'd returned to London. Eleanor stiffened, though she didn't immediately turn. Thomas watched the subtle straightening of her shoulders, the almost imperceptible lift of her chin, preparing herself before facing him. When she finally turned, her expression revealed nothing beyond perfect social composure. Lord Blackwood, how unexpected. The coolness in her voice sent a shock through Thomas's system. This was not the Eleanor of their correspondence, open, curious, increasingly candid. This was a stranger wearing Eleanor's features, regarding him with polite detachment that bordered on disinterest. Miss Lockhart. He bowed, searching her face for any sign of the connection they developed through months of letters. It's a pleasure to see you again after such extended absence. Indeed. Her tone remained coolly proper. I understand you've been in England nearly a month. How fortunate you finally found opportunity to rejoin society. The pointed observation confirmed Thomas's worst fear. His extended silence had created misunderstanding. Family obligations required immediate attention in Northumberland, he explained. My uncle's affairs were unfortunately complicated. How inconvenient for you. Eleanor's smile never reached her eyes. If you'll excuse me, I promised Lord Harrington the next dance. She moved a step past him, but Thomas gently touched her arm. Miss Lockhart, Eleanor, might I request the honor of this dance instead? There's much I wish to explain. Something flashed in her eyes. Pain? Anger? Before perfect composure reasserted itself. I suppose one dance can be accommodated. She placed her hand on his offered arm with careful precision, maintaining maximum possible distance as he led her toward the dance floor. The orchestra had begun a country dance, lively enough to require concentration, yet structured enough to permit conversation during established figures. I must apologize for my extended silence, Thomas began, as they took their positions. My departure from Naples was precipitous. Barely 2 days between receiving news of Uncle Richard's declining health and boarding the ship. Eleanor executed the opening movement with perfect technique and complete emotional detachment. No explanation is necessary, Lord Blackwood. Our correspondence was merely pleasant diversion during your continental tour. The dismissive characterization struck Thomas with unexpected force. It was considerably more significant than diversion, Eleanor. Was it? Her gaze met his directly as they circled each other. 7 weeks of silence suggests otherwise. The dance separated them briefly, providing Thomas crucial moments to process this information. 7 weeks? Had it truly been so long since his last letter from Naples? The chaos of his uncle's death and the estate complications had distorted his sense of time, but surely he'd written more recently than that. They came together again in the dance, allowing brief continuation of their conversation. The situation in Northumberland was extraordinarily demanding, he explained. My uncle's death 2 days after my arrival created immediate complications. How unfortunate. Eleanor's voice carried quiet devastation beneath its composed surface. And the 3 weeks since your return to England, were you similarly overwhelmed by circumstance then as well? The dance separated them again, leaving Thomas with the uncomfortable recognition of how his actions or inactions must appear from Eleanor's perspective. His failure to write since arriving in England, his absorption in estate matters at the expense of personal connection. These decisions now appeared inexcusable. When the dance brought them together again, he tried once more. I meant to write immediately, but the estate was in complete disarray. I only reached London yesterday and sent a note to Berkeley Square this morning. yet somehow failed to manage even the briefest communication for nearly a month. Eleanor completed the thought with precision that cut like a blade. As I said, Lord Blackwood, no explanation is required. Our correspondence served its purpose during your absence. Now that you've returned to England, normal social interaction can resume without artificial epistolary intimacy. The dance ended before Thomas could formulate adequate response. Eleanor curtsied with perfect correctness and glacial distance. Thank you for the dance, my lord. I wish you every happiness in your resumed English life. Without waiting for his reply, she turned and moved directly off the dance floor, a significant breach of ballroom etiquette that revealed the depth of her distress more clearly than any words could have done. Thomas remained frozen in position, watching her crimson silk disappear into the crowd, leaving him utterly alone amid the celebrants. Thomas stood frozen, the blood draining from his face as Eleanor's crimson silk disappeared into the crowd. Her absence left a physical ache, as though she'd taken something vital with her. 7 weeks? The words hammered in his chest. What had happened in those 7 weeks to turn her warm, candid letters into this Arctic dismissal? His throat tightened. The ballroom's heat suddenly felt suffocating, the music too loud, the lights too bright. Couples continued dancing around him, oblivious to the fact that he'd just been gutted as effectively as if she'd run him through with a blade. The look in her eyes, that flash of raw pain before her perfect mask had reasserted itself. That hadn't been mere irritation at delayed correspondence. That had been genuine hurt, deep hurt. Thomas stumbled toward the edge of the dance floor, legs unsteady beneath him. The Eleanor who'd written to him for months, who'd shared thoughts and feelings and gradual revelations, wouldn't have dismissed their connection as artificial intimacy over a simple delay in writing. Something was profoundly wrong. Something he didn't understand. He watched her across the room, her spine straight as a sword, her smile brittle as she conversed with Charlotte Edgewood. Even from this distance, he could see the rigid control in her posture, the tension in her shoulders. His chest burned with a single, overwhelming certainty. He wouldn't let this end here. The proper, reserved Earl who'd left England might have retreated with wounded dignity, but that man no longer existed. The Thomas who stood watching Eleanor now, heart racing, hands trembling with the force of emotions he couldn't yet name, that Thomas would fight for whatever had been broken between them, even if he didn't yet understand what it was. The morning after Lady Rutherford's assembly, Eleanor sat motionless at her dressing table while Morris arranged her hair, her mind trapped in an endless replay of the previous evening's encounter. Thomas's voice, his explanations, the tentative touch of his hand upon her arm, each memory stung with fresh intensity. Her reflection revealed shadows beneath her eyes, testament to a night spent staring at the ceiling rather than sleeping. The hollow feeling in her chest had expanded until breathing itself required conscious effort. "Shall I use the jade pin today, miss?" Morris asked, her fingers deftly weaving a strand of pearls through Eleanor's honey-blonde curls. Eleanor blinked, returning to the present moment. "Whatever you think best." "You seem unwell this morning. Perhaps some tea before receiving visitors?" Eleanor shook her head. The last thing she needed was stimulant to further agitate her already frayed nerves. "I'm perfectly well, simply tired." Morris's expression suggested she believed otherwise, but professional discretion prevented further comment. "Jenkins mentioned a gentleman has called already. He left his card with particular emphasis on returning later." "Which gentleman?" Eleanor frowned. "Mr. Harrington, miss." Morris secured another pin. "Jenkins said he was most insistent about speaking with you today." The name stirred a vague recollection. A pleasant-faced young man with intelligent eyes and an easy manner, who'd appeared genuinely interested in her observations about thoroughbred bloodlines during last night's assembly. Under normal circumstances, she might have found his conversation engaging. Last night, she'd barely registered it. "I see." "Perhaps receiving visitors would provide distraction," Morris suggested with careful delicacy, the subtle encouragement of a lady's maid who had observed her mistress's melancholy for too many weeks. Eleanor met her maid's gaze in the mirror's reflection. "You think I should receive him?" Morris adjusted a final curl. "A change of company might prove beneficial, miss." The wisdom in this simple observation penetrated Eleanor's protective numbness. Perhaps new acquaintance would provide temporary escape from the circular thoughts that had tormented her since seeing Thomas. He'd looked different, taller somehow, broader through the shoulders, his skin sun-kissed. His dark eyes had held an intensity she'd never witnessed in person, only imagined while reading his letters. His letters. The thought twisted painfully in her chest. "Miss?" Morris prompted gently. Eleanor straightened her spine. "You're entirely correct. Please inform Jenkins I'll receive Mr. Harrington should he call again today." Morris nodded approvingly, turning to select a morning dress from the wardrobe. "The periwinkle silk, perhaps? It complements your eyes beautifully." "Yes," Eleanor agreed, her decision solidifying with each passing moment. The periwinkle silk would be perfect. She rose from the dressing table with fresh resolve. Thomas Blackwood had made his feelings, or lack thereof, abundantly clear through 7 weeks of silence. Dwelling on what might have been served no purpose beyond extending her suffering, her pride, if nothing else, demanded forward movement. James Harrington proved surprisingly diverting company. As the third son of Lord Harrington, he lacked title but possessed comfortable fortune, pleasing manners, and genuine knowledge of horses that extended beyond mere social posturing. Their shared passion for equine bloodlines provided conversations safe from emotional complication. "Your expertise is remarkable, Miss Lockhart," he observed, accepting a second cup of tea in the drawing room. "Few ladies demonstrate such detailed understanding of breeding principles." Eleanor's lips curved in genuine amusement. "You sound astonished, Mr. Harrington." "Delighted rather than astonished." His smile reached his eyes, crinkling their corners appealingly. "I've found English ladies often possess extraordinary knowledge when given opportunity to cultivate their interests." "A refreshingly enlightened perspective," Eleanor replied, finding comfort in this simple exchange after weeks of emotional turbulence. "I particularly admire those who pursue their passions despite societal constraints." He set down his cup, expression brightening. "I wonder, would you consider allowing me to escort you through Hyde Park this afternoon? The weather is exceptionally fine for March, and I've recently acquired a pair of matched grays that might interest you." The invitation arrived with such easy naturalness that accepting seemed equally natural. "That sounds delightful, Mr. Harrington." "Excellent. Shall we say 3 o'clock?" His enthusiasm contained nothing beyond sincere appreciation for pleasant company. After his departure, Eleanor remained in the drawing room, considering this unexpected development. James Harrington represented exactly the kind of gentleman she might have welcomed before her correspondence with Thomas. Good-natured, knowledgeable about her interests, pleasantly amenable to her direct manner. Before, Abby found her there, still contemplating this uncomfortable truth. "I understand Mr. Harrington called." Her tone maintained careful neutrality, though her observant gaze missed nothing. "Did you find his company agreeable?" "Perfectly agreeable." Eleanor smoothed her skirts with deliberate precision. "We're to drive through Hyde Park this afternoon." Abby settled beside her on the settee. "Eleanor." "Please don't, Abby." Eleanor interrupted with uncharacteristic sharpness. "Whatever well-meaning observation you're about to make, I'd rather not hear it." "Very well." Abby's scientific detachment asserted itself. "Then perhaps I'll simply state facts. Lord Blackwood called this morning while you were dressing." Eleanor's heart performed a treacherous leap before she could suppress the reaction. "Did he?" "Indeed. He appeared most urgent to speak with you." Abby studied her with the focused attention she typically reserved for botanical specimens. "Julian informed him you were not receiving visitors." An entirely accurate statement. "He left this." Abby extended a folded note bearing Thomas's distinctive seal. "Julian instructed Jenkins to deliver it later, but I thought you might prefer immediate possession." Eleanor stared at the cream-colored paper, identical to the missives she'd once anticipated with such pleasure. The urge to snatch it from Abby's hand warred with pride that demanded cool indifference. Pride won by narrow margin. "Thank you, but I have no particular interest in Lord Blackwood's correspondence." "Eleanor." Abby's voice softened. "Whatever happened between you, the man I observed this morning appeared genuinely distressed." a condition that might have been avoided through simple communication during the past 7 weeks. Eleanor rose, needing movement to dispel the dangerous temptation to accept the letter. "Please excuse me. I should speak with Cook about luncheon arrangements." Abby didn't press further, merely placing the unopened letter on the side table. Of course. Alone in her bedroom, Eleanor paced the perimeter, fighting the compulsion to return upstairs for Thomas's note. Even now, after everything, some traitorously hopeful part of her heart wanted to believe in explanation, in misunderstanding, in reconciliation. That weakness had already cost her Diddy once. She wouldn't surrender to it again. The thought of James Harrington's carriage arriving at 3 o'clock provided steadying focus. A pleasant drive through the park, conversation about horses, perhaps a stop to admire early spring flowers, normal activities without emotional complication or disappointed expectations. She moved to her dressing table, studying her reflection with critical assessment. For the afternoon drive, she would wear the emerald green carriage dress that brought out the unusual violet of her eyes. She would style her hair with confident simplicity. She would present the image of a young woman enjoying pleasant male attention, not a heartsick fool pining over misplaced affection. Chapter 11. London, Blackwood House. Thomas paced the confines of his study, agitation evident in each movement. Every clock in the house seemed deliberately slow, stretching minutes into hours as he awaited response to his urgent message. "No word from Berkeley Square?" he demanded when Henderson entered with afternoon correspondence. "Nothing yet, my lord." The butler's impassive expression betrayed no reaction to Thomas's unprecedented display of impatience. "Though several invitations have arrived since your return was announced." Thomas waved these aside with uncharacteristic dismissiveness. Society engagements held no interest, while matters with Eleanor remained unresolved. His attention turned to the stack of forwarded correspondence from Italy that had arrived the previous day. He had barely begun sorting through the accumulation: dispatches from his steward in Naples, invitations to events long past, correspondence from acquaintances unaware of his departure. Methodically, he began organizing envelopes by date, a task requiring concentration that temporarily displaced thoughts of Eleanor's wounded expression at the Rutherford Assembly. An hour passed before he found it: cream-colored envelope bearing Eleanor's distinctive handwriting, postmarked London, December 24th. The paper had traveled from London to Naples, then back to England in his absence, finally reaching him nearly 3 months after its composition. With unsteady hands, Thomas broke the seal, unfolding pages that might contain the key to Eleanor's wounded behavior. Lockhart House, Berkeley Square, December 24th, 1816. My dearest Thomas, tonight I danced with 7 different gentlemen at the Rothbury Christmas ball. Their names, faces, and conversation have already begun to blur together, while I remember with perfect clarity the exact feeling of your hands as you bandaged my ankle at Rothbury House months ago. How strange that such a brief encounter should remain so vivid when countless social interactions fade to insignificance. Yet perhaps not strange at all. I find myself in the peculiar position of missing someone I barely know in person, yet have come to cherish through written words. Your letters have become the brightest moments in each week, windows into a mind and heart I've grown increasingly captivated by. Tonight, watching couples dance beneath crystal chandeliers, all I could think was how desperately I wished you were there. I stood in a crowded ballroom feeling utterly alone, because the one person I truly wanted to speak with remains an ocean away. How illogical, yet how undeniably true. I no longer have patience for careful theorizing or philosophical distance. Christmas Eve seems the proper time for simple truth. I have feelings for you, Thomas, deep, genuine feelings that transcend intellectual curiosity or friendly correspondence. I do not know if you share these sentiments. Your letters suggest growing affection, yet words on paper allow for such careful crafting that certainty remains elusive. When you return to England, will the connection we've built through correspondence survive translation into physical reality? I find myself both longing for and dreading that moment of revelation. Yet whatever comes, I needed you to know the truth of my heart. Consider this my Christmas gift to you. honesty without pretense or protection, the most valuable thing I have to offer. With deepest affection, Eleanor Thomas lowered the letter, his heart pounding painfully against his ribs. Eleanor had confessed feelings, genuine, significant feelings, while he traveled Italian hills unaware. She'd waited through silent weeks for response that never came, interpreting his ignorance as deliberate rejection. And after all that, she'd encountered him at the Rutherford Assembly, her vulnerable confession seemingly dismissed through extended silence. His chest ached with the enormity of this misunderstanding. What must she have endured during those weeks? What courage must she have summoned to pen such honesty, only to receive apparent indifference in return? The pieces aligned with devastating clarity. Her Christmas letter had arrived in Naples after his departure, remaining there until forwarded with his other correspondence. Meanwhile, she'd interpreted his silence as rejection of her most vulnerable confession, her pride and heart wounded simultaneously. With sudden, absolute clarity, Thomas knew he couldn't wait another moment. This misunderstanding had already persisted far too long, causing Eleanor unnecessary pain he couldn't bear to extend another hour. He pulled the bell cord with uncharacteristic force, summoning Henderson immediately. "Have the carriage brought round," he instructed. "Immediately." "Yes, my lord." The butler registered his unusual urgency without comment. "Destination? Berkeley Square." Thomas folded Eleanor's letter carefully, placing it in his inner pocket, with all possible haste. 20 minutes later, Thomas entered his carriage with single-minded determination. As the vehicle rolled toward Berkeley Square, Thomas reread Eleanor's Christmas confession, each word confirming what he'd begun to suspect in Italy, and now knew with absolute certainty. He loved her, had loved her through correspondence that gradually revealed her spirit, her intelligence, her passionate nature, had loved her while painting Venetian sunsets, imagining her beside him, had loved her even while struggling through his uncle's chaotic affairs, thoughts returning to her with magnetic constancy. The carriage arrived at Berkeley Square with jarring abruptness, interrupting this profound realization. Thomas descended to the pavement, jaws set with determination. No social convention would deter. Whatever obstacles remained between them, misunderstanding, hurt pride, he would overcome them all. The rigid, proper Earl of Blackwood, who had departed England 9 months ago, might have retreated from such emotional confrontation. But the Thomas who stood before the Lockhart residence now, heart pounding with certainty and purpose, would not leave without ensuring Eleanor understood one essential truth. Her Christmas confession had not fallen on deaf ears. It had simply taken the scenic route through Italy to reach a man transformed enough to receive it properly. Thomas lifted the brass knocker, unsure what reception awaited within, but absolutely certain of his own heart. Jenkins opened the door with professional impassivity. "Lord Blackwood, I must speak with Miss Lockhart immediately." Thomas remained on the threshold, unwilling to retreat without accomplishing his purpose. "The matter cannot wait." The butler's expression revealed nothing. "Miss Lockhart is not at home to visitors." "Jenkins," Thomas lowered his voice, "I understand her desire to avoid me, but there's been significant misunderstanding. Please inform her I've only just received her Christmas letter." Something flickered briefly in the butler's carefully neutral expression. "Miss Lockhart departed 30 minutes ago for Hyde Park, with Mr. Harrington, my lord. She is not expected to return until late afternoon." The information struck with physical force. "With Mr. Harrington?" "Yes, my lord." Jenkins remained the model of professional discretion. "Shall I inform Miss Lockhart of your call upon her return?" Thomas hesitated only momentarily. "No, that won't be necessary." He turned abruptly, scanning the street with newfound purpose. Hyde Park. Eleanor had left for Hyde Park with Harrington barely half an hour earlier. They couldn't have traveled far in that time. Without another word to the puzzled butler, Thomas strode back to his waiting carriage. "Hyde Park," he instructed his driver. "The main carriage path, and make haste." As the carriage lurched forward, Thomas calculated the most likely route Eleanor and Harrington would take. The main carriage circuit attracted fashionable society at this hour, displaying fine horses and elegant vehicles while permitting appropriate social interaction. If fortune favored him, He might intercept them before significant damage occurred, either to Eleanor's heart through continued misunderstanding or to his own through watching her enjoy another man's attentions. His hand pressed against his coat where Eleanor's Christmas letter rested against his heart. 3 months delayed, the paper had finally completed its journey from her hand to his. Now he needed to ensure his response suffered no similar detour. The park gates appeared ahead, and with them renewed determination. Eleanor would understand. She must understand. He would accept nothing less than complete resolution of the silence that had wounded them both, even if he had to create a very public scene to achieve it. But then, a very public scene would only achieve scandal for Eleanor. Scandal he would gladly bear, but would protect her from at all costs. Intercepting Eleanor's carriage would create spectacle guaranteed to damage her reputation, regardless of any explanation. The carriage had barely passed through the park gates when Thomas recognized the impracticality of his impulsive plan. Hyde Park at this fashionable hour teemed with society's elite, dozens of carriages circling the main paths, countless eyes watching for the slightest deviation from proper behavior. "Return to Berkeley Square," he instructed his driver. He would not cause a scene that would damage Eleanor's reputation. Instead, he would wait for her return. This misunderstanding had persisted long enough. The carriage returned to Lockhart's residence, where Thomas descended with Eleanor's letter secure in his breast pocket. "I will wait," he informed Jenkins, who received him with barely concealed surprise. "Lord Blackwood, I cannot guarantee Miss Lockhart will receive you upon her return. I'm aware. Nevertheless, I will wait." Thomas handed the butler his hat and gloves with the calm certainty of a man who would not be dissuaded. Jenkins showed him to the small parlor, where Thomas remained for nearly 2 hours. He heard the arrival of Eleanor's carriage, the sound of voices in the entrance hall, Harrington's polite farewell. Her footsteps approached the parlor door, then stopped as Jenkins delivered his message. A pause followed, long enough for Thomas to brace himself for rejection. The door opened, but it was Julian rather than Eleanor who entered. Blackwood. His expression combined wariness with unmistakable protective instinct. "My sister declines to see you. I understand her reluctance, but there's been significant misunderstanding." Thomas withdrew Eleanor's Christmas letter from his pocket. "This arrived only today after traveling from Naples. She's made her wishes clear." Julian's tone hardened. "Whatever explanation you've prepared must wait for another time." "Lockhart, I must insist you leave." Julian's stance conveyed he would physically enforce this request if necessary. "My sister has endured enough distress." Thomas recognized defeat, at least for today. "Will you give her a message?" "That depends entirely on the message. Tell her I've only just received her Christmas letter, and when she's ready to discuss it, I'll be waiting." Thomas moved toward the door, then paused. "And tell her that her words were not ignored, merely delayed in reaching their destination." Julian's brow furrowed slightly. "Christmas letter? She'll understand." Thomas retrieved his hat and gloves from Jenkins. "Good day, Lockhart." Eleanor remained in her bedchamber until dinner, pleading a headache that wasn't entirely fabrication. The emotional strain of the day, Thomas's unexpected call, her outing with Harrington, then returning to find Thomas waiting, had left her temples throbbing with genuine discomfort. When Morris arrived to help her dress for the evening meal, Eleanor sent her away. "Please inform Lord and Lady Lockhart I won't be joining them tonight." "Shall I bring a tray up, miss?" "No, I'm not hungry." Alone again, Eleanor moved to the window seat, watching twilight settle over Berkeley Square. Carriages returned from afternoon outings, lamps flickered to life in neighboring homes, the ordinary rhythm of London evening unfolding with no regard for her private turmoil. A soft knock at her door interrupted this melancholy contemplation. "I'm resting, Morris." "It's Julian." Eleanor sighed, unsurprised by her brother's persistence. "I'm not feeling well." "Then I needn't worry about interrupting your sleep." The door opened anyway, Julian's tall figure silhouetted against the hallway light. "We need to talk, Eleanor." She remained at the window seat, unwilling to face him directly. "There's nothing to discuss." Julian crossed the room with deliberate steps, lighting a single lamp before settling in the chair opposite her. "I've sent Blackwood away as you requested, But now I want to know what's going on. Nothing that warrants your concern. Your melancholy and secrecy have gone on long enough. Julian's voice held the quiet authority that had governed their household since their father's death. Now Blackwood appears, talking about Christmas letters and your words. What the bloody hell is he talking about, Eleanor? Eleanor stared out the window, struggling to maintain composure. It's nothing. Clearly it's something. Julian leaned forward, forcing her to meet his gaze. I've never seen Blackwood in such a state. The man appeared genuinely distressed. And you've been miserable for weeks. These facts are not unrelated. The direct confrontation breached Eleanor's carefully constructed defenses. Tears welled despite her determined efforts to suppress them. Julian's expression immediately softened. Good God, Eleanor. What has he done? He rose to his feet, fists clenching. If Blackwood has been improper in any way, I'll call him out on the spot. No. The vehemence of her response startled them both. No, Julian, you don't understand. Then help me understand. The dam broke. Weeks of contained emotion spilled forth as Eleanor covered her face with her hands, shoulders shaking with suppressed sobs. Julian knelt beside her, awkward comfort in his touch as he patted her shoulder. Eleanor, please, whatever it is. I wrote to him. The confession emerged ragged, barely audible. While he was in Italy, for months, we traded correspondence. Julian's hand stilled on her shoulder. You exchanged letters with Blackwood? Eleanor nodded, wiping tears with trembling fingers. I'm sorry for keeping it from you, but it seemed so... I see. Julian's tone revealed nothing of his thoughts. We wrote about everything, Italy, art, horses, books. The words tumbled out now, unstoppable. His letters were different than he is in person, or how he was before. More open, more thoughtful. I felt I knew him. Understanding dawned in Julian's expression. You developed feelings for Blackwood. Yes. The admission cost her final remnant of pride. Feelings he clearly did not return. How can you be certain? Eleanor laughed without humor. He didn't even tell me he'd returned to London. I learned of it through Lady Rutherford. Then weeks of silence before and after his return. What conclusion would you draw? Julian frowned, pieces aligning in his methodical mind. The Christmas letter he mentioned. Heat flooded Eleanor's cheeks. It was foolish of me. What did you write? It doesn't signify. She rose abruptly, moving to her dressing table, needing distance from her brother's perceptive gaze. I've agreed to attend the theater with Mr. Harrington tomorrow evening. That should prove quite diverting. You'll join us with Abby, won't you? Julian ignored the obvious deflection. Why did you stop writing to Blackwood? I didn't. The words emerged sharper than intended. He never answered my last letter. Your Christmas letter? Eleanor's hands stilled among her hairpins. Yes. How did you? Blackwood said he just received your Christmas letter. Julian's voice carried puzzled concern, which seemed odd considering its March. He just received it? Eleanor turned slowly, heart beating with dangerous speed. That's what he claimed. Julian studied her with increasing suspicion. He seemed rather insistent about it. Oh, the single syllable contained worlds of realization. If Thomas had only just received her Christmas confession. Eleanor? Julian moved closer, brow furrowed. What exactly did you write in that letter? It doesn't signify. She straightened her shoulders, composure returning through sheer force of will. Now, if you don't mind, I am feeling a headache coming on. I'm going to rest before tomorrow's engagement. Eleanor. She managed a smile that felt like glass against her skin. Truly, Julian, I'm perfectly well. Good night. He sighed, recognizing the futility of further discussion. Good night, Eleanor. When the door closed behind him, Eleanor sank onto her dressing table bench, mind racing with implications. Thomas had only just received her Christmas letter. Not ignored it, not dismissed it, simply not received it until today, which meant... No, she wouldn't allow hope to breach her defenses again. Whatever explanation Thomas might offer, the fact remained that he'd written nothing for weeks after arriving in England, had never announced his return, had maintained silence until accidental encounter at Lady Rutherford's assembly. One delayed letter couldn't explain all that. Chapter 12, March 1817, London. The evening air carried a sharp chill as Eleanor descended from the Harrington carriage, her hand resting lightly upon James's proffered arm. Above them, Lady Harwick's townhouse blazed with light, every window illuminated against the gathering darkness. Footmen flanked the entrance, their livery gleaming gold in the glow of ornate lanterns. A much larger gathering than I anticipated. Eleanor adjusted her gloves, grateful for the emerald silk of her gown. The color lent confidence she did not feel. Lady Harwick typically favors intimate gatherings. The return of her brother from the peninsula has occasioned greater celebration than usual. James's smile reached his eyes, crinkling the corners pleasantly. Colonel Winters has become something of a hero in recent months. I understand even the Prince Regent has expressed interest in meeting him. Eleanor nodded, having read accounts of Colonel Winters' exploits in the papers. As they approached the entrance, she prepared herself for an evening of light conversation and careful smiles, precisely what she needed to banish thoughts of Thomas and his belated letter. The Edgewood sisters awaited her just inside, Charlotte in sapphire blue and Amelia in pale rose, their expressions brightening at her arrival. "Eleanor," Amelia darted forward, squeezing her arm gently. "How are you holding up?" The genuine concern in her voice conveyed their shared understanding of Eleanor's situation. As well as can be expected, Eleanor maintained her composure despite Charlotte's shrewd assessment. "Mr. Harrington has been most attentive. His conversation about horses provides welcome distraction." Charlotte nodded, her voice dropping to ensure privacy. "Lord Blackwood is here already. He's been watching the entrance for the past half hour." "Has he?" Eleanor fought to keep her voice steady, though her heart performed a treacherous leap. "We've been taking turns distracting him," Amelia added with a conspiratorial tilt of her head. "I nearly exhausted my knowledge of Italian architecture just to keep him occupied until you could make your entrance properly prepared." "Thank you both." Eleanor straightened her spine. "Your friendship means everything, especially now." James returned to her side, preventing further conversation as they moved toward the drawing room. Eleanor scanned the crowded space with cautious attention, simultaneously dreading and anticipating a glimpse of Thomas's tall figure among the guests. Lady Harwick greeted them warmly. "Miss Lockhart, how delightful. I've placed you near my brother at dinner. He's most eager to discuss the Arabian bloodlines you mentioned at Lady Rutherford's assembly." "That would be lovely." Eleanor's polite smile remained in place as her gaze continued its surreptitious search of the room. There, across the drawing room, his broad shoulders unmistakable even among the crowd, Thomas stood with Gabriel, Duke of Rothbury, his expression serious as they conversed. He had not yet noticed her arrival. Eleanor looked away quickly, focusing instead on Lady Harwick's introduction to her brother. Colonel Winters proved a handsome man with intelligent eyes and a battle scar that somehow enhanced rather than detracted from his appearance. "Miss Lockhart," he bowed slightly, "my sister speaks most highly of your knowledge of horseflesh. I understand you have particular theories regarding Arabian influence on English thoroughbreds?" The conversation flowed easily, allowing Eleanor to lose herself in discussing breeding principles and bloodlines, a subject requiring no emotional investment. James joined their circle, adding perspectives from his own experience with racing stock. For several blessed minutes, Eleanor forgot to monitor Thomas's location in the room. When she next looked up, he stood merely 10 feet away, his dark gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that sent heat rushing to her cheeks. She faltered mid-sentence, earning curious glances from her companions. "Forgive me," she collected herself with effort. "As I was saying." But Colonel Winters had followed her gaze, his expression shifting to recognition. "Blackwood, come join us." Miss Lockhart was just explaining her theories on equine breeding practices. Eleanor stiffened as Thomas approached, his expression carefully neutral. Colonel Winters, Miss Lockhart. His gaze lingered on Eleanor before acknowledging the others. "Mr. Harrington, Miss Edgewood." Charlotte nodded, her face betraying nothing, though Eleanor knew her friend understood every nuance of this charged encounter. "Lord Blackwood breeds exceptional stock at his Yorkshire estate," Colonel Winters continued, oblivious to the tension crackling between them. "You two must have much to discuss regarding bloodlines." An awkward silence descended, broken finally by Thomas. "Indeed, Miss Lockhart's knowledge on the subject is quite remarkable." "You flatter me unnecessarily, my lord." Eleanor's tone remained cool, though her heart raced treacherously. I understand your cousin Frederick has taken interest in your stables since your return from Italy. Has he implemented any significant changes in your absence? The mention of his cousin, a subject never discussed in their correspondence, created deliberate distance between them. Thomas's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. My cousin's interest extends primarily to hunting lands rather than breeding stock. His measured response revealed nothing of his thoughts. Frederick believes himself entitled to portions of Ravenswood through promises allegedly made by my late uncle. How unfortunate. Eleanor's feigned disinterest felt brittle even to her own ears. Family disputes can prove most distressing. James moved imperceptibly closer to Eleanor, his presence offering silent support. Miss Lockhart has provided fascinating insights regarding crossbreeding potential. Her theories might prove beneficial to your program at Ravenswood, Blackwood. I have no doubt. Thomas's gaze remained fixed on Eleanor, as though willing her to meet his eyes directly. Miss Lockhart's insights have always proven valuable to me. The layers beneath his simple statement hung in the air between them, laden with meaning only the two of them could truly comprehend. Eleanor busied herself adjusting her bracelet, desperate to maintain composure. Ladies and gentlemen, Lady Harwick's voice carried across the room. Dinner is served. Grateful for the interruption, Eleanor accepted James's arm, avoiding Thomas's gaze as they processed toward the dining room. The seating arrangement placed her between Colonel Winters and James, with Thomas directly across the table, a position requiring her to either stare fixedly at her plate or risk meeting his eyes throughout the meal. She chose the former, directing her conversation deliberately toward Colonel Winters while maintaining awareness of Thomas's presence with every fiber of her being. Each time she reached for her wine glass, she felt his gaze following the movement. Halfway through the second course, Lady Caroline Ainsworth entered the conversation from her position beside Thomas. Lord Blackwood, you must tell us about your artistic endeavors in Italy. Lady Rutherford mentioned you've developed quite a talent for watercolors. Thomas's expression betrayed momentary surprise before smoothing into polite acknowledgement. Hardly talent, Lady Caroline. Merely a pastime that helped document my travels. You're too modest. Lady Caroline insisted, her smile displaying perfect teeth. I understand you studied with an accomplished Italian master. Surely that suggests more than passing interest? Eleanor stiffened, recalling Thomas's letters describing Signor Bianchi's uncompromising criticism and gradual mentorship. This woman knew details of Thomas's time in Italy, details Eleanor had believed belonged primarily to their correspondence. Signor Bianchi was kind enough to provide guidance, Thomas replied, his tone revealing nothing. Though I fear his patience was tested by my technical limitations. I should love to see your work sometime. Lady Caroline's invitation carried unmistakable undertones that sent a sharp pang through Eleanor's chest. Perhaps you might show me your Italian sketches? I've always found artistic men so fascinating. Thomas's eyes flickered briefly to Eleanor before returning to Lady Caroline. I've exhibited little of my work since returning to England. Then I shall be the first to appreciate it. Lady Caroline's confidence suggested a woman accustomed to having her wishes fulfilled. My father has extensive connections in the art world. Perhaps he might arrange a small exhibition for select company. Eleanor set down her fork with careful precision, appetite vanishing entirely. James noticed immediately, his voice low with concern. Are you unwell, Miss Lockhart? Perfectly well. She managed a smile that felt like porcelain, fragile and artificially bright. Simply a momentary headache. Across the table, Thomas frowned slightly. Perhaps some air might help, Miss Lockhart. The conservatory adjoining the dining room provides excellent ventilation. Thank you for your concern, Lord Blackwood. Eleanor's tone could have frosted glass. However, I find myself quite comfortable where I am. Lady Caroline's perfectly shaped eyebrows rose fractionally at the exchange. Lord Blackwood, you seem remarkably attentive to Miss Lockhart's comfort. Lord Blackwood and my brother are well acquainted, Eleanor offered smoothly before Thomas could respond. His concern is merely that of an old family connection. Thomas's expression darkened at this deliberate diminishment of their relationship. I would not characterize our connection so lightly, Miss Lockhart. A dangerous silence descended on their section of the table. Eleanor's heart pounded so violently she feared others might hear it. Perhaps not. Connections formed through correspondence can create illusions of intimacy where none truly exists. The direct reference to their letters, delivered in such dismissive terms, caused Thomas's jaw to tighten visibly. Several guests exchanged curious glances. I find genuine connection rarely proves illusory, Thomas replied, each word carefully measured despite the intensity behind them, though misunderstandings can certainly create false impressions. How fascinating, Lady Caroline interrupted, sensing tension without understanding its source. Lord Blackwood, I've been meaning to ask about your time in Venice. I understand the light there inspires artists unlike anywhere else in the world. Thomas paused before shifting his attention reluctantly to Lady Caroline. The quality of light in Venice is indeed remarkable. The way it reflects off water creates unique challenges for painters. Eleanor seized the opportunity to lean toward James, engaging him in deliberately animated conversation about his carriage horses. Each light laugh she produced felt like broken glass in her throat, but she maintained the performance flawlessly. When dinner concluded, ladies withdrew to the drawing room while gentlemen remained with port and cigars. Eleanor positioned herself near the pianoforte, hoping music might provide distraction from her tumultuous thoughts. Amelia found her there, genuine concern in her expressive face. Eleanor, that exchange with Lord Blackwood at dinner, I've never seen you so coldly furious. He deserved every bit of it, Eleanor replied, fingers tracing the inlaid pattern on the pianoforte's polished surface, pretending concern after months of silence. Charlotte joined them, pressing a glass of lemonade into Eleanor's hand. Julian mentioned Blackwood received your Christmas letter only yesterday. If that's true, perhaps. Even if it is, Eleanor interrupted, lowering her voice to prevent nearby ladies from overhearing, it doesn't explain his failure to contact me upon returning to England, nor his sudden interest in Lady Caroline's artistic connections. That woman could make Prinny himself appear interested in needlepoint if she thought it would secure a title, Amelia scoffed. She's been hunting for an earl since her debut 3 seasons ago. And it appears she's found one. Eleanor sipped her lemonade, the tart sweetness doing nothing to dispel the bitterness in her throat. Lord Blackwood seems perfectly amenable to her attentions. Charlotte's shrewd gaze assessed Eleanor carefully. He looked miserable through every moment of her conversation, and he's watched nothing but you all evening. Before Eleanor could respond, the drawing room doors opened to admit the gentlemen. Thomas entered with Gabriel, their conversation appearing serious. Eleanor watched him surreptitiously, noting the tension in his shoulders, the controlled deliberation of his movements. James approached their small group, offering refreshments from a passing footman. His easy manners provided welcome contrast to the emotional complexity swirling through the room. Miss Lockhart, I wondered if you might honor us with a performance? James gestured toward the pianoforte. Lady Harwick mentioned your exceptional talent. Oh yes, Eleanor, do play, Amelia encouraged, squeezing Eleanor's hand in silent support. Finding no graceful way to refuse, Eleanor moved to the instrument, selecting a piece requiring sufficient concentration to temporarily displace thoughts of Thomas. As her fingers moved across the keys, she kept her gaze firmly fixed on the music, though she felt the moment Thomas approached to stand behind those gathered near the pianoforte. The final notes faded into appreciative applause. Eleanor rose, intending to retreat to the safety of the Edgewood sisters, when Lady Caroline's voice carried across the room. Lord Blackwood, I understand you've accepted Mother's invitation to our country estate next week. Her smile suggested intimate knowledge of his plans. Father is most eager to discuss your watercolors, and I've promised to show you our new Arabian mare. Eleanor froze mid-step, the information striking with unexpected force. Thomas visiting the Ainsworth country estate? Lady Caroline's proprietary tone suggested arrangements beyond mere social connection. I've made no definite plans regarding countryside visits, Thomas replied carefully, his gaze finding Eleanor across the room. But Mother said you'd accepted just yesterday. Lady Caroline's puzzled frown seemed genuine. The invitation was for the 15th through the 20th. Thomas maintained his composure, though his expression tightened. I believe there may have been some miscommunication, Lady Caroline. While I expressed interest in seeing your father's art collection, I made no firm commitment regarding dates. Well, I shall hold you to it nonetheless. Lady Caroline's confident smile suggested a woman unaccustomed to rejection. Father has already arranged for several art dealers to meet you. The hollowness in Eleanor's chest expanded until breathing became difficult. Whatever explanation Thomas might offer regarding delayed letters, the reality remained painfully clear. He had returned to England, resumed his proper place in society, and formed new connections that aligned with his position. Eleanor? Charlotte appeared at her elbow, her voice low. You look pale. Should we find Amelia and make our excuses? Yes. Eleanor gathered her remaining strength. I believe I'll ask Mr. Harrington if we might depart shortly. She moved purposefully toward James, who conversed near the windows. Mr. Harrington, I find myself rather fatigued. Might we depart soon? Of course. His immediate concern appeared genuine. I'll request our carriage brought round immediately. As James left to make arrangements, Eleanor glanced up to find Thomas watching her from across the room, his expression unreadable. She looked away quickly, moving towards Charlotte and Amelia to inform them of her departure. We'll create a diversion if he tries to approach, Amelia promised, shooting a glare in Thomas's direction. Just get me to the carriage, Eleanor replied softly. I cannot bear another moment. James returned promptly, offering his arm with simple kindness that nearly broke Eleanor's carefully maintained composure. The carriage awaits, Miss Lockhart. They moved toward the door, Eleanor exchanging brief farewells with Lady Harwick. From the corner of her eye, she saw Thomas begin to move in their direction, only to be intercepted deliberately by Charlotte, who engaged him in what appeared to be urgent conversation. The night air struck Eleanor's heated cheeks with blessed coolness as they descended the steps. She maintained perfect composure as James handed her into his carriage, discussing trivial social observations during their journey to Berkeley Square. Only when safely behind her bedchamber door did Eleanor allow her mask to slip, tears falling silently as she pressed her face into her pillow to muffle any sound. The image of Thomas with Lady Caroline discussing Italian art and Arabian horses, subjects that had formed the foundation of their correspondence, burned behind her closed eyelids. Their correspondence had been mere interlude, interesting, perhaps even meaningful during his travels, but ultimately insignificant against the demands of his title and responsibilities. Eleanor's Christmas confession had been delivered 3 months too late. Thomas watched Eleanor's departure with mounting desperation, taking a step toward the door only to feel Gabriel's firm hand on his shoulder. Not now, Thomas, Gabriel advised quietly, his tone that of a friend rather than the Duke of Rothbury. Chasing after her carriage would only create scandal that would hurt her more than help your cause. Thomas stopped, every muscle tense with frustrated purpose. She's leaving, believing I've formed an arrangement with Lady Caroline, for God's sake. I must explain. And achieve what exactly? Gabriel steered him toward a quieter corner of the room. She's refused your previous attempts at explanation. Another public confrontation will only reinforce her determination to avoid you. Thomas ran a hand through his hair, a gesture that would have been unthinkable for the proper Earl of Blackwood who had left England 9 months ago. What would you suggest, then? Allow her to believe I've forgotten her? That our correspondence meant nothing? Gabriel studied him thoughtfully. The Thomas Blackwood I knew before Italy would never have asked such a question. He'd have retreated behind proper behavior and accepted the situation with dignified resignation. I am no longer that man. Thomas's voice carried quiet intensity. Clearly, Gabriel's lips quirked in a half-smile. Italy has improved you considerably, but you're still thinking like him when it comes to solving problems. He paused, watching Lady Caroline approaching with determined purpose. You're an artist now, Thomas. Perhaps it's time you stopped trying to use words and found a more creative solution. What would you suggest? Thomas asked, frustration evident in every line of his body. I don't know yet, Gabriel replied honestly. But if Miss Lockhart truly means what I suspect she does to you, There must be something beyond conventional approaches. There's nothing to be done if her mind is made up, Thomas said, the defeat in his voice betraying his words. Gabriel's expression turned serious. There's always something to be done, my friend. You simply must have the courage to do it. Lady Caroline arrived before Thomas could respond, her smile brilliant with triumph. Lord Blackwood, Mother insists you join us for charades. You simply must partner with me. I'm told your artistic talents make you exceptionally good at the game. Thomas offered his arm with mechanical politeness, his thoughts remaining with Eleanor, even as Lady Caroline drew him deeper into the gathering. Gabriel's words echoed in his mind. You're an artist now. Perhaps it's time you stop trying to use words. As Lady Caroline enthusiastically described her father's art collection and potential exhibition of Thomas's work, a sudden inspiration began to form. If Eleanor refused to listen to his words, perhaps she might see his meaning instead. The idea was unconventional, potentially scandalous, and would require tremendous effort on short notice. Yet with each passing moment, it crystallized further in Thomas's mind, taking definite shape and purpose. He would need Gabriel's help. Chapter 13. Late March 1817, London. Eleanor stared at the spray of spring violets James Harrington had brought, arranged now in a delicate crystal vase on her writing desk. Their subtle fragrance perfumed the air while morning light streamed through her bedroom window, creating an image of domestic tranquility at odds with the turmoil in her chest. Most thoughtful of Mr. Harrington, Morris commented as she arranged Eleanor's honey-blonde curls into a simple but elegant morning style. Third time this week he's called with flowers. Indeed, Eleanor murmured, her gaze drifting to the small wooden box tucked away on her bookshelf. Inside that rosewood container lay letters she had promised herself not to revisit, Thomas's letters, with their increasingly intimate revelations and delicate sketches of Italian landscapes. Lady Lockhart mentioned he's reserved a box at the theater for this evening. Morris secured another pin with practiced efficiency. The Edgewood sisters are to join your party, I understand. So I'm told. Eleanor's fingers traced an invisible pattern on her dressing table. The new tragedy at Drury Lane. A tragedy, miss? Morris raised an eyebrow in the mirror's reflection. Not the most cheerful entertainment. I find fictional tragedies oddly comforting these days. Eleanor offered a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Their sorrows end when the curtain falls. Morris's expression softened with the particular sympathy of a lady's maid who observed her mistress's private moments. The blue silk for tonight? It brings out the violet in your eyes beautifully. Yes, thank you. Eleanor rose, shaking off her melancholy with physical movement. I believe I'll take breakfast in the morning room. Has Abby come down yet? Lady Lockhart is in the garden, miss, collecting specimens for her botanical studies. Of course she was. Even in advanced pregnancy, Abby maintained her scientific pursuits with characteristic determination. Eleanor found her sister-in-law crouched awkwardly by a bed of early spring flowers, magnifying glass in hand, her rounded belly making the position appear both uncomfortable and precarious. Abby, do be careful. Eleanor hurried to offer her arm. Julian would have apoplexy if he saw you balancing like that. Abby accepted the assistance with a grateful smile. Which is precisely why I conduct my observations when he's meeting with his solicitor. I've discovered a particularly fascinating fungal growth on these primroses. Her scientific enthusiasm remained undimmed by her condition. The specimens show remarkable adaptive qualities despite the unseasonable warmth we've experienced. Eleanor guided her toward a nearby garden bench. Fascinating as fungal adaptations may be, perhaps you might adapt to using a chair? You sound increasingly like Julian. Abby settled on the bench with a sigh, placing her specimen container beside her, though with considerably more wit. Her observant gaze assessed Eleanor with scientific precision. Mr. Harrington called again this morning, with violets. Eleanor sat beside her, arranging her skirts with careful precision. Most thoughtful, indeed, and perfectly matched to the bluebells yesterday and daffodils the day before. Abby's tone remained neutral, though her eyes missed nothing. He appears quite devoted in his attentions. He's been very kind. Eleanor plucked a fallen leaf from her sleeve, examining it with unnecessary focus. Kind, Abby repeated, as though cataloging the word for future reference. An admirable quality in a potential suitor, certainly. I'm not considering him as a suitor. The denial emerged too quickly, betraying her. No? Abby tilted her head. He's called every day this week, brought flowers thrice, arranged theater outings, and Julian mentioned he specifically requested permission to drive you through Hyde Park on 3 separate occasions. If not courtship, his behavior presents a fascinating social anomaly worthy of study. Despite herself, Eleanor laughed. Trust you to view romantic pursuit as a scientific curiosity. All human behavior follows observable patterns. Abby adjusted her spectacles with scholarly precision. For instance, I observe you accept Mr. Harrington's attentions without enthusiasm while checking the post-delivery each morning with particular interest. Eleanor stilled, warmth rising to her cheeks. I do no such thing. Your breakfast timing has coincided precisely with Jenkins retrieving the Morning Post for 12 consecutive days. Abby's matter-of-fact delivery somehow made the observation more devastating. You watch the letters as they're sorted, then return to your toast with diminished appetite when nothing appears from a certain quarter. You're imagining things. Eleanor stood abruptly, needing movement to dispel the uncomfortable accuracy of Abby's assessment. The morning is simply when I'm hungriest. A theory contradicted by your consistently half-eaten breakfast. Abby's scientific detachment softened into genuine concern. Eleanor, whatever happened between you and Lord Blackwood? Nothing happened. Eleanor interrupted with uncharacteristic sharpness. Nothing at all, which rather proves my point. She moderated her tone, regretting her outburst. Forgive me, Abby, I appreciate your concern, but truly I'm perfectly well. Of course, Abby's expression suggested she believed otherwise, but recognized the futility of pursuing the subject. I understand Mr. Harrington may have serious intentions. Julian seems quite impressed with him. James is perfectly amiable company. Eleanor focused on a robin building its nest in a nearby tree, finding the bird's methodical work oddly comforting. He discusses horses intelligently, reads widely, and never lectures me about propriety. High praise indeed. Abby's dry tone belied her serious expression, and yet nowhere in that assessment did I hear a single word suggesting genuine affection. Eleanor turned, surprising herself with the sudden sting of tears. Must everything be dissected and analyzed? Can nothing simply be acceptable without passion or drama? Abby studied her for a long moment before responding. The Eleanor Lockhart I've come to know would never settle for acceptable in matters of importance. Perhaps that Eleanor was a fool. She blinked rapidly, cursing the emotion that threatened to overwhelm her carefully maintained composure. Excuse me, I must prepare for this evening's engagement. She retreated to her bedchamber, closing the door firmly against Abby's perceptive gaze and her own unruly emotions. Her eyes fell immediately to the rosewood box on her bookshelf, its presence a constant reminder of what she'd tried so desperately to forget. Almost against her will, Eleanor found herself crossing the room and lifting the box from its place. The wood felt warm beneath her fingers, smooth from countless handlings. She opened it with trembling hands, the familiar scent of lavender, used to preserve the papers, rising to meet her. Inside lay Thomas's letters, nearly arranged in chronological order and tied with blue ribbon. Eleanor lifted the bundle, telling herself she merely needed to ensure they remained properly stored. Yet within moments she found herself untying the ribbon, fingers tracing his distinctive, elegant script on the topmost letter. August 9th, 1816. Tuscan countryside. Dear Eleanor, I find myself smiling as I write your name. How quickly formality fades across distance. Your confession regarding riding astride will remain our secret, though I must tell you that here in Italy, I have indeed seen women riding thus, particularly in the countryside. They appear far more secure and natural in their seat than perched sideways, though I would never dare express such an opinion in London. Eleanor's eyes burned as she continued reading, memories flooding back with vivid intensity. Their debates about art and literature, his descriptions of Italian landscapes, his gradual revelation of hopes and fears never expressed in person. In these pages resided a Thomas Blackwood entirely different from the proper Earl society knew, a man of passion and sensitivity and unexpected wit. She turned to one of her favorites, dated October from Rome, reading the passage she'd nearly memorized. I watched the sunset from the Spanish Steps this evening, the golden light transforming ancient stone to amber and honey. An artist nearby captured the scene with confident brushstrokes while I fumbled with my own amateur attempts. As the colors deepened to crimson and violet, I found myself wishing you were beside me, offering your unvarnished opinions with that directness I've come to treasure. I can almost hear your voice suggesting that perhaps I'm overthinking the process, that beauty should be experienced rather than analyzed to death. You would be entirely correct, of course. A tear splashed onto the paper before Eleanor could prevent it. She blotted it carefully with her handkerchief, horrified at the potential damage to his words. "Stop this," she whispered to herself, hastily refolding the letter with shaking hands. "Stop this immediately." Yet instead of returning the letters to their box, she found herself extracting an earlier one she'd received, dated early December from Naples. The paper remained pristine, less handled than the others. The Mediterranean stretches endlessly blue beyond my window this morning, the sort of blue that painters struggle lifetime to capture accurately. I've attempted 5 different watercolor studies and achieved nothing but frustration, perhaps because my mind wanders, rather than focusing on the scene before me. You asked in your last letter if I ever felt constrained by duty and position. The answer, which deserves more honesty than I've previously allowed myself, constantly, every day. Each decision weighed against family legacy and social expectation until spontaneity becomes foreign concept. But here, with the Italian sun warming my face and your letters beside me, I've begun to imagine a different possibility, a life where duty and personal fulfillment might complement rather than compete with each other. A sharp knock at her door startled Eleanor from her reverie. She hastily gathered the scattered letters, returning them to their box with guilty speed. "Yes?" Her voice sounded strained even to her own ears. "Mr. Harrington has called again, miss." Morris's voice carried through the closed door. "He's brought tickets for a concert at Vauxhall next week and wishes to secure your acceptance. Tell him I'll be down presently." Eleanor returned the box to its shelf, squaring her shoulders with determination. James Harrington represented everything sensible and uncomplicated, precisely what she needed to move forward. She would not allow herself to dwell in the past, no matter how beautifully it was written. Thomas stood at the window of his makeshift studio, morning light illuminating dozens of watercolors spread across every available surface. What had once been a forgotten morning room in his London townhouse now resembled the workshop of a man possessed, with paintings in various stages of completion covering tables, chairs, and even sections of the floor. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair, grimacing at the dried paint he could feel crusted beneath his fingernails. His valet would be horrified, the Earl of Blackwood reduced to the appearance of a common laborer. Thomas lifted a nearly completed watercolor, studying it with critical eye. The painting depicted a Tuscan hillside with a lone female figure riding astride, her honey-blonde hair streaming behind her in perfect freedom. He'd painted this scene perhaps a dozen times, each attempt coming closer to the image he carried in his mind, Eleanor, as she described herself in that bold confession that had begun to change his perceptions. A discreet knock interrupted his assessment. "Enter," he called, not looking away from the painting. Henderson appeared in the doorway, his perfect butler's composure momentarily disrupted by the chaotic state of the room. "The Duke of Rothbury has arrived, my lord." "Show him in." Thomas set down the watercolor, reaching for his coat draped carelessly over a chair. Gabriel entered before Thomas could make himself presentable, taking in the room's disarray with raised eyebrows. "Good God, Thomas, have you slept at all this week?" "Sleep is an inefficient use of time at present." Thomas abandoned his attempt at proper appearance, gesturing toward the paintings. "What do you think?" Gabriel moved thoughtfully through the room, examining watercolors with genuine interest. "These are remarkable." He paused before a painting of Venice at sunset, gondolas silhouetted against a blazing sky. "You've improved dramatically since I last saw your work." "Not enough." Thomas frowned at a half-finished piece. "I've only 10 days remaining before the exhibition, At least 6 more significant pieces must be completed, and the centerpiece requires extensive refinement. The riding portrait. Gabriel glanced toward the largest canvas, positioned on an easel near the window. Thomas nodded, his expression tightening. It still lacks something essential. I've painted her physical likeness accurately enough, but you're trying to capture her spirit, not merely her appearance. Gabriel finished the thought with unexpected perception. No small challenge. Precisely. Thomas moved to the easel, frustration evident in his stance. Eleanor possesses a quality that defies simple representation. Gabriel studied him rather than the painting. You truly love her. The statement, delivered without question, hung in the air between them. Thomas didn't immediately respond, his gaze fixed on the unfinished portrait. I do, he finally said, the simple admission somehow momentous, more than I believed possible. Then that's what your painting lacks. Gabriel gestured toward the easel. You're painting from memory and description, but not from the depth of that feeling. Thomas considered this assessment, turning to a nearby table where Eleanor's letters lay carefully arranged. I've read her words so many times I've nearly memorized them, yet translating that connection into visual form proves remarkably challenging. Gabriel picked up one of the smaller completed watercolors, a delicate rendering of pressed violets against parchment. This piece works beautifully. What's different about it? Thomas studied the painting, recognition dawning slowly. I painted it after rereading her Hertfordshire letter, the one where she enclosed a pressed violet from their estate gardens. You painted from emotional memory, not technical skill. Gabriel set the watercolor down carefully. That's what your centerpiece needs. Thomas nodded slowly, a new approach forming in his mind. Now, Gabriel continued, assuming his more practical tone, Diana has arranged for the main gallery at Rothbury House to be cleared next week. The invitations have been prepared? Henderson is arranging them as we speak. Thomas gestured toward the preliminary guest list. 37 invitations, including the Lockharts, the Edgewood sisters, and select members of society whose opinion might influence Eleanor's family. Lady Caroline Ainsworth? Gabriel inquired with calculated casualness. Thomas grimaced. Unfortunately necessary, her father's influence in artistic circles could lend legitimacy to the exhibition. And Mr. Harrington? Thomas's expression tightened. Also invited for similar reasons. Excluding Eleanor's current suitor would appear petty. Gabriel clapped Thomas on the shoulder. The invitations will be delivered 4 days before the event, as we discussed. I'll return tomorrow to review the final details. He paused at the door. She'll come, Thomas. After that, the paintings must speak for themselves. After Gabriel's departure, Thomas returned to the centerpiece, studying the unfinished portrait with fresh perspective. Eleanor astride her horse, hair streaming behind her, eyes filled with the exhilaration of forbidden freedom. This image had formed in his mind the moment she'd confessed her secret rebellion in Hertfordshire. He retrieved her letter from the table, finding the passage that had first inspired him. I must confess something that would scandalize London society. Yesterday, when quite alone in the eastern meadow, I defied your disapproval at Rothbury and rode astride. The freedom was exhilarating, though Julian would surely lock me in my chambers for a month if he discovered such impropriety. I wonder if you will think less of me for such rebellion? I confess I tucked my skirts into a valise and rode in nothing but my petticoats, feeling the horse's warmth and movement in a way side saddle could never permit. I felt utterly free, utterly myself, without society's constraints limiting my every action. Thomas studied his current painting with sudden dissatisfaction. He had depicted Eleanor riding astride, but with proper skirts arranged decorously, a compromise between her described freedom and social propriety. The contradiction now seemed glaringly obvious. Taking up his brush, Thomas approached the canvas with new determination. He would paint Eleanor exactly as she had described herself, in petticoats, hair unbound, experiencing the pure exhilaration of freedom from convention. The scandal this might create paled against the honesty it would convey. For the next several hours, Thomas worked without interruption, time marked only by shifting patterns of light across the studio floor. Henderson appeared periodically with food that went largely untouched and messages that remained unanswered. Lady Caroline had sent another note requesting permission to view his Italian sketches. It joined several others in the unread pile. As evening approached, Thomas stepped back from the canvas, brushes still in hand, to assess his progress. The portrait had evolved significantly, capturing not just Eleanor on horseback but the world through her eyes, boundaries falling away, convention secondary to authentic experience, the pure joy of freedom. A soft knock at the door preceded Henderson's entrance. "Forgive the interruption, my lord, but the printer has delivered the exhibition invitations for your approval." Thomas set down his brushes, wiping his hands on a nearby cloth. "Bring them in." The butler presented a single example on a silver tray, heavy cream cardstock bearing elegant script in black ink. "The Duke and Duchess of Rothbury request the pleasure of your company for a private viewing of correspondence in color watercolors by the Earl of Blackwood, Rothbury House, April 7th, 1817, 8 o'clock in the evening." Thomas traced the embossed edges of the invitation, the formal announcement making his private purpose suddenly, startlingly real. Within days, Eleanor would receive this same card, perhaps dismiss it initially, perhaps debate whether to attend at all. The only opinion that truly mattered belonged to a violet-eyed woman who had once scored him 6 out of 100 on her friend's husband assessment scale. He hoped his exhibition might improve that rating significantly. 1 week later, Eleanor sat in the drawing room at Berkeley Square, attempting to focus on her embroidery, while Amelia Edgewood recounted her latest social observation with characteristic animation. And then Lady Jersey actually told Lady Harwick that her new turban made her look like a confused sultan suffering apoplexy. Amelia's green eyes widened dramatically. In the middle of Hatchard's bookshop, with at least a dozen witnesses, Charlotte, seated nearby with a volume of poetry, glanced up with her usual measured response. Perhaps not the most tactful assessment, but one cannot deny its visual accuracy. That particular shade of orange with purple striping did suggest circulatory distress. Despite her preoccupation, Eleanor smiled. The Edgewood sisters had proven unexpected blessings these past weeks, their contrasting personalities, providing both entertainment and distraction from her persistent melancholy. "Mr. Harrington mentioned he's secured tickets for the new exhibition at Somerset House next week," Amelia continued, smoothly changing subjects with the conversational dexterity that characterized her approach to life. "Something about Dutch masters, I believe. He seemed quite determined you should accompany him, Eleanor." "Did he?" Eleanor's needle paused above her embroidery hoop. "How thoughtful." "Exceedingly," Charlotte agreed, her tone neutral, though her observant gaze missed nothing. "Mr. Harrington appears increasingly devoted in his attentions." Eleanor resumed her stitching with careful precision. "James has been most kind." "Kind," Amelia repeated with barely concealed exasperation. "Such tepid praise for a gentleman who sends flowers daily and arranges outings with remarkable persistence. If he were a character in a novel, readers would be thoroughly exasperated by your reluctance to appreciate his devotion." Before Eleanor could formulate a suitably deflective response, Jenkins entered bearing the afternoon post on a silver salver. "Letters for Miss Lockhart and the Edgewood ladies," he announced with formal propriety. "Thank you, Jenkins." Eleanor set aside her embroidery, accepting several envelopes with practiced casualness that fooled nobody present. Charlotte and Amelia exchanged knowing glances as Eleanor sorted through the correspondence with careful attention. Her breath caught at an elegantly addressed cream envelope bearing the Rothbury crest. "What an exquisite invitation," Amelia commented, having received an identical envelope. "The Duke and Duchess of Rothbury host the most exclusive gatherings." Eleanor broke the seal with fingers that trembled slightly despite her best efforts at composure, extracting heavy cardstock embossed with gold. "The Duke and Duchess of Rothbury request the pleasure of your company for a private viewing of correspondence in color watercolors by the Earl of Blackwood, Rothbury House, April 7th, 1817. 8 o'clock in the evening." The room seemed suddenly airless as Eleanor stared at the invitation, its implications washing over her with devastating clarity. Thomas was exhibiting his watercolors, the paintings he'd begun during their correspondence, when he'd shared his developing artistic passion through letters and small sketches. An exhibition of Lord Blackwood's watercolors, Charlotte observed, studying her own invitation with careful neutrality. How fascinating! Correspondence in color, Amelia added, her usual exuberance tempered by cautious glances toward Eleanor. What an intriguing title. Eleanor managed to nod, though words momentarily escaped her. You've received the invitation as well, I see. Julian's voice from the doorway startled all three women. He entered holding an identical envelope, Abby following with concern evident in her expression. The Duke of Rothbury's footman delivered it personally with particular emphasis that our family's attendance would be greatly appreciated. How considerate, Eleanor replied, finding her voice at last. However, I believe I've already committed to an engagement with Mr. Harrington that evening. Perhaps you and Abby might represent the family. Julian's expression suggested immediate skepticism. What engagement? The Somerset House exhibition. Eleanor grasped at Amelia's earlier mention with desperate gratitude. James secured tickets last week. For next week, not this coming Friday, Amelia corrected with cheerful helpfulness that made Eleanor want to scream. I'm certain Mr. Harrington would understand postponement, given the significance of the Rothbury invitation. Indeed. Julian's tone left no room for argument. The Duke's personal request cannot be refused, regardless of existing commitments. Whatever difficulties exist between you and Blackwood, social obligation requires our attendance. Eleanor searched frantically for a plausible excuse. Abby's condition is perfectly manageable for a short evening engagement, Abby interjected with serene certainty. Dr. Reynolds specifically recommended moderate social activity. Then it's settled, Julian declared with brotherly finality. We shall all attend. Eleanor stared at the invitation, the elegant script swimming before her eyes. Correspondence in color. The next morning, Julian entered the breakfast room with a newspaper tucked under his arm, his expression suggesting he'd found something of particular interest. Eleanor glanced up from her untouched toast, immediately noting his focused attention. The Morning Post appears unusually well informed about Blackwood's exhibition, he commented, spreading the paper on the table and showing a prominently positioned notice. Eleanor leaned forward with carefully modulated interest, though her heart quickened at the headline. Artistic Revelation at Rothbury House. Society anticipates with particular interest this evening's exclusive unveiling of watercolors by Thomas Blackwood, Earl of Blackwood, recently returned from an extensive Italian tour. Under the distinguished patronage of the Duke and Duchess of Rothbury, Lord Blackwood will present works described by advanced viewers as extraordinary and revelatory. The exhibition, titled Correspondence in Color, marks the emergence of significant artistic talent previously unknown among the aristocracy. The selective guest list includes notable members of society alongside respected figures from artistic circles, suggesting the exhibition transcends mere social amusement to present genuine artistic merit. Sources close to the event hint at unexpected revelations beyond conventional Italian landscapes. Lady Caroline Ainsworth, daughter of noted art collector Lord Ainsworth, describes the exhibition as potentially the most significant artistic debut of the season, with particular emphasis on Lord Blackwood's remarkable emotional expressiveness and intimate perspective on Italian scenes. Eleanor's stomach tightened as she read Lady Caroline's quoted assessment. The woman had apparently already viewed Thomas's work, an intimacy that suggested particular connection despite Thomas's apparent disinterest at Lady Harwick's dinner. Lady Caroline seems remarkably well informed about Blackwood's artistic endeavors, Julian observed, watching Eleanor's reaction closely. Unsurprising, Eleanor replied with manufactured casualness, though her fingers gripped her teacup too tightly. Her father collects art. They would naturally take interest in an aristocratic exhibition. Still, the wording suggests she's seen his work in advance. Eleanor set down her cup with deliberate precision. Perhaps Lord Blackwood has been cultivating the Ainsworth's appreciation. Lady Caroline certainly seemed intent on viewing his Italian sketches at Lady Harwick's dinner. She rose abruptly, unable to continue this conversation without revealing more emotion than pride would permit. If you'll excuse me, I believe I'll walk in the garden before the morning grows too warm. Alone in the garden, Eleanor paced between budding rose bushes with uncharacteristic agitation. Lady Caroline had seen Thomas's artwork before its public unveiling, a privilege suggesting particular favor. The thought sent an unexpected pang of jealousy through her chest. Had Thomas moved on so completely? Was Caroline Ainsworth now the recipient of attentions once directed toward Eleanor? The title of the exhibition, Correspondence in Color, suddenly took on potentially different meaning. Perhaps Thomas had begun new correspondence with Lady Caroline, translating their exchanges into art as he had once done with Eleanor's letters. Or perhaps he had also been corresponding with her from Italy all along. The possibility made her stop mid-step, one hand bracing against a garden trellis for support. Eleanor looked down at the invitation still clutched in her hand, its elegant script now seeming like deliberate mockery. She would attend this exhibition as social obligation required, would view Thomas's artistic development with appropriate appreciation, would even congratulate him on his evident connection with Lady Caroline if necessary. But she would wear lavender silk rather than emerald, and she would ensure her composure remained absolutely perfect throughout the evening, regardless of what revelations awaited at Rothbury House. Chapter 14. April 7, 1817. Rothbury House, London. Thomas stood near the entrance of Rothbury House's grand gallery, his outward composure betraying nothing of the storm within. Each arriving carriage visible through the tall windows sent his heart into his throat, only to plummet when Eleanor failed to emerge. "She'll come," Gabriel murmured, materializing beside him with 2 glasses of champagne. Julian Lockhart would never decline a personal invitation from the Duke of Rothbury. Thomas accepted the offered glass without drinking. "Her presence under coercion hardly suggests receptiveness to my communication." Communication? Gabriel's eyebrow rose with aristocratic precision. "Is that what we're calling 34 watercolors culminating in a portrait that will likely scandalize half of London society?" Oh, Thomas adjusted his cuffs, a gesture of nerves he'd never quite eliminated despite his Italian transformation. Perhaps this was a grave miscalculation. Too late for second thoughts. Gabriel nodded toward the entrance where the first guests were arriving. "The die is cast, my friend." For the next half hour, Thomas greeted London's elite with mechanical civility, accepting compliments on the exhibition's arrangement while his attention remained fixed on the entrance. Lady Caroline materialized repeatedly at his elbow, her determination to establish public connection with him growing more obvious with each interaction. "Father is absolutely entranced by your Venetian canal studies," she declared, positioning herself to block his view of the door. "He's already discussing acquisition possibilities with the Duke." "Most kind," Thomas responded, stepping sideways to maintain his sightline to the entrance. Lady Caroline adjusted her position with practiced social maneuvering. "The morning paper's description hardly does justice to your artistic sensitivity. I've told everyone your work possesses remarkable emotional depth beneath its technical acumen." Thomas froze as Julian and Abby Lockhart appeared in the entrance, followed by their aunt, Lady Marjorie. His heart seemed to stutter as Eleanor materialized behind them, her lavender silk gown instantly drawing his eye amid the crowd. The color emphasized her violet eyes and the honey gold of her hair, which was arranged in an elegant style that suggested the freedom of her spirit. Her composed expression revealed nothing as she surveyed the gathering, though Thomas noted the slight tension in her shoulders. The air seemed to vanish from his lungs as their gazes connected across the room. For one suspended moment, something flickered in her expression, vulnerability beneath composure, before she looked away, accepting a glass of champagne from a passing footman. Thomas took an involuntary step toward her, only to halt as James Harrington appeared in the entrance, moving immediately to Eleanor's side with the easy confidence of established connection. The man bent to murmur something in her ear that produced a smile, small but genuine, that sent a bolt of jealousy through Thomas's chest, sharp and unexpected in its intensity. "Lord Blackwood?" Lady Caroline's voice penetrated his distraction. "Are you quite all right? You've gone rather pale." "Perfectly well," he managed, though the words felt like ground glass in his throat. "If you'll excuse me, I should greet the Lockharts." He moved with deliberate steps toward Eleanor and her party, schooling his features into proper social expression despite the thundering of his heart. "Lord and Lady Lockhart, Lady Marjorie, I'm delighted you could attend." Julian's greeting contained reserved politeness. "Blackwood, quite an impressive gathering for your artistic debut. The Duke and Duchess's patronage ensures social interest." Thomas allowed his attention to shift to Eleanor, fighting to keep his voice steady. "Miss Lockhart, thank you for coming." Eleanor met his gaze with carefully composed features, though he noted the slight tremble in her gloved hand as she curtsied. "Lord Blackwood, congratulations on your exhibition." "Thank you." He wanted to say more, to explain the title, to prepare her for what she would see, but Harrington's presence beside her made such intimacy impossible. "I hope you find the exhibition illuminating." Something flickered in her expression. Recognition of his deliberate word choice, perhaps, as illuminating, had featured prominently in their discussion of art's purpose during their correspondence. "I look forward to viewing your Italian impressions," she replied, her voice carefully modulated. "Mr. Harrington has spoken highly of your artistic endeavors." The reference to Harrington, the deliberate indication of private conversations about him, struck with painful precision. Before Thomas could respond, Gabriel intervened with perfect timing. "Allow me to guide your family through the exhibition, Lockhart. We've arranged the works in chronological order to showcase Lord Blackwood's artistic journey through Italy." As Gabriel led the Lockharts toward the first room, Thomas remained momentarily rooted in place, watching Eleanor move away on Harrington's arm. The pain in his chest intensified as he observed the man's solicitous attention, his easy conversation, his rightful place at her side. For the first time, Thomas confronted the possibility that he had lost her completely, that his grand gesture might reveal his heart too late. Eleanor entered the first exhibition room on James's arm, her composed expression betraying nothing of the turmoil beneath. Thomas stood near the entrance, tall and striking in formal evening attire, looking both familiar and strange. His dark eyes had held an intensity that stole her breath, though she'd managed a proper greeting despite her racing heart. "Fascinating approach to the exhibition," James commented, gesturing toward the gallery layout. "Arranged chronologically to demonstrate artistic progression, according to the Duke." "Indeed," Eleanor murmured, her attention drawn to the first painting, a technically precise but emotionally restrained watercolor of the Arno River at sunset. She recognized it immediately from Thomas's earliest letters, when he'd first mentioned attempting to capture the Italian light. The Arno River at sunset presents a vista that defies adequate description. The golden light reflecting off the water creates an effect I have attempted to capture in sketches with limited success. The words from his first response to her impulsive letter echoed in her mind as she studied the painting. It showed considerable technical skill, but lacked the emotional quality of the small sketch he'd later enclosed with his letter from Florence. "Remarkable technical precision," James observed, studying the painting with genuine interest, though perhaps somewhat constrained in emotional expression. Eleanor glanced at him in surprise, his assessment eerily echoing her own thoughts. "Yes, exactly." They moved to the next painting, a Tuscan landscape with rolling hills and cypress trees. Again, Eleanor recognized the scene from Thomas's letters when he described his journey from Florence into the countryside, his first encounters with local customs that contradicted English propriety. As they progressed through the exhibition, Eleanor felt a growing uneasiness. Each painting corresponded precisely to moments from their correspondence, not just Italian scenes, but specific perspectives and details Thomas had described in his letters to her. His artistic progression mirrored his emotional evolution in those letters, from rigid technical precision to increasingly expressive interpretation. "The brushwork grows notably more confident here," James remarked as they paused before a painting of the Roman Forum at dawn. "The emotional quality deepens considerably from the earlier works." Eleanor barely heard him, transfixed by the realization unfolding with each new painting. Thomas hadn't merely exhibited his Italian watercolors, he had recreated their entire correspondence in visual form, chronicling their relationship's evolution through art. Her heart pounded painfully against her ribs as they entered the third gallery, where the paintings became more intimate in perspective. Here, small human figures began appearing in the landscapes, a woman in a green dress gazing across the Roman Forum, a honey-blonde figure watching sailboats on the Mediterranean, a lone rider on a distant hillside. Interesting addition of human elements, James commented, oblivious to Eleanor's growing distress. Creates scale and emotional connection to the landscapes. Eleanor's breath caught as they approached a small watercolor of pressed violets against parchment, an exact recreation of the flower she had sent Thomas from Hertfordshire. The detail was exquisite, the violet's delicate structure rendered with such tenderness that tears threatened despite her determined composure. What remarkable attention to botanical detail, James observed. One rarely sees such precise rendering of flora in landscape artists. Yes, Eleanor managed, though her voice sounded strange even to her own ears. Remarkable. Charlotte and Amelia materialized beside her, their arrival providing momentary distraction from the overwhelming emotions threatening her composure. Eleanor, are you well? Charlotte murmured, her observant gaze missing nothing. You've gone quite pale. Perfectly well. And she forced a smile that felt brittle as fine porcelain. Simply warm in here. Amelia linked arms with her, providing subtle support. Perhaps we should move toward the terrace doors for better air? Eleanor nodded gratefully, allowing her friends to guide her through the crowd. James followed with concerned attention, his genuine consideration only increasing her distress. They paused before a large watercolor of Venice at sunset, gondolas silhouetted against a blazing sky. In the foreground, partially turned from the viewer, stood a female figure with honey-blonde hair, arranged in a style Eleanor recognized immediately, her own preferred arrangement for evening gatherings. The coloration is extraordinary, James remarked, studying the painting with genuine admiration. The reflection of light on water creates remarkable luminosity. Yes, Eleanor whispered, her composure cracking beneath the weight of recognition. This wasn't merely an Italian landscape. It was Thomas's visualization of his letter describing how he wished she could see Venice with him, how he imagined her beside him watching the sunset. Eleanor? Charlotte's concerned voice penetrated her daze. Perhaps some air would be beneficial? Yes, she managed, grateful for the suggestion. A moment on the terrace, perhaps. James immediately offered his arm. Allow me to escort you. Actually, Amelia interjected with uncharacteristic firmness, I believe Lady Harwick was just asking after you, Mr. Harrington. Something about your uncle's hunting methods? Charlotte and I shall ensure Miss Lockhart gets proper air. Before James could protest, the Edgewood sisters had skillfully maneuvered Eleanor toward the terrace doors, creating a path through the crowded gallery with remarkable efficiency. Breathe, Charlotte instructed as they stepped into the blessedly cool night air. Deep breaths, Eleanor. Eleanor gripped the stone balustrade, the cool surface anchoring her against the emotional tumult within. He's painted our correspondence, she whispered, the realization finally articulated. Every letter, every shared confidence, every private moment, all transformed into art for public display. We suspected as much, Charlotte acknowledged, her steady presence providing calm counterpoint to Amelia's nervous energy. The title rather gave it away. Correspondence in color, Eleanor repeated, the meaning now devastatingly clear. But why? Why display our private exchange for all of London to witness? Because you wouldn't listen to him otherwise, Amelia supplied with uncharacteristic insight. You refused his attempts at explanation, did you not? Eleanor stared unseeing at the darkened gardens below. He tried to explain about delayed letters, missing correspondence. I wouldn't hear it. So he found a different way to communicate, Charlotte concluded, her practical tone containing unexpected gentleness. Quite creative, actually. Wildly romantic, Amelia added with characteristic enthusiasm. The artistic equivalent of climbing a balcony or composing a sonnet. Eleanor pressed her fingertips against her temples, attempting to process the implications. If Thomas had transformed their correspondence into art, had recreated each shared moment with such care and attention, then perhaps his feelings. Before she could complete the thought, Gabriel's voice carried from inside the gallery, announcing the unveiling of the exhibition's centerpiece. Eleanor froze. a new realization striking with paralyzing force. "If he's painted our correspondence chronologically," she whispered, "then the centerpiece must be." "I believe we'd better return inside," Charlotte suggested, offering her arm with steady reassurance. "Some revelations are best witnessed directly." Thomas scanned the crowded gallery with growing concern, unable to locate Eleanor among the guests gathering for the centerpiece unveiling. She had progressed through the exhibition with Harrington, her expression growing increasingly strained with each painting she viewed, exactly as he'd intended, yet her evident distress brought him no satisfaction. Now, as Diana prepared to announce the exhibition's culmination, Eleanor was nowhere to be seen. "Has Miss Lockhart returned from the terrace?" he murmured to Gabriel, who had positioned himself strategically near the draped centerpiece. "The Edgewood sisters accompanied her outside," Gabriel replied quietly. "They seemed rather determined to separate her from Mr. Harrington." Thomas's heart sank. Had the exhibition proven too revealing, too uncomfortable in its public display? Had he miscalculated so completely that Eleanor had retreated rather than faced the culmination? "Distinguished guests," Diana's refined voice carried effortlessly through the hushed gallery. "The Duke and I are delighted by your enthusiastic reception of Lord Blackwood's extraordinary artistic debut. As the culmination of this remarkable exhibition, we invite Lord Blackwood to unveil his centerpiece, a work that encapsulates the emotional journey documented through these Italian impressions." Thomas moved toward the draped canvas with leaden steps, acutely aware of Eleanor's absence. Whatever response he had hoped for, it was not this. He scanned the gathering once more, hoping against hope that she had returned from the terrace. With steady hands that belied his internal devastation, Thomas removed the silk covering to reveal the portrait beneath. A collective gasp rose from the assembled guests as they beheld the painting. Eleanor astride a chestnut mare, hair streaming behind her in golden waves, riding across an Italian landscape in nothing but her petticoats, her expression one of pure, exhilarating freedom. Thomas had painted not just Eleanor's physical likeness, but her essence, her spirit, her courage, her defiance of convention in pursuit of authentic joy. The silence that followed felt endless as whispers began circulating through the crowd. "Is that Miss Lockhart? In her petticoats? How shocking! Such impropriety. Has she actually posed for this?" On the terrace, Eleanor's conversation with the Edgewood sisters halted at the sound of collective gasps emanating from within the gallery. "What on earth is happening?" Amelia wondered, already moving toward the doors with characteristic curiosity. Charlotte clasped Eleanor's gloved hand with uncharacteristic urgency. "I believe that would be the centerpiece unveiling." Eleanor felt a flutter of apprehension as excited whispers carried through the open terrace doors. Her name, repeated in scandalized tones, reached her ears with unmistakable clarity. "I must see," she murmured, straightening her shoulders with determination. She re-entered the gallery, flanked by the Edgewood sisters, and immediately felt the weight of dozens of stares. The crowd parted as she moved forward, curious eyes assessing her reaction, lips bent toward neighbors' ears with furtive comments. Her name rippled through the room in hushed tones, accompanied by expressions ranging from scandalized shock to barely concealed delight at potential scandal. Miss Lockhart, in such a state, did she actually pose for? Most improper correspondence. Eleanor maintained her composure through sheer force of will, chin lifted in defiance of their whispers, though each step toward the centerpiece required increasing courage. The crowd parted further, and suddenly the painting stood revealed before her. She stopped abruptly, one gloved hand rising instinctively to her throat. The portrait showed her astride a chestnut mare, hair streaming behind her in golden waves, riding across an Italian landscape in nothing but her petticoats. Her painted expression captured pure, exhilarating freedom, the joy of liberation from society's constraints, the authentic Eleanor who existed beneath proper behavior and social expectations. Not just the position or location, but the exact scene she had described to Thomas in that impulsive, private confession about riding astride in Hertfordshire. "I confess, I tucked my skirts into a valise and rode in nothing but my petticoats, feeling the horse's warmth and movement in a way side saddle could never permit. I felt utterly free, Utterly myself, without society's constraints limiting my every action. Tears filled her eyes before she could prevent them, the painting's emotional impact overwhelming her careful composure. She had never been seen so completely, so accurately, by anyone, certainly not by a man who had known her primarily through written words. For several heartbeats she remained perfectly still, her gaze fixed on her painted image. Then, to her own surprise, a single tear traced down her cheek, followed by another, though she made no move to wipe them away. The scandalized whispers surrounding her faded to insignificance. Nothing mattered against the profound revelation before her. Thomas had seen her, truly seen her, through nothing more than words on paper. "This is how I see you." His voice came from just behind her, low and intimate despite the crowded gallery. Eleanor couldn't bring herself to turn, afraid the emotion evident on her face would be too revealing in this most public of settings. "You've put me in my petticoats before all of London society," she whispered, though there was no real accusation in her tone, only wonder. "I painted you as you described yourself," Thomas replied quietly. "Free, authentic, extraordinary, exactly as you revealed yourself to be through honest correspondence." Eleanor finally turned to face him, no longer caring about the tears dampening her cheeks or the watching crowd. "You've displayed our entire private exchange for public viewing. Not the content," Thomas corrected gently. "Only the journey, and only because you wouldn't hear my explanation any other way." Before she could respond, Julian pushed through the crowd, his expression thunderous. "Blackwood, what is the meaning of this?" Eleanor raised her hand, instinctively moving to stay her brother's anger. Her mind raced, torn between the profound emotion of Thomas's revelation and the public spectacle unfolding around them. "Julian," she began, but he cut her off with uncharacteristic vehemence. "You've displayed my sister in her undergarments before all of society." Julian's voice rose with indignation. "Without permission, without propriety, without the slightest regard for her reputation." Eleanor watched Thomas square his shoulders, prepared to defend both his artistic choice and her honor. But this confrontation, here before all of London society, would only compound the scandal already brewing. "Julian, please," she murmured, her voice low but firm. "Not here." "We are leaving," Julian announced, offering his arm with unmistakable expectation of compliance. "This exhibition has progressed beyond the boundaries of propriety." Eleanor hesitated, torn between family obligation and the conversation with Thomas barely begun. Part of her wanted to defy Julian, to remain and understand the full meaning of Thomas's extraordinary gesture regardless of social consequence. But another part recognized the wisdom in retreat. This most intimate of revelations deserved privacy, not the avid speculation of London's elite. "Lady Marjorie is quite distressed," Julian added, his tone softening slightly at her obvious conflict. "And Abby should not remain in such conditions." James Harrington appeared at her other side, his expression carefully neutral, though his eyes betrayed his shock at the painting. "Miss Lockhart, allow me to escort you home." "Thank you, Mr. Harrington," Eleanor replied with genuine gratitude. "But I believe family is most appropriate at present." Behind Harrington, she caught a glimpse of Lady Caroline's face, pale with fury, eyes darting between Thomas and the portrait with undisguised outrage. The woman turned abruptly and pushed her way through the crowd toward the exit, her mother hurrying after her with whispered entreaties. Thomas stepped back, his expression revealing nothing, though disappointment flickered briefly in his eyes. Of course, family concerns must take precedence. As Eleanor allowed Julian to lead her away, she glanced back over her shoulder, meeting Thomas's gaze across the growing distance between them. In that moment, looking into his eyes while her painted self rode free behind him, Eleanor knew with sudden clarity that this conversation was far from finished. The exhibition had accomplished its purpose. She had seen what words alone could not convey. Now she needed to decide what to do about it. Chapter 15, Rothbury House, London. The exhibition guests had long departed, leaving Thomas standing alone before the portrait that had caused such scandal. He traced the frame's edge with weary fingers, wondering if his grand gesture had permanently severed the connection he'd hoped to restore. "At least no one can accuse you of timidity," Gabriel remarked. returning from seeing off the last of their guests. Diana is already fielding inquiries about the exhibition. It seems your artistic debut has created quite the sensation. Notoriety rather than acclaim, Thomas replied, his gaze fixed on Eleanor's painted form. I never intended to damage her reputation. Yet you displayed her in petticoats before London's elite. Gabriel's observation contained no judgment, merely acknowledgement of facts. What did you expect? I expected. Thomas sighed, turning away from the portrait. I don't know what I expected. That she might understand, that she might finally hear what I couldn't make her listen to otherwise. Diana joined them, her aristocratic composure unruffled despite the evening's drama. The Ainsworth party departed in high dudgeon. Lady Caroline appeared particularly distressed by your artistic revelation. I imagined so. Thomas found he couldn't summon concern for Lady Caroline's sensibilities. Only Eleanor's response mattered, and she had been whisked away by her brother before any true resolution could occur. You should allow the Lockharts time, Gabriel advised, accepting a glass of brandy from a footman. Julian will be furious until morning at least. A carefully worded letter of apology might... No. Thomas's firm response surprised even himself. 7 months of correspondence, 3 months of misunderstanding. I've wasted enough time already, and now I've possibly ruined her reputation before society. Diana regarded him with shrewd assessment. What do you intend? To call at Berkeley Square first thing tomorrow. Thomas straightened his shoulders, decision crystallizing into certainty. I must speak with her directly. Bold move, Gabriel commented, admiration mingling with concern in his expression. Though perhaps a letter might smooth the way. No more letters. Thomas shook his head with absolute finality. Words on paper created this misunderstanding. Only words spoken face to face can resolve it. Diana's lips curved into the faintest smile. Well, Gabriel, it seems your friend has found his courage at last. I suggest we ensure the portrait is properly covered before the servants begin cleaning. Some sights are best reserved for the appropriate audience. As Thomas gazed once more at the painting that had caused such uproar, he felt neither regret nor uncertainty, only impatience for morning to arrive. I should have worn my morning clothes, Lady Marjorie lamented, setting down her teacup with theatrical precision. One might as well be in mourning when family reputation lies in tatters. Eleanor stared into her untouched tea, maintaining outward composure while inwardly reliving every moment of the previous evening. The scandalized whispers, the shocked gasps, Thomas's voice behind her. This is how I see you. And most of all, that extraordinary portrait capturing her essence with uncanny accuracy. The damage can be minimized, Julian insisted, pacing before the breakfast table with restless energy. Lady Jersey was not present, thank God, though she'll certainly hear of it, and the Rothbury connection lends some social protection, despite Blackwood's unconscionable display. I've conducted preliminary assessment of attendees, Abby offered, her scientific approach to social disaster providing unexpected comfort. Approximately 37 guests witnessed the portrait, of which perhaps 25 maintained significant social influence. Of those, 8 appeared genuinely scandalized, while the remainder expressed what I would classify as theatrical outrage, masking considerable interest. Outrage remains outrage regardless of its sincerity, Julian countered, dropping into his chair with uncharacteristic heaviness. And Blackwood will not be received in this house again, that much is certain. Eleanor's head snapped up at this pronouncement. Julian, my decision is final. Her brother's expression brooked no argument. His behavior was beyond the bounds of propriety or respect. No gentleman would display a lady of quality in such a state, regardless of artistic pretensions. The portrait was extraordinary. Eleanor's quiet statement fell into sudden silence. Julian stared at her, clearly caught between concern and disbelief. Eleanor, surely you cannot defend. I won't pretend that portrait didn't exist, she continued, meeting his gaze directly, when it represented the most honest version of myself I've ever seen. Honesty is hardly the issue, Julian replied, his voice rising with agitation. Propriety is. Propriety. Eleanor placed her napkin beside her untouched plate with deliberate care. Always propriety. Tell me, would you have married Abby if you'd prioritized propriety over happiness? Julian's expression darkened. That was entirely different. Was it? Eleanor challenged, surprising herself with sudden boldness. You risked scandal and gossip for love. Why should I not be granted the same consideration? Because Blackwood has compromised your reputation through his actions. Julian's fist struck the table, rattling the china. Whatever his intentions, a discreet knock prevented further argument as Jenkins appeared in the doorway, his butler's composure suggesting no awareness of the tension he'd interrupted. Lord Blackwood has called, my lord. Julian's expression hardened immediately. Inform Lord Blackwood that we are not at home. I will see him. Eleanor rose, her voice quiet but certain. Absolutely not. Julian stood as well, towering over her with brotherly authority. I forbid it. I will see him, Eleanor repeated, unexpected steel in her tone. Either here with your blessing or elsewhere without it, but I will hear what he has to say. Brother and sister locked gazes in silent battle of wills, while Abby and Lady Marjorie observed with varying degrees of concern. Finally, Julian relented with visible reluctance. Very well. His jaw tightened as he turned to Jenkins. Show Lord Blackwood to my study. I will receive him there. We will receive him, Eleanor corrected. This concerns me more than anyone. As Jenkins departed, Abby caught Eleanor's hand, squeezing it gently. Maintain scientific objectivity despite emotional stimuli, she murmured, her version of encouragement drawing a fleeting smile from Eleanor. Lady Marjorie's dramatic sigh followed them from the room. I shall go directly to the modist after breakfast. Black bombazine seems most appropriate under the circumstances. Lord Thomas Blackwood stood in Julian's study, hat in hand, his posture betraying none of the anxiety churning beneath his calm exterior. He'd spent a restless night rehearsing explanations and apologies, yet now, awaiting the Lockharts, words seemed woefully inadequate. The door opened to admit Julian, whose expression suggested barely controlled fury, followed by Eleanor. Thomas's breath caught at the sight of her, lavender morning dress emphasizing her violet eyes, honey blonde hair arranged with simple elegance, chin lifted with quiet dignity despite the scandals surrounding her. Blackwood. Julian's greeting contained ice rather than courtesy. I assume you've come to offer some explanation for last night's disgraceful exhibition. I have, Thomas replied, his gaze moving from Julian to Eleanor, whose expression revealed nothing of her thoughts. Though I'd prefer to speak with Miss Lockhart privately. Impossible. Julian moved to stand protectively beside his sister. Anything you wish to say can be said in my presence. Very well. Thomas squared his shoulders, speaking directly to Eleanor despite Julian's looming presence. The exhibition was never intended to cause scandal or embarrassment. Each painting represented moments from our correspondence, a visual chronicle of connection formed through letters. Connection? Julian scoffed. You displayed my sister in her undergarments before all of society. Whatever connection existed has been thoroughly severed by your actions. Thomas maintained his composure with effort, resisting the urge to defend himself against Julian's justified anger when Eleanor's opinion was all that truly mattered. What is it you want, Blackwood? Julian demanded, impatience evident in his tone. Absolution? Forgiveness? You'll find neither here. I wish to court your sister. The words emerged with quiet certainty despite the unlikelihood of their acceptance. Julian stared at him in disbelief before barking a sharp, humorless laugh. Court her? After displaying her in petticoats before all of society? It's rather too late for conventional courtship, wouldn't you agree? Thomas didn't hesitate. Then I shall marry her instead. In the startled silence that followed, Eleanor's voice cut through with unexpected sharpness. Has anyone considered asking what I want? Both men turned to her, momentarily united in their surprise at her intervention. I have been discussed like property rather than a person, Eleanor continued, color rising in her cheeks. My reputation, my future, my supposed ruin, all debated without once consulting my wishes. Julian had the grace to look discomfited, while Thomas felt unexpected admiration for her spirited defense of her own agency, even against his own presumption. You're right, of course, Julian conceded with reluctance. He glanced between them, assessment in his gaze before coming to some internal decision. I believe you two have matters to resolve that don't require my presence. Thomas felt a surge of gratitude as Julian moved toward the door. Blackwood, Julian paused, his hand on the doorknob. You've made quite a mess of this. I wish you luck." His expression softened almost imperceptibly as he looked at his sister. "Though I suspect you'll need more than luck to satisfy Eleanor." The door closed behind him with quiet finality, leaving Thomas alone with Eleanor for the first time since his return from Italy. In the sudden silence, Thomas became acutely aware of Eleanor's presence. The faint lavender scent that had haunted his dreams in Italy, the subtle rise and fall of her breath, the wariness in her violet eyes as she regarded him from across the study. "Eleanor," he began, simultaneously with her Lord Blackwood. They both stopped, the awkwardness between them painfully at odds with the intimacy they'd shared through correspondence. "Please," Thomas gestured toward the chairs before the fireplace. "Will you sit?" Eleanor hesitated before moving with deliberate grace to the offered seat. Thomas took the chair opposite her, close enough for private conversation, yet maintaining proper distance. "I owe you an explanation," he began, leaning forward slightly, "and an apology for any distress my exhibition may have caused you." "Yet you don't regret the exhibition itself," Eleanor observed, her perceptiveness unsurprising yet still disarming. "No," Thomas admitted. "I cannot regret what finally allowed me to reach you when all other attempts had failed." Eleanor's expression revealed nothing. The portrait was unexpected. It represented freedom, Thomas explained, choosing his words with care. "Not just physical posture, but spiritual liberation, exactly as you described in your letter from Hertfordshire." Her gaze dropped to her gloved hands, folded precisely in her lap. "You received my Christmas letter." 3 months too late. Thomas reached into his coat to extract a folded sheet of paper that appeared well handled, its creases softened from repeated opening and closing. "It traveled to Naples after I had already departed for England, then waited there until my correspondence was finally forwarded." "If you didn't receive my letter," Eleanor asked, her voice soft but intent, "then why didn't you tell me when you returned to England?" Thomas looked away momentarily, acknowledging his error with painful honesty. "I was immediately consumed by my uncle's chaotic affairs. I foolishly believed there would be time for proper reunion once matters were settled." His expression darkened with regret. "By the time I realized my mistake and attempted explanation, you'd built walls I couldn't penetrate with mere words." Eleanor studied his face, searching for something only she could define. "So you created an entire exhibition instead." "I painted what I couldn't make you hear." Thomas stood abruptly, too agitated to remain seated. "When you refused to listen, I thought perhaps you might be willing to see." Eleanor rose as well, maintaining careful distance between them. "You risked my reputation and your own on the chance I might understand." "I risked everything," Thomas acknowledged without apology, "because nothing matters if I've lost you." Her eyes widened at the raw emotion in his voice. "Then why didn't you tell me you'd returned to England? Why the silence after your arrival?" "I was immediately consumed by my uncle's chaotic affairs," Thomas explained, "and I foolishly believed there would be time for proper reunion once matters were settled." His expression darkened with regret. "By the time I realized my error and attempted explanation, you'd built walls I couldn't penetrate with mere words." Eleanor studied his face, searching for something only she could define. "So you created an entire exhibition instead." "I painted what I couldn't make you hear." Thomas stood abruptly, too agitated to remain seated. "When you refused to listen, I thought perhaps you might be willing to see." Eleanor rose as well, maintaining careful distance between them. "You risked my reputation and your own on the chance I might understand." "I risked everything," Thomas acknowledged without apology, "because nothing matters if I've lost you." The simple declaration hung in the air between them, more powerful in its unadorned honesty than any elaborate profession could have been. Eleanor's voice emerged soft yet steady. "Why? Why go to such lengths?" Thomas crossed the distance between them in 2 strides, propriety forgotten as he took her hands in his. "Because I love you, Eleanor." The words emerged rough with emotion, unpolished and utterly genuine. "I loved you through your letters before I even realized what was happening," he continued, holding her gaze with unwavering intensity. "I loved you while painting Italian sunsets and wishing you could see them with me. I loved you through the misunderstanding and silence when I thought I'd lost you forever. Eleanor's fingers trembled within his grasp, but she didn't pull away. You reached inside the cage I'd built around myself, Thomas whispered, and showed me a world beyond duty and expectation. You made me laugh when I'd forgotten how. You challenged every certainty I clung to. You saw possibility in me when I saw only obligation. He lifted one hand to brush a tear from her cheek with gentle fingertips. I've loved you across oceans and misunderstandings in my own damnable pride, and if you'll permit me, I'll spend the rest of my life proving it. Eleanor's breath caught, her violet eyes searching his face. I thought my heart would break when you didn't answer my Christmas letter. Mine nearly did when I found it months too late, Thomas admitted. Every day without you has been a kind of purgatory. And now, Eleanor asked, vulnerability evident beneath her composure. What happens now that you've scandalized me before all of London? Now I marry you, Thomas replied without hesitation. Not because of scandal or obligation, but because I cannot imagine breathing properly without you beside me. You're rather presumptuous, my lord, Eleanor remarked, though her tone held no censure, announcing marriage without properly asking. Thomas stepped back, still holding her hands, and lowered himself to one knee. Eleanor's eyes widened with surprise as he gazed up at her with naked devotion. Eleanor Lockhart, he began, his voice steady despite the thundering of his heart. From your first impulsive letter to this moment, you have changed my world entirely. Will you do me the extraordinary honor of becoming my wife? Eleanor's expression softened, tears spilling freely now. I scored you 6 out of 100 on Abby's husband assessment scale when we first met, she reminded him, laughter mingling with tears. A generous score given my behavior then, Thomas acknowledged, his own lips curving despite the tension of awaiting her answer. I hope I've improved somewhat in your estimation since. Somewhat, Eleanor agreed, tugging him to his feet with unexpected strength. Though your methods remain thoroughly unconventional. Is that a yes? Thomas asked, hope rising in his chest despite her evasion. Instead of answering with words, Eleanor reached up to touch his face, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw with wondering exploration. I never thought I'd have this, she whispered. Reality exceeding anything I imagined in our correspondence. Thomas covered her hand with his own, turning to press his lips against her palm in a gesture of devotion that made her breath catch. Say yes, Eleanor. Yes, she breathed, just before he closed the remaining distance between them. His kiss contained months of longing, of frustration, of hope deferred, and suddenly realized. One hand cradled the back of her neck while the other drew her against him with unmistakable need. Eleanor responded with equal fervor, her fingers threading through his hair as she melted into his embrace. The kiss deepened beyond propriety, beyond restraint, into territory neither had explored before. Thomas tasted her tears and his own relief, felt the softness of her lips and the strength of her arms around his neck, breathed in the scent of lavender and Eleanor that had haunted his dreams across Italy. When they finally broke apart, both breathing raggedly, Thomas rested his forehead against hers, unwilling to increase the distance between them even slightly. I should have done that months ago, he murmured, his voice rough with emotion. Better late than never. Eleanor replied, the spark in her eyes promising countless such moments in their future. Thomas stepped back reluctantly, maintaining proper distance despite every instinct urging him closer. We should inform your brother of our understanding before he breaks down the door. Eleanor's laugh, genuine and unrestrained, filled him with joy he'd scarcely believed possible mere hours ago. Julian will be simultaneously relieved and horrified. He despises scandal nearly as much as he values my happiness. Thomas took her hand, raising it to his lips for a kiss that conveyed promise of more to come. Then we shall endeavor to provide him with minimum scandal and maximum reassurance regarding your happiness. I believe the scandal ship has rather sailed, Eleanor observed with arch humor, though I cannot find it in myself to regret the outcome. As they moved toward the door, prepared to face Julian's reaction and society's judgment together, Thomas felt certainty settle in his chest where doubt had resided for too long. Eleanor had finally seen what words alone could not convey, and fortunately for them both, She liked what she saw. Epilogue, August 1818, Ravenswood Hall, Yorkshire. Ravenswood Hall, Yorkshire, July 1818. Summer sunlight poured through the windows of Thomas's art studio, bathing the spacious room in golden warmth. Once a forgotten conservatory on Ravenswood Hall's east wing, the space had been transformed over the past year into a sanctuary of creativity. Easels positioned to capture northern light, shelves lined with paints and brushes, completed canvases arranged against walls alongside blank ones awaiting inspiration. Thomas stood at the largest window, watching a familiar figure on horseback galloping across the meadow below. Eleanor rode astride her chestnut mare with magnificent abandon, honey blonde hair streaming behind her, despite the proper riding hat that had long since slipped to hang by its ribbons down her back. Even from this distance, he could see the joy in her posture, the freedom in her movements, as she guided her mount over a low stone wall with effortless grace. 1 year, he murmured to himself, conscious of the date marked on the estate ledger he'd reviewed that morning. 1 year to the day. Their wedding day had indeed taken place exactly as planned, despite Lady Jersey's dire predictions that London society would never countenance such a match after the exhibition scandal. Diana, Duchess of Rothbury, had rendered that particular concern moot by hosting the wedding breakfast herself, effectively silencing even the most determined critics. Thomas smiled at the memory of Eleanor that day, violet eyes bright with happiness as she'd promised to love him despite his thoroughly unconventional methods of courtship. The words had drawn laughter from everyone who understood the reference to his artistic declaration. Below, Eleanor turned her mare toward the house, clearly having spied him at the window. She lifted her hand in greeting, then urged her mount into a final gallop across the lawn, a deliberate flouting of proper estate management that she knew perfectly well would scandalize any visiting neighbors. Fortunately, their only expected guests today were family who had long since grown accustomed to the Countess of Blackwood's unconventional ways. Thomas gathered the letters from his desk, 2 sealed envelopes that had remained untouched since their wedding day, and made his way downstairs to meet his wife. Eleanor entered through the garden doors, cheeks flushed from her ride, eyes bright with the peculiar luminosity that had characterized her these past 2 months. The subtle curve beneath her riding jacket was scarcely noticeable yet, visible only to those who knew to look for it. Their child, their miraculous, secret joy, had surprisingly coincided with their first anniversary celebrations. "You were watching me again," she accused good-naturedly, pulling off her gloves. "Sketching me without permission, I suspect." "Merely admiring," Thomas replied, though the half-finished canvas upstairs did indeed feature his wife on horseback, the 100th variation on the theme that had begun their journey toward each other. Eleanor's gaze fell to the letters in his hand, recognition softening her expression. "You remembered. Did you think I would forget?" Thomas raised an eyebrow. "When you made me swear a most solemn vow to wait precisely 1 year before opening them? I thought perhaps the affairs of Ravenswood might have distracted you." Eleanor's teasing tone belied the tenderness in her eyes as she kissed his cheek. "I should change before our guests arrive. They're not expected until 4. Thomas caught her hand, drawing her closer. "We have time." Her smile contained the same mischievous quality that had first captivated him in her letters. "For what, my lord?" "For this." He held up the letters. 1 year ago today, we each wrote our thoughts before the wedding ceremony, to be read only after a full year of marriage. Eleanor's expression grew serious. "I remember, I was so certain of my feelings for you, yet terrified that marriage might change everything." "And has it?" Thomas asked softly, though he knew the answer. "It has changed everything," she confirmed, eyes holding his, "but only for the better." They moved to the library, their favorite room in the sprawling estate. Unlike his predecessor's formal arrangement of leather-bound volumes organized by size rather than content, Thomas and Eleanor had transformed the space into a true reader's sanctuary. Books stood in organized disarray, grouped by subject rather than appearance. Comfortable chairs invited long afternoons of reading, while tables bore evidence of their shared passions, sketches and watercolors, alongside Eleanor's notes on horsemanship and estate management. Eleanor settled into her favorite armchair, while Thomas poured small glasses of elderflower cordial, a concession to her current condition that neither mentioned directly. Many things had changed in their year of marriage, but their ability to understand each other without words remained constant. "Shall I read first?" Thomas asked, holding up the two envelopes. "Or would you prefer the honor?" "Ladies first, I believe," Eleanor replied, accepting her letter with careful fingers, though I confessed to some trepidation regarding my younger self's sentiments. Thomas sat opposite her, watching as she broke the seal on the envelope marked with his name. Whatever words she had written that morning remained known only to her until this moment. Eleanor unfolded the single sheet of paper, her expression softening as she began to read aloud. "My dearest Thomas, as I write these words, dawn breaks over Berkeley Square. In mere hours, I shall walk down the aisle of St. George's to become your wife, a journey that began with a twisted ankle and an impulsive letter. I find myself reflecting on the unlikely path that brought us to this day. That first letter, sent on a whim, your unexpected response, months of correspondence revealing hearts across distance, misunderstanding and silence, and finally your magnificent scandalous exhibition that showed me how completely you had seen me through nothing more than words on paper. I wonder what marriage will bring us. Will domestic proximity diminish the magic of our written connection? Will your artistic passion survive the demands of your title and responsibilities? Will society ever forgive the portrait that shocked London and secured my heart? Yet beneath these questions lies certainty I never expected to find. I love you, Thomas, not for your title or position, not for your handsome face or artistic talent, but for your mind, your heart, your soul, gradually revealed to me through correspondence, then gloriously confirmed in person. You once earned a mere 6 points on Abby's husband assessment scale. Today, I can confidently award you the full 100, not because you've changed to meet a predetermined standard, but because I've discovered the measurements were flawed from the beginning. True connection cannot be quantified. It can only be recognized, treasured, and nurtured. Whatever challenges marriage brings, I face them gladly at your side. With all my heart, your Eleanor. Eleanor lowered the letter, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Perhaps somewhat sentimental for breakfast reading," she remarked, though her eyes betrayed her emotion. Thomas reached across to take her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm with reverence that had only deepened during their year of marriage. "Beautiful," he murmured, "and remarkably accurate in its predictions. Society has indeed failed to forgive that particular portrait. Yet here we are, preparing to display it publicly once more." Eleanor replied with characteristic defiance, though I suspect the scandal may be somewhat overshadowed by more recent developments. Her free hand drifted briefly to her still, flat stomach. Thomas smiled, then opened his own letter, the paper bearing Eleanor's name in his precise handwriting. The words he had written on their wedding day stared back at him, a testament to hope that had been abundantly fulfilled. "My beloved Eleanor," he began, his deep voice steady despite the emotion the words evoked. "Dawn finds me standing at my window, watching London awaken on what will be the most significant day of my life. In mere hours, you will become my wife, a miracle I scarcely dared hope for during those dark months of misunderstanding. I find myself thinking of Italy this morning, of sunsets over the Arno River that I tried and failed to capture in watercolor, of Roman ruins silent under moonlight, of Venetian canals reflecting golden light. Each sight I experienced twice, once through my eyes and again through imagining how you might see it. Our correspondence transformed me in ways I am still discovering. The man who left England seeking respite from duty found instead liberation through connection with an extraordinary woman who challenged every certainty he clung to. I do not know what marriage will bring us. Will my artistic pursuits find balance with the responsibilities I've inherited? Will society accept the unconventional countess you are certain to become? Will the strength of feeling between us continue to grow, or simply maintain its current remarkable intensity? What I do know with absolute certainty, I love you, Eleanor, completely, irrevocably, with a depth that both terrifies and exhilarates me. The portrait that caused such scandal represents more than a moment captured in paint. It represents my promise to always see you, truly see you, beyond propriety and expectation. To honor the freedom and passion that define your spirit. To stand beside you as we create a life that balances duty with joy, tradition with possibility. Whatever comes, we face it together. Eternally yours, Thomas. As his voice faded, Thomas looked up to find tears glistening in Eleanor's eyes, the same tears that had first appeared when she beheld her portrait at the exhibition. He set aside the letter and moved to kneel before her chair, taking both her hands in his. How remarkably prescient we both were, Eleanor observed, her voice husky with emotion, though neither of us predicted quite how thoroughly we would scandalize the Yorkshire gentry with my riding habits. Thomas laughed, the sound warm and unrestrained in a way it had never been before their marriage. Lady Pembroke still hasn't recovered from seeing you jump that hedge in breeches. Her recovery will be further delayed this afternoon, Eleanor replied with mischievous satisfaction, when she learns of our plans for the portrait. Are you certain about this? Thomas asked, his thumb tracing circles on the back of her hand. The Royal Academy exhibition will revive all the gossip from last year. Eleanor's chin lifted with the determined expression he had captured so perfectly in paint. Absolutely certain. That portrait represents exactly who I am, who we are together. I want the world to see it, especially now. Her hand drifted to her midsection. Our child will be born to parents who value truth over appearance, passion over propriety, and love above all else. Thomas leaned forward to kiss her with tender reverence that deepened into something more profound. When they finally broke apart, both slightly breathless, the sound of carriage wheels on gravel announced their guest's arrival. Perfect timing, Eleanor murmured, smoothing her riding jacket as she rose. I should change before greeting everyone. Allow me to assist, Thomas suggested, his expression leaving little doubt about his willingness to help with buttons and lacings. Eleanor's laugh followed her up the stairs. That would guarantee we miss our guests entirely. The Rothbury carriage arrived first, followed in quick succession by the Lockhart town coach and the Edgewood sisters' hired conveyance. By 4 o'clock, the drawing room at Ravenswood Hall hummed with the pleasant conversation of intimate friends gathered for significant occasion. Julian and Abby Lockhart occupied the settee nearest the window, but their 6-month-old daughter Margaret sleeping contentedly in her mother's arms. Parenthood had softened Julian's stern countenance, though he maintained the appearance of aristocratic dignity, despite his daughter's tendency to grab his cravat at inopportune moments. Absolutely fascinating developmental progression, Abby was explaining to Charlotte Edgewood, her scientific approach to motherhood unchanged by actual experience. Margaret demonstrates remarkable cognitive recognition of familiar faces, suggesting neural pathways forming ahead of expected timelines. Charlotte nodded with genuine interest, while Amelia Edgewood and Diana, Duchess of Rothbury, engaged in animated discussion about the latter's philanthropic projects in London. Gabriel stood with Thomas near the sideboard, both men watching their respective wives with similar expressions of fond amusement. I hear congratulations may soon be in order, Gabriel murmured, his voice pitched for Thomas's ears alone, though I gather formal announcements await confirmation. Thomas raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying the observation. Your wife's sources remain remarkably well informed. Diana notices everything, Gabriel replied with quiet pride, particularly when it involves friends she's become rather invested in. The Duchess glanced their way, as if sensing her name in conversation, before returning her attention to Amelia's enthusiastic description of her latest watercolor attempts, a hobby inspired directly by Thomas's exhibition the previous year. Eleanor entered, having changed from her riding attire into a gown of deep violet silk that emphasized her eyes. The cut, while perfectly modest, accommodated her changing figure with subtle adjustments that only those closest to her might notice. Perfect timing, she announced, moving to stand beside Thomas. The carriage has been prepared for our journey to York. The gathering arranged itself for departure, the Royal Academy's Yorkshire exhibition being the day's primary purpose. Thomas watched Eleanor's careful interaction with each guest, her affectionate embrace of Abby, her gentle touch to baby Margaret's sleeping head, her conspiratorial whispers with Charlotte and Amelia. This extended family they had created, bound by affection rather than mere obligation, remained one of his greatest joys of the past year. "You seem contemplative, Lord Blackwood," Diana observed as they proceeded to the waiting carriages. "Merely grateful," Thomas replied honestly, "for unexpected blessings." The journey to York passed pleasantly, conversation flowing easily among the three carriages' occupants. When they arrived at the Royal Academy's Northern Exhibition Hall, Thomas found himself watching Eleanor's face rather than the gathering crowd of Yorkshire's artistic society. The exhibition occupied the Academy's Grand Gallery, paintings from across England displayed for provincial appreciation before their London showing later that year. In pride of place hung the portrait that had scandalized society 12 months earlier, Eleanor astride her horse in nothing but her petticoats, hair streaming behind her, expression capturing pure freedom and joy. A small crowd had already gathered before it, whispers circulating as they recognized its subject in person. Eleanor moved forward with characteristic directness, her hand finding Thomas's with easy familiarity. "The Countess of Blackwood herself," one gentleman remarked loudly enough to be heard. "Imagine displaying such a portrait publicly." "Twice," Eleanor corrected with a smile that combined perfect politeness with unmistakable confidence. "We're displaying it twice." Thomas felt a surge of love so profound it momentarily robbed him of breath. This extraordinary woman who had first reached out through an impulsive letter, who had challenged and changed him through correspondence, who had forgiven misunderstanding and embraced scandal, she continued to astonish him daily. Lady Pembroke approached, her expression suggesting she'd bitten into something unpleasantly sour. "Lady Blackwood, how unexpected to see you, acknowledging such a painting. Why wouldn't I acknowledge my husband's finest work?" Eleanor replied, her voice carrying clearly to those gathering nearby. "Art should capture truth rather than mere appearance, don't you agree?" Before Lady Pembroke could formulate response, Julian appeared at Eleanor's other side, his presence offering silent support that would have been unimaginable a year earlier. Abby joined them, baby Margaret now awake and regarding the portrait with unfocused curiosity. "Margaret appears to appreciate fine art already," Abby observed with scientific detachment. "Note her increased visual focus on the vivid colors." The Edgewood sisters completed their protective circle, Charlotte's calm dignity and Amelia's bubbling enthusiasm, creating effective counterpoint to Lady Pembroke's disapproval. "The composition demonstrates remarkable technical skill," Charlotte commented, her knowledge of art surprising those who knew her primarily for literary interests. "The emotional expressiveness transcends mere technique," Amelia added with characteristic enthusiasm. "One feels the exhilaration of the moment." As more onlookers gathered, drawn by both the portrait's notoriety and the unusual assembly before it, Eleanor's hand moved to rest protectively over her midsection, a gesture so natural, so unconscious, that Thomas doubted she realized she'd made it. The significance was not lost on Diana, whose observant gaze shifted from Eleanor's hand to Thomas's face. She offered a subtle nod of congratulation before deftly steering conversation toward the exhibition's other notable works. "The Royal Academy rarely features ladies riding astride," Gabriel observed dryly. "This may establish a rather scandalous precedent." "We can only hope," Eleanor replied, her eyes meeting Thomas's with private meaning that transcended their public setting. As their friends moved to examine other paintings, Thomas remained beside Eleanor before the portrait that had changed everything between them. He covered her hand with his own, their fingers intertwining over the new life growing beneath. "Any regrets?" he asked softly, the question encompassing everything: their correspondence, the exhibition, their marriage, the child they had created together. Eleanor turned to face him, violet eyes filled with the same honesty that had first captured his heart through letters sent across continents. "Not one," she whispered, reaching up to trace the line of his jaw with gentle fingers. "Every impulsive letter, every misunderstanding, every scandal, they all led us here. How could I possibly regret the path that brought me such joy?" Thomas bent to kiss her, propriety forgotten in the perfection of the moment. Around them, gasps and whispers circulated, the Earl and Countess of Blackwood engaged in such public display of affection before the very portrait that had scandalized society a year earlier. But neither Thomas nor Eleanor heard them. They had created their own world, one where art and letters, passion and duty, scandal and propriety blended into something uniquely theirs. As Eleanor drew back slightly, laughter in her eyes at their public indiscretion, she whispered against his lips, "Perhaps we should commission a companion piece to the portrait. Our child should have proper artistic heritage." "A series, perhaps," Thomas suggested, his hand still covering hers over their unborn child. The beginning of a new collection. Around them, their friends and family created protective barrier against society's judgment, while the portrait above them served as visual reminder of a correspondence that had changed everything. For Thomas and Eleanor Blackwood, the greatest art of all remained the life they continued to create together, one letter, one painting, one day at a time. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of An Earl Worth Writing For, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.